the equation swam before my eyes, a blurry mess. Then, asterisk bam asterisk. A voice, the strongest student master system, and suddenly, the gibberish transformed. It was simple. My hand flew, solving Li Wei's impossible problem in under 5 minutes, a feat even the school golden boy, Huang Xing, couldn't manage in 10 days. The class went wild. Impossible. Huang Xing choked. Li Wei's jaw dropped. He'd watched me the whole time. I'd aced it, and I'd gotten a system a point for insightful thought, 10 for impressing the class. My stats were level 1 trash in everything but language, but that would change. Li Wei scoffed, one lucky moment doesn't make you strong. 3 days until the citywide test. He'll regret those words. Because I'm not just lucky, I've got a system, mastery points for every insightful thought and solved problem, and I'm going to be top of the class. Beishan no, middle school, math class. Li Wei's face was thunderous. He glared, Xin Luo, get up. Solve this problem. He scribbled an equation on the board. He caught me sleeping. Clearly, I wasn't exactly a scholar. The problem? Given ellipse x superscript 2 plus y superscript 2 equals 1 intersects line x, y plus b equals 0 at points p and q, O is the origin, and OP is perpendicular to OQ. Find B, show your work. My stomach clenched. Strongest student master system activating progress 99% system installation complete. Who said that? I looked around. Host receives 1 mastery point for insightful thought. A system. My heart leaped. As a 21st century bookworm, I knew all about systems. Protagonist level stuff. I never expected to get one. My pulse quickened. Don't just stand there. Hurry up. Think you're a genius like Huang Xing? Aced the test asterisk and asterisk slept through class? Huang Xing, the principal's son, was the golden boy always in the top of the class, Li Wei's favorite whipping boy. It's just a problem, I said, meeting Li Wei's gaze, striding confidently to the board. I wasn't just ordinary anymore, I had a system. Chalk in hand, I froze. System or not, I had no clue how to use it. Huang Xing smirked. Li Wei's one of the city's top 10 math teachers. Even asterisk I asterisk wouldn't be sure about this. Him? He wouldn't solve it in 10 days. He glanced at me with utter disdain. 10 minutes for him, a lifetime for me, probably. The class erupted in laughter. Rapid brain cell death detected. System calculating solution. Mastery points, +1. Suddenly, the equation transformed. No longer gibberish, it was remarkably simple. My hand flew, numbers appearing on the board. The line xy plus b equals 0, or y equals x plus bp, x1 plus b, solved, 2. Using Vietta's formulas, x1 plus x2 equals b, therefore, b equals 1 or b equals -1. Xin Luo's writing. Wow, that too is neat. So what? Math isn't English. Just because he's writing doesn't mean he's getting it right. Li Wei turned, his eyes widening. The logic was flawless, the answer correct. I'd solved it. He knew my capabilities. I couldn't have cheated, he'd watched me the whole time. Hesitantly, he said, you pass. Solved. The class stared, mouths agape. Impossible. Huang Xing gasped, shocked. 10 days, he'd said. I'd done it in under 5. I must be dreaming. Slap yourself. Does it hurt? Why me? You do it. I'm scared of pain, the room buzzed. When did I get so lucky? Nothing's impossible. I declared, glaring at them. I'm going to be top of the class. Ding dong. Impressed the class. Awarded 10 points. Mastery points +1. Host, Xin Luo. Subjects, Math, LV1, 0-100, Language, LV1, 20-100, Chemistry, LV1, 0-100, Physics, LV1, 0-100, 0 experience in everything but language. Before I could ponder how to level up, Li Wei spoke. One lucky moment doesn't make you strong. The citywide test in 3 days will show your true abilities. No luck there. He looked at me meaningfully. I ignored him, flipping through my textbook. Mastery points +1, mastery points +1, 5 points in one class. A drop in the bucket. It was early October, 3rd year of high school. For morning classes, for afternoon, 2 evening self-study sessions, even on weekends. Afternoon classes were easier: English, Chinese, biology. Before, I would have slept. But now? I have a system. Time for studying. Mastery points +1, English, mastery points +1, Chinese, mastery points +1, biology, 13 points from 3 classes. 18 points total for the day. System, what else can I use these points for? Level up. Level 1, trash, even a toddler knows more than you. Level 2, rookie, basic high school knowledge. Level 3, entry level, top high school student. Level 8, entry, graduate student level. Level 14, professional, missile development, satellite testing no problem. Level 16, peak, the lonely heights of invincibility, Tearsweld. I wasn't even a rookie yet. I had to study. I had to become a top student. I figured out the system. It was like a game, points equaled experience. Enough experience to level up. Experience came from studying or impressing others. Show off, basically. Academic show off. The value of each book depended on my existing knowledge. Like a high-level character slaughtering weak enemies, no experience. I needed new knowledge. 3 days until the math test. Maybe 30 more points. Far short of the 100 needed to level up. The library? Mission: immerse yourself in the ocean of learning for 10 hours. Study at least 10 math books, earn over 30 mastery points. Reward: lottery draw, 30 mastery points. Knowledge is the best food. Strengthen yourself. 10 hours, 10 books, 30 mastery points, and that mysterious lucky draw. I was ecstatic, laughing uncontrollably. Ha, a little luck? So what? I'll use it. Let's see him laugh in 3 days' time. A wave of scorn washed over me. Calm down, Joe Lang, my deskmate. We were neck and neck in the class, him first, me second, said, tugging my sleeve. He understood my elation, this peasant's sudden song. But even singing takes time. Li Wei's dark face made my heart jump. This is bad Xin Luo. He roared. Someone dared laugh during self-study? Unacceptable. Mr. Li, I'm going to the library, I said, already bolting out the door. Li Wei? You ignored me before. Now, I'll make you regret it. The library. Li Wei was stunned. He knew my habits. If I went to the library, he'd jump off a building. What are you looking at? Self-study. He yelled, then rushed out after me. Being a homeroom teacher must be tough. Teaching and keeping kids safe. What a strange girl. Beishan no, middle school wasn't huge, a few hundred acres, but the library was the biggest in Beishan City, boasting an enormous collection, more books than many universities. Why? Zhou Haizhong, a famous mathematician and director of the National Library, was an alumnus. His connections secured Beishan's stellar collection. It was 8 o'clock. The bright library felt alien. As the infamous bottom of the class, I hadn't been here in ages. Taking a deep breath, I entered. Mission started, 10-hour time limit, progress 010. The system's notification appeared as promised. He actually went in? Li Wei, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause /phoneme behind, muttered, incredulous. No, he's playing hooky under the guise of studying. As the third-year homeroom teacher, he knew every student's tricks. The bookshelves loomed, a gold mine waiting to be plundered. My stomach rumbled. Excuse me, where are the math books? I asked a classmate. He mumbled, functions and limits great, I muttered. I finally found the math section. As I reached for a book, my vision blurred, numbers floating before me, Goldbox conjecture, 500 mastery points. Functions and limits, 20 mastery points. Trigonometric function expansion and analysis, 10 mastery points. I thought each book was worth maybe 5 points. The value increased with the book's value. My mouth watered. Without hesitation, I grabbed Goldbox conjecture, ready to dive in. This kid's wasting time. Li Wei, arriving, gritted his teeth. Could I even understand Goldbox conjecture? High school, university, even PhD students struggled with it. But then, several Chinese characters flashed before me, book value too high. Host unqualified. I wanted to disappear. I switched to trigonometric function expansion and analysis. He's actually changed? Li Wei mumbled, watching me put down Goldbach. 20 years teaching, and I'd never seen a prodigal son like me. Let's see how long this act lasts. He didn't leave, watching me. 5 minutes, 10, half an hour. I didn't stop. I was immersed. Li Wei was speechless. Mastery points +1, mastery points +1. I was oblivious to Li Wei's presence, delightedly watching my mastery points climb. It was like endlessly indulging in chocolate. I felt myself strengthening, my spirit replenishing. A brighter future beckoned. Excuse me, classmate, help with this problem? A pleasant female voice interrupted my flow. A pretty girl approached with a worksheet. Sure, let's see it. I said, ready to assist a struggling student. Thank you, she whispered, handing me the textbook. Trigonometry. Perfect. I just phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme that. I took her pen and paper, calculating rapidly. For the curve I cos plus 2y1 equals 0, translate 2 pi units right along the x-axis, then 1 unit down along the y-axis. The equation is, simplifying, y equals 1 2 plus cos x by 2 dash 1, shifting right 2 pi and down 1 unit gives, y plus 1 cos x by 2 plus y plus 1 dash 1 equals 0, 2 minutes later, solved. What? Solved? So fast? Lin Shanshan stared, disbelief etched on her face. She'd been stuck, yet I'd done it in minutes? Check it. She recalculated, eyes widening. It's right. Host's vast knowledge impressed others. Awarded 10 mastery points. 10 more points. Beautiful. By the way, what year are you in? I asked. Lin Shanshan blushed. Third year. Work hard, I said encouragingly. You'll be a top student like me someday. Her blush deepened, not from shyness, but anger. Humph, she huffed, turning away. Whatever. She was just a novice to me. Money is valuable, girls more so, but knowledge trumps both. A top student has no time for that. I returned to my studies. Mastery points +1, mastery points +1. The system's notification was the sweetest sound. Unseen by me, Li Wei watched, aghast. He'd expected me to slack off, but here I was, studying intensely, even helping Lin Shanshan, a top 10 student. He had to see what was going on. He coughed. I didn't react. He coughed again, louder. Who's coughing? Go to the infirmary. Don't disturb my studies. Oh, Mr. Li, what are you doing here? I looked up, confused. Then, frowning, Mr. Li, if you have a cough, get it checked. Early treatment, early recovery. Early treatment, early recovery? It sounded logical, yet strangely awkward coming from me. It felt like I had some weird illness. Nonsense. I was perfectly healthy. Qin Luo, you're really focused, Li Wei said, glancing at my book. Trigonometric function expansion and analysis. Ask if you have questions. No need, Mr. Li. I've got it, I replied, without looking up. That book was worth 10 mastery points, and I already had 8. I'd mastered 80%, another phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme would nail the rest. Oh? He raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Mastery points +1. 9 points. A grin spread across my face. Sure. Okay. I'll test you. He picked up a worksheet. Find the range of x where sinks cos, within 0, 2 pi. Short, but hard. It covered everything, intersections, tangents, tolerances, even graphing. Mr. Lee, are you sure you want me to do asterisk this asterisk? 9 points in, trigonometry was a breeze. Don't waste time, answer in 5 minutes. But I'd already solved it. No need, I'm done. His voice trailed off, surprised. What? You've already solved it? He shouted, grabbing everyone's attention. Sorry, he apologized, then to me, show me your work. Okay. I grabbed pen and paper. It's simple. Just draw a couple of graphs. I sketched sine and cosine curves over 0, 2 pi. The answer became obvious. In under a minute, I'd completed the detailed solution. Li Wei stared, speechless. Just yesterday, I was a slacker, sleeping in class, flirting with girls, anything but studying. Now, I was a math whiz? He knew I wasn't pretending. The risk of getting caught wasn't worth it. So what changed? Genius. I was always a math genius, now I'd finally woken up. Another question. He quickly wrote another problem. 1, 2, 3, 10 problems. In half an hour, I solved all but 2 geometric equations. Those 2? He asked, his eyes gleaming. Haven't learned those yet. But I can after reading the book, I replied honestly. Right, euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme. I won't bother you. He left, chuckling. A math genius from class 7. There aren't many bolo, those who recognize talent, like me. I was starving, thirsty. One book after another, trigonometric functions, geometric equations, Pythagorean theorem. My mastery points soared. Those 3 books added almost 20 points. Look at that guy. Is he reading or speed reading? He's just wasting time. How can he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme that fast? A lazy bum. Several students whispered nearby. Let's check him out. My eyes are tired, said a kid in Adidas. Let's tell him the library is sacred, a guy in a suit jacket added. The 3 approached. Student, are you speed reading? I frowned. They were interrupting my work. Yeah, so? They were speechless. I ignored them. What grade in class are you in? The sweatshirt kid asked. 7, 3rd year. Why? Class 7? We're in class 1. There were 8 classes in 3rd year. Classes 1 through 4 were the elite, the best students. Everyone was a top performer. Only a few like Huang Xing were high achievers in class 7. So? I looked up, then back down. Arguing with idiots wasted my time. Better to swim in the ocean of knowledge. What did you say? You're disturbing me. My voice was loud, attracting attention. Huang Zitao's at it again. He's in 3rd year. He has the right. I wish I was rich and smart like that. They all supported Huang Zitao. Reading? You're disturbing everyone. Huang Zitao sneered. Leave. I held up my book, Detailed Analysis of Geometric Equations, New Edition. Euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme this, right? Let's see what happens. What's the 6th line of chapter 1? I don't know. I do, I said, reciting it, parallelogram. He grabbed the book, checked. I was right. Coincidence? He muttered. The 7th line of chapter 3, chapter 5, line 13. He was stunned. I'd answered perfectly. Does he have photographic memory? The sweatshirt kid whispered. Shut up. Memory's useless without understanding. The library door opened. An old man with white hair and beard entered. Curator Lu. Huang Zitao grinned. This week's problems? Yes. One's from Mr. Lu of Yanjing No, Middle School. Lu Jiangang, the chief examiner? Yes. Huang Zitao turned to me. Interested in solving this problem? Every week, the school released 10 challenging problems. They included questions from national college entrance exams and problems created by famous teachers. They were very important for the college entrance exams. No, I said. I'm busy. Solving problems increased mastery points, but my priority was finishing my system tasks. Busy? Scared? Huang Zitao sneered. You're a wimp. Ha, memorization is useless. You're an idiot. It's a waste of time. Mission: solve Lu Jiangon's problem set. Reward: 30 mastery points. A top student acts like a top student. Crush these idiots. Mount Taishan hits the top. The system's notification echoed in my mind. I closed my textbook, stood, and calmly looked at Huang Zitao. I hope you don't regret this. I walked towards Director Lu. Director Lu, give me a problem. Regret? Huang Zitao barely concealed his smirk. He was a third-year student. Who could make him regret anything? Ha, a loser's struggle. The problem appeared on the library screen, 10 incredibly difficult questions. Let f(x) equals 2x1 plus x1, 1, draw y equals f(x). 2. Find f(x) when x, 0. The library fell silent. Gasps filled the air. The problem was brutally difficult, exceeding everyone's expectations. Whoa, this is insane. I'm lost, a boy with glasses muttered. Thank goodness Lu Jiangang only judges 1 year. Otherwise, we're screwed. Right? Because of him, our school's highest math score last year was only 120. Even Huang Zitao frowned, stumped. And I was just as lost. I'd never studied inequality calculations. My mind was a blank slate. System, can I use mastery points? I thought. During missions, mastery points can't be used to complete tasks. I was utterly lost, my greatest weapon useless. My master student status was a sham. You can learn about inequality calculations by reading. I smacked my forehead, rushing to the bookshelves amidst astonished stares. Essentials and Analysis of Quantitative Inequality. That's it. I started reading, furiously flipping pages. Mastery points +1, mastery points +1. I was sharpening my gun during the battle. By the time I was ready, the battle might be over. This kid's an idiot. He's just reading now? It's too late. He gave up. My actions were baffling. What a strange guy, Lin Shanchan whispered, surprised. She'd seen me solve a complex trigonometric function in seconds. She expected me to crush Lu Jiangon's problem, but I'd gone to the bookshelf to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read /phoneme about inequalities. Learning on the fly? Huang Zitao's face darkened. He was always the center of attention, yet I was stealing the spotlight. When I solve this, I'll humiliate you. He glared, focusing on the problem. He was a top 10 student. Within minutes, he'd found a starting point. He drew a coordinate system and wrote out the equation, f(x) equals -3x, x plus 2, 3x, x less than 1, 2, minus 1, 2x less than 1, x 1. He graphed it, solving the first part. He glanced at me still reading, his disdain growing. I was wasting his time. Competing with me lowered his status. Forget it, just practice, he thought. He smiled at Director Lu. I've solved the first part. Please check it. Lu Qingyun compared his answer, nodding. Perfectly correct, including the steps. The library erupted. They stared, horrified. Huang Zitao is incredible. I don't even know where to start, yet he solved it. That's Huang Zitao. A top 10 student. Top students are different. He smiled, moving to the second part. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes he was stuck. Mastery points +1. The system's final notification sounded as I finished analysis of inequality. 5 mastery points gained. I'm ready. I stood. You've been at it a long time. Huang solved the first part. You should admit defeat. You two aren't in the same league. Beishan no, middle school, mathematics classroom. Li Wei's face was livid, and he stared straight at Qin Luo. Qin Luo, get up, tell me how to solve this problem? While talking, Li Wei casually wrote a mathematical equation on the blackboard. He dared to sleep in his class, he just didn't know how to write dead words. It is known that the ellipse x square plus y square equals 1 and the straight line xy plus b equals 0 intersect at 2 points PQ. O is the coordinate origin. If OP is perpendicular to OQ, find the value of B, and write the process. Qin Luo's chrysanthemum tightened her face in bewilderment. The strongest student master system is activated, and the progress is 99%. The system installation was successful. Who is talking? Qin Luo looked around. Hey, the host thinks carefully and gets 1 point of mastery a system. At this moment, Qin Luo became excited. As an old bookworm in the 21st century, he was too familiar with things like the system. This is a must for the protagonist, and those who get him, without exception, become awesome existences. It's just that Qin Luo didn't expect that he also got the system. Thinking of this, Qin Luo's heart beat faster. Don't stand still, do it quickly. Do you think you are a genius, like Huang Xing, who can get full marks in class and sleep? Huang Xing, the son of the dean of No, middle school, from the moment he stepped into No, middle school, he was a true favorite. His academic performance has never been in the top 3. Save the top, He has always been the sharpest weapon in Li Wei's mouth. Isn't it just a question? It's not like you can't do it. Qin Luo glanced at Li Wei confidently, and walked straight to the podium. Starting today, he is no longer an ordinary person, but a person with a system. Picking up the chalk, Qin Luo suddenly found himself in trouble. Although he had a system, he didn't know how to use it. Mr. Li is one of the top 10 math teachers in the city. Even I am not sure about the questions he asked him. Give him 10 days, and he won't be able to get it right. Huang Xing pulled his eyes and glanced lightly. Qin Luo glanced at her with disdain. For this question, he only needs 10 minutes to solve it, but for Qin Luo? Perhaps it is a ditch that is insurmountable in a lifetime. Qin Luo, do you want to show you the notes of our handsome guy Huan? Maybe you can find a solution to the problem? For a while, the classroom was full of laughter and laughter. The rapid death of host brain cells is detected, and the system automatically calculates a solution. Study master value, 1 point. Suddenly, a short system beep sounded. The picture in front of Qin Luo's eyes has completely changed. The geometric equation is no longer an incomprehensible astronomical number, but has become extremely simple. Flying his hands, a series of numbers appeared on the blackboard. The straight line xy plus b equals 0, that is, y equals x plus b, let p, x1 plus b. Solved, 2 obtained by Veda's theorem, x1 plus x2 equals b. Comprehensively get b equals 1 or b equals -1. Look, Qin Luo has started writing. Ouch, 2 is still well written. So what if you start writing? Mathematics is not English. As long as you write, you can score. Hearing the movement of the students, Li Wei turned his head slowly. In the next second, his eyes widened. The logic is clear, the steps are clear, the process is flawless, and most importantly, the answers are correct. Qin Luo actually solved the answer. He knew the difficulty of the questions he asked. Even Huang Xing, the top student in the class, had a hard time doing it, let alone Qin Luo. Li Wei was full of doubts in his heart. On the one hand, as a teacher, he knew the skills of each student, and Qin Luo's level was not enough to solve this problem. But on the other hand, he posed the questions on the spot, and Qin Luo also solved them on the spot. Everything was done under his nose, and he knew that Qin Luo couldn't cheat at all. After hesitating for a while, Li Wei gritted his teeth and said, "You pass?" Solution solved. Everyone's eyes widened, and their surprised eyeballs almost fell out. How is this possible? Huang Xing exclaimed, his face full of shock. He asserted that Qin Luo could not solve the equation for 10 days, Qin Luo solved it, and it took even less time than him, only less than 5 minutes. This greatly exceeded his expectations. I'm definitely dreaming. Brother, give yourself a slap quickly, and try to see if it hurts. Why me, why don't you fan yourself? I fear pain. For a moment, all kinds of exclamations came and went in the classroom, and unbelievable eyes stared straight at Qin Luo. When did Qin Luo's luck become so good? Nothing is impossible. Qin Luo cheered up, glanced at everyone, and his eyes were full of disdain. From today on, I will be a top student. Ding dong, I've been impressed by Shibi for 3 days. The host's successful use of knowledge has shocked the whole class and rewarded him with 10 points. The host studies seriously, get 1 point of mastery points. Host, Qin Luo. Existing disciplines, mathematics, LV1, 0100, language, LV1, 2100, chemistry, LV1, 0100, physical, LV1, 0100. Of the 7 subjects in high school, Qin Luo actually only has 0 points of experience in Chinese, and the rest are all eggs. Just when Qin Luo was thinking about how to improve his level, Li Wei's voice came into his ears again. One moment of good luck does not reflect strength, and the citywide test 3 days later will be the time to show your true ability. At that time, there was no luck at all. While speaking, he also took a special look at Qin Luo. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident. Of course, Qin Luo didn't look at him at all, but seriously flipped through the math textbook. Get the points of mastery +1. Get the points of mastery +1. After 1 class, Qin Luo has already obtained 5 points for being a top student. However, this is just a drop in the bucket, and it is still far from being upgraded. Thinking of this, Qin Luo became more serious. It is now the beginning of October, the first semester of the 3rd year of high school. As a student of the 3rd year of high school, the work and rest are naturally different. 4 classes in the morning, 4 classes in the afternoon, plus 2 classes of evening self-study, even classes on Saturdays and Sundays. The afternoon class is a little lighter, English, Chinese, and biology. In the past, Qin Luo would definitely fall asleep, but everything has changed. He has the Shueba system, and the Shueba who is destined to stand at the top of the academic world in the future. How could he waste his time on sleeping? Have you ever seen Edison sleeping? Have you ever seen Einstein sleep? Time is used to score points, oh no, to study. The host studies the English class seriously, and the master points +1. The host studies the Chinese class seriously, and the master points +1. The host studies the biology class seriously, and the master points +1. 3 classes gave Qin Luo a total of 13 points. Perhaps because Qin Luo had some foundation in Chinese, after 1 class, he only gained 3 points, and the other 2 courses were all 5 points. After 8 classes a day, Qin Luo got a total of 18 points. System, apart from solving problems, what other uses are there for points? Wait online, it's urgent. Shueba points can not only be used to solve problems, but also can be used to upgrade. Level 1, trash level, even a 3-year-old knows more than you. Level 2, rookie level, at this time, you already have the knowledge of ordinary high school students. Level 3, entry level, you've reached the top of high school students and can overlook all living beings. Level 8, entry level, with the level of a graduate student, it can be regarded as having truly entered the academic palace. Level 14, professional level, with a huge amount of knowledge, missile development, satellite testing, rocket jetting, it's not a problem for you. Level 16, peak level, come to this realm, you already feel how lonely invincibility is. Looking at the system prompts, and then looking at his level, Qin Luo burst into tears. So far, he is not even as good as a rookie. No, I want to cheer up, I want to study hard, and I want to be a top student. After a short and meticulous exploration, Qin Luo gradually summed up the laws of the system. The Shueba system is like playing a game to fight monsters and upgrade. The Shueba points correspond to experience. As long as the experience value is enough, you can level up. However, to gain experience points, you have to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme books, or to wow others. In layman's terms, it is pretense. But this force must be related to learning. And more importantly, each book has its own value, such as Chinese. Xin Luo has some foundation, so the experience gained from Chinese books is less. This is the same as in computer games, where high-level characters slaughter low-level mobs without gaining experience. If you want to gain experience, you must learn new knowledge. Having figured this out, Xin Luo began to think about how to quickly get Shueba points. There are still 3 days left for the math test. If you add a little points for each class, Xin Luo can still get about 30 more points. It is far from the points needed for the upgrade. Do you want to go to the library? Thinking of this, the system's prompt sounded in Xin Luo's mind. Mission: immerse yourself in the ocean of learning for 10 hours. Requirements: study at least 10 books about mathematics, and get more than 30 points of Shueba points. Reward: 1 chance to draw a lottery, 30 points for the top student. Knowledge is the best food. Take action and use knowledge to strengthen your thin body. 10 hours, 10 books, 30 Shueba points, and that mysterious lucky draw chance. Xin Luo was excited, and he laughed uncontrollably. Oomph, isn't it just a piece of shit luck? I'm so happy to use it. I'm going to see how he can still laugh in the test in 3 days' time. All of a sudden, all kinds of sarcasm looked straight at Xin Luo. Calm down, calm down. Xin Luo's tablemate, Zhou Lang's old face turned dark, and he couldn't help tugging at Xin Luo's sleeve. As the same crane tail as Xin Luo, he was the first and Xin Luo was the second. He understood Xin Luo's mood of a surf turning over in singing. However, you can sing as long as you sing, and you have to divide the time no matter what you do? Looking at Li Wei's dark face, his heart twitched. It's over now. Xin Luo. Li Wei was furious. Someone dared to laugh out loud in his self-study class, which didn't treat him like a human being. Ms. Li, I'm going to the library. Before Li Wei could finish speaking, Xin Luo had already rushed out of the classroom. Li Wei? You used to ignore me, but now I make you unable to climb high. Library. Li Wei was stunned. As the head teacher, he knew the habits of every student. If Xin Luo could go to the library, he would immediately jump off the second floor. What are you looking at? Go to self-study. Li Wei turned around and scolded, then ran out in a hurry. Alas, it's not easy to be a homeroom teacher, eating the public's food and worrying about the mother's heart. Not only to ensure teaching, but also to ensure the safety of students. What's the matter with this girl? Beishan No, middle school is not big, covering an area of only a few hundred acres, but the library here is the largest in Beishan City, with the largest collection of books. Even more than many university books. The reason is very simple, because Zhou Haizhong, a well-known mathematician in the country and the director of the National Library of China, went out from here. Relying on his relationship, Beishan No, middle school has the largest collection of books in Beishan City. It was already 8 o'clock. Looking at the brightly lit library, Xin Luo felt strange in his heart. As the famous crane tail, he hasn't been to this place for a long time. Pulling himself together, Xin Luo stepped into the library. Mission starts, time limit of 10 hours, progress 010. As soon as he stepped into the door of the library, the system's notification sound came as promised. He really went in? Li Wei, who followed closely, almost dropped his eyes. No, he must have slipped away in the name of reading. As the head teacher of the 3rd class of high school, he knows the tricks of the students like the back of his hand, and he has seen a lot of people like Xin Luo. Looking at the rows of bookshelves in front of him, Xin Luo felt a dry mouth. These books are like gold mines, waiting for Xin Luo to mine them. Licking his lips, Xin Luo, who was still hungry, rushed to the bookshelf. Student, where are the books about mathematics? Helplessly, Xin Luo turned to the classmate beside him for help. The other party seemed to have not heard Xin Luo's words, and muttered in his mouth, functions and limits. Meet a bully. Xin Luo's mouth twitched. Going around and wandering around in the library for a long time, I finally came to the mathematical classification bookshelf. Just as he was about to pull out a book to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme, suddenly Qin Luo's eyes blurred, and a series of numerical values appeared in front of Qin Luo's eyes. Goldbox conjecture, 500 points of mastery. Functions and limits, 20 points of mastery. Expansion and analysis of trigonometric functions, 10 points of mastery. Originally, Qin Luo thought that a book was worth 5 points at most, but now it seems that the value of Shuabai increases with the increase of value. Thinking of this, Qin Luo licked his lips, showing wolf-like eyes. Without any hesitation, Qin Luo picked up the most famous book in mathematics, Goldbox conjecture, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme it carefully. This kid really came here to waste time. Li Wei, who hurried over, saw Qin Luo's movements, and his teeth itched instantly with anger. Can Qin Luo understand Goldbox conjecture? Not to mention a high school student, even a college student, or even a graduate student or a PhD, can't understand it. The picture of the soaring hegemony in the middle school did not appear, but Qin Luo's eyes flashed, and several large Chinese characters appeared in front of Qin Luo. The value of the book is too high, and the host is not qualified to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme at this moment. If possible, Qin Luo really wanted to find a crack in the ground to get in. Helpless, Qin Luo had no choice but to give up solving the world's problems, and went to the next book, Expansion and Analysis of Trigonometric Functions. This kid has really changed his sex? Seeing Qin Luo put down Goldbox conjecture and go to the next trigonometric functions, Li Wei muttered to himself. It's not that he hasn't seen a prodigal son turn his head back in the industry for more than 20 years, but this is the first time Li Wei has seen a prodigal son like Qin Luo turn back without warning. I want to see how long you can pretend. Li Wei didn't leave in a hurry, but stood tightly on the spot, looking at Qin Luo. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. Qin Luo still didn't intend to put down the book in his hand. He seemed to be immersed in it. Li Wei was dumbfounded. Student master value plus 1 inch student master value plus 1. Qin Luo didn't know about Li Wei's arrival at all. He was looking at his ever-increasing academic master value with glee. It was like chewing on shenmai and couldn't stop. At this moment, Qin Luo felt that his thin body was gradually getting stronger, and his empty spirit was being replenished. A better tomorrow is waving to myself. Ahem, classmate, may I ask how to do this question? Just as Qin Luo was immersed in the ocean of study, a pleasant female voice brought him back to reality. Looking back, I saw a handsome girl walking over with a draft paper. Which question? Let's talk about it. Qin Luo responded generously. As an upright academic bully, Qin Luo felt that he had to help the poor academics. Thank you. The cute girl whispered thank you, and then handed the textbook in front of Qin Luo. Trigonometry? For the curve I cos plus 2y1 equals 0, first translate 2 pi units to the right along the x-axis, and then translate 1 unit down along the y-axis, and the equation of the curve is, I happen to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme trigonometric functions just now, so let's try my skills. Taking the pen and paper from the cute girl's hand, Qin Luo began to calculate quickly. Y equals 1 2 plus cos x by 2, dash 1 2 pi 1 y plus 1 cos x by 2, plus y plus 1 minus 1 equals 0 in just 2 minutes, Qin Luo wrote the answer. It's solved. What? Solved it? So fast? Lin Shanshan looked at Qin Luo in disbelief. She had been thinking about this problem for a long time, but she couldn't solve it, but in Qin Luo's hands, she solved it in just 2 or 3 minutes. See for yourself. Lin Shanshan was skeptical, and he carefully recalculated the question according to Qin Luo's steps. That's really the answer. Lin Shanshan was stunned for a moment. The host's vast amount of knowledge has successfully shocked others, and he has obtained 10 points of mastery. The system's prompt sounded at the right time. Qin Luo's student master value increased by another 10 points. Beautiful, by the way, classmate, you just entered high school. Which class are you in? Qin Luo asked curiously. Lin Shanshan blushed all of a sudden, and said with a pretty face, I'm in the 3rd year of high school. Work hard, you will become a top student like me in the future. Qin Luo looked at her seriously and said encouragingly. As soon as Qin Luo's words fell, Lin Shanshan's face turned even redder. Not because of shyness, but because of anger. Isn't that just solving a math problem? What a stinky show! He deserves to go to the library alone. Humph! With a cold snort, Lin Shanshan turned her head and left. Just leave, Qin Luo doesn't care anyway. Lin Shanshan is just a baby with experience to him. Money is precious, girls are more expensive. If it is for knowledge, both can be thrown away. Shueba doesn't need that stuff. Soon, Qin Luo re-entered the state. Student master value +1 inch student master value +1. If you ask Qin Luo what is the most beautiful voice in the world, Qin Luo answers, the system's prompt tone. Where Qin Luo couldn't see, Li Wei's eyes were fixed on this place. He's going crazy. He originally thought that Qin Luo would take advantage of the opportunity to come to the library to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme books, but now Qin Luo is really studying in front of him, and is very serious, and even has spare energy to help Lin Shanshan answer questions. That's Lin Shanshan, the top 10 existence in her grade. No, I have to go and see what medicine Qin Luo took wrongly. Li Wei's heart was surging, and he immediately walked towards Qin Luo's place. Cough, cough. Li Wei stood not far from Qin Luo and coughed lightly. However, Qin Luo, who had already been intoxicated in the ocean of knowledge, didn't even look up when he heard Li Wei's signal. Cough, cough, cough. Li Wei's face darkened, and his voice increased a little. If you cough, go to the infirmary. Don't interfere with my reading. Hey, Mr. Li, why are you here? Qin Luo raised his head and looked at Li Wei standing beside him with a blushing face, somewhat inexplicable. Suddenly, Qin Luo frowned and said, Mr. Li, if you have a cough, you can go to the infirmary for early treatment and early recovery. Early treatment, early recovery? Although these words sound reasonable, why are they so awkward when they come out of Qin Luo's mouth? It's like I have some terminal illness. Bah bah bah. I am very healthy, and I don't even have a cough. Qin Luo, you are serious about reading. Li Wei glanced at the book and smiled slightly. The expansion and analysis of trigonometric functions is good. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask the teacher. No need for teacher Li, I have basically figured it out. Qin Luo replied without raising his head. A book of trigonometric functions is worth 10 points of academic excellence, and Qin Luo has already obtained 8 of them at this moment. It can be said that he has understood 80% of the content, and the remaining 20%, if he reads it again, he will also understand. Oh? Li Wei frowned imperceptibly, and continued to ask, are you sure you understand? Student master value +1 9 o'clock. The smile on the corner of Qin Luo's mouth became more and more intense. Sure. Okay. Then I'll test you. With that said, Li Weishan picked up the draft paper left on the table and started writing. What is the value range of x that makes sinks cos hold within 0 to pi? The questions are short, but the difficulty is not low at all. He has covered almost all the knowledge of trigonometric functions, finding intersection, tangency, tolerance, and even drawing. Ms. Li, are you sure you want me to do this question? Seeing such a straightforward question, Qin Luo's eyes widened. After getting 9 points of Shuaba points, it turns out that trigonometric functions are so simple. Don't talk nonsense, do it quickly. Li Wei nodded and said, you can think for 5 minutes now, and tell me the answer after 5 minutes. However, the moment Li Wei finished speaking, Qin Luo had already said, no need, I've already made it. Can't do it? It's normal, think more. Li Wei's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared. After a few seconds, he asked in surprise, what did you say? You have already solved it? His voice was so loud that it caught everyone's attention for a while. Sorry. Li Wei hurriedly cupped his hands to the crowd, and then said to Qin Luo, please write me the process. Okay. Qin Luo nodded, took the pen and paper, and began to write. While writing, he explained, actually, this question is very simple. You only need to draw 2 auxiliary pictures. Make images of sine and cosine functions in the 0 to pi interval, and the answer will come out naturally. In less than half a minute, a detailed flowchart appeared in front of Li Wei. Li Wei was a little dizzy looking at the perfectly fitted answer, which could not pick a single flaw. Just yesterday, Qin Luo was still a complete slob, sleeping in class, happy after class, unable to walk when seeing beautiful women. Anyway, he did everything except study. But it was such a student, after a day, he turned into a master of mathematics. He can be sure that Qin Luo is definitely not pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, because he will never bear the risk of being beaten and hide himself. Because it doesn't make any sense at all. However, what made him change so much? Li Wei could only think of one answer, and that was genius. Qin Luo was originally a math genius, but now he has finally come to his senses. One more question. Li Weiqiang suppressed the excitement in his heart, and quickly wrote on the draft paper. 1 question, 2 questions, 3 questions, 10 questions. Half an hour later, most of the 10 questions Li Wei asked were solved by Qin Luo. Except for the 2 geometric equations, Qin Luo solved all of them. These 2 questions? Li Wei asked with a sparkle in his eyes. I haven't learned it yet, I guess I can do it right after reading the book. Qin Luo replied honestly. Okay, euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme, euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme, I won't disturb your reading anymore. Li Wei walked out of the library with a smile on his face, and he was still giggling as he walked. Under his patient exploration, a math genius came out of class, of senior high school. Alas, there are not many bowl like me. Flowers are moving, Qin Luo is hungry. Thirsty. A book quickly passed through his hands, trigonometric functions, geometric equations, Pythagorean theorem. Qin Luo's academic mastery value also rose rapidly in this short period of 2 hours. The 3 books brought Qin Luo nearly 20 points of mastery. Hey, did you see that man over there? Is he reading a book, or is he brushing a book? I think this guy is just here to waste time. Can you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme so fast? Humph, he's just an ignorant salted fish. Not far from Qin Luo, several people were discussing in low voices. Why don't we go over and have a look? Anyway, after reading for so long, my eyes are a little tired. One of the people wearing Adidas sportswear said. Alright, let's go and have a look, and tell him by the way that the library is a holy place for learning, and not just anyone can come in. In the crowd, a man wearing a suit jacket with a white shirt embedded in it said the youth. Soon a group of 3 came to Qin Luo. Student, are you brushing your books? The boy in the sweatshirt asked. Qin Luo frowned, and the other party interrupted his career, which made Qin Luo a little displeased. Yeah, what's the problem? The 3 of them didn't expect Qin Luo to answer so bluntly, and they were choked speechless for a while. In the next second, their faces darkened. Qin Luo was simply ignoring them. Student, what grade and class are you in? The youth in the sweatshirt continued to ask. Grade, and, what's the matter? Ha, class 7? We're in class 1. There are a total of 8 classes in the 3rd year of high school. The first 4 are commonly known as the rocket class, gathering the best students in the whole school. Anyone caught at random is a top-ranking figure. There are only a handful of students like Huang Xing who have excellent grades but stay in class 7. Oh, it's none of my business. Qin Luo raised his head slightly, then bowed his head again and studied hard. As a top student, arguing with a bunch of scumbags is simply a waste of the top student's time. With this time, it is better to swim twice in the ocean of knowledge. What did you say? You interrupted my reading. Qin Luo's voice became louder, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. Huang Zitao is finding fault again. Isn't it? Who told someone to be the 3rd grader? He has this privilege in the library. Hey, I have a mine at home and I'm good at studying. When will I be as good as him? For a while there were many discussions, but they all supported Huang Zitao, and there was not even one who supported Qin Luo. Reading? Are you reading? I think you are disturbing everyone's reading. Huang Zitao said sharply, please go out now. Xin Luo didn't speak, but raised the book Detailed Analysis of Geometric Equations new edition in his hand and said, "You should have phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red / phoneme this book, right? See what happened? What is the sixth line of chapter 1 about? I don't know what it is." You don't know, but I know. While doing it, Xin Luo phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red / phoneme out the contents of the book, parallelogram. This. Huang Zitao snatched the book and opened chapter 1, carefully phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red / phoneme it, and it was exactly the same. Xin Luo really knew. Coincidence, this must be a coincidence. Huang Zitao thought to himself. The seventh line of chapter 3. Chapter 5 13 lines. After several questions in a row, Xin Luo answered them accurately. At this moment, Huang Zitao was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that Xin Luo could give the answer so accurately. This kid doesn't have a photographic memory, does he? The young man in the sweatshirt whispered in Huang Zitao's ear. Shut up, what's the use of having a photographic memory? If you don't know how to do the questions, everything is empty talk. Huang Zitao gave his subordinates a vicious look. Crack! Suddenly, the door of the library was pushed open again, and an old man with white beard and hair walked in. Curator Lu. Huang Zitao's eyes flashed brightly, and he asked with a smile, "Is this week's question out?" N. The old man smiled and raised the paper in his hand, and nodded with a smile. It came out, and one of them was written by teacher Lu of Yanjing No. Middle School. It's Lu Jiangang, the chief examiner of the previous college entrance examination questions, Mr. Lu? Yes, it's him. After receiving the old man's accurate answer, Huang Zitao laughed unscrupulously. His eyes turned to Xin Luo again, and said unscrupulously, "Student, are you interested in solving the problem?" Every week, the school selects 10 difficult questions for the students of the whole school to exchange and practice to consolidate knowledge. Among them, there are many excerpts from the college entrance examinations in various provinces and cities across the country, and there are also topics jointly launched by famous teachers. It has a high reference value for the college entrance examination. Not interested. Xin Luo shook his head and said, "I'm very busy." Do questions? Although it also increases the value of mastery, but Xin Luo's top priority is to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red / phoneme enough books and complete the tasks of the system. Busy? I think you're scared? Huang Zitao raised the corners of his mouth, with a disdainful smile on his face. I've been making trouble for a long time, so you're a wimp. Ha, no, what's the use of mere memorization? You're like an idiot. It's a waste of time to spend so long with a nerd. Mission, solve the problem set by Lu Jiangang. Reward, Shuebai is worth 30 points. A top student should only have the demeanor of a top student, and the host should use the momentum of Mount Tai to crush the fantasies and the minds of scumbags. Mount Taishan hits the top. A reminder from the system sounded in Xin Luo's mind. He slowly put down the textbook in his hand and stood up. He looked at Huang Zitao calmly. I hope you don't regret it. With that said, Xin Luo walked towards Director Lu. Director Lu, come up with a question. Regret? Huang Zitao could hardly suppress the smile in his heart. He is the third grader. Who can make him regret it? Humph, the struggle of a scumbag. Soon, the topic was projected onto the black and white screen in the library. There are 10 courses in total, each of which is extremely harsh and difficult. Let the function f x equals 2x1 plus x1 1 draw the image of y equals f x 2 when x equals 0 plus infinity f x psi. As soon as this question came out, the entire library suddenly fell into dead silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed and gasped. There is no other reason. This question is really too difficult, so difficult that it has exceeded their acceptable range. Holding the grass, isn't this too difficult? I'm completely confused, said a boy with black-rimmed glasses. Fortunately, Lu Jiangang has served as the presiding judge for 1 year, and he won't be the presiding judge in the next year, otherwise we will be out of luck. Isn't it? It's because of Lu Jiangang that last year our school's #1 math score was just 120. For a time, the crowd was excited and complained endlessly. Seeing this question, even Huang Zitao frowned, unable to start for a while. Of course, he was not the only one who was confused, but also Qin Luo. Qin Luo has never learned inequality calculations, his mind is like a blank sheet of paper. System, can you use the Shueba value to deduct? Qin Luo thought silently. On the way to the mission, the host cannot complete the mission with the mastery value. Qin Luo was completely confused and lost his greatest support. His student master can only be called a fake student master. The host can still improve the knowledge of quantitative inequality through reading. Qin Luo slapped his forehead and ran towards the bookshelf amidst everyone's astonished gazes. The Essentials and Analysis of Quantitative Inequality, that's it. Qin Luo felt as if he had found a treasure, flipping through the books was just brushing. Student master value +1, student master value +1. As the saying goes, if you sharpen your guns before the battle, you will be happy if you are unhappy. Qin Luo can no longer be called sharpening your guns before the battle. By the time he shoots the gun out, the flowers may have withered for several rounds. Damn, isn't this kid stupid? What is he doing? I'm only reading now, don't you realize it's too late? I think he gave up completely. Qin Luo's behavior was beyond everyone's expectations, and no one in the entire library was dumbfounded. What kind of weird person is this? Lin Shanshan looked at Qin Luo, her lips parted slightly. Others may not know Qin Luo's strength, but Lin Shanshan has personally experienced it. It took Qin Luo only tens of seconds to solve an extremely difficult trigonometric function. Originally, she wanted to see Qin Luo kill all directions and solve Lu Jiangong's problem in one fell swoop, but he slipped to the bookshelf and started chewing on a book of analysis of inequality. What does it mean? Learn now and sell now? Seeing Qin Luo's actions, Huang Zitao's face completely darkened. As a man of the school, he is the focus of the crowd no matter where he goes, but now, Qin Luo's actions made him feel insulted. Boy, when I solve the problem, let's see how I humiliate you. Huang Zitao gave Qin Luo a vicious look, and devoted himself to solving the problem. Huang Zitao deserves to be the top 10 fierce guy in his grade. Within a few minutes, he had already found the entry point. F x equals dash 3x x plus 2 3x x less than 1 2 dash 1 2x less than 1 by 1. Finally, the equation was brought into the coordinate system, and the first small problem was solved in this way. After doing all this, Huang Zitao glanced at Qin Luo, who was still gnawing at the book. The disdain grew more and more on the corners of his mouth. He felt that he was wasting his time. Competing with scumbags like Qin Luo was simply lowering his stature. Forget it, just treat it as an exercise. Huang Zitao thought to himself. Thinking of this, Huang Zitao no longer hesitated. He smiled and said to Director Lu, I have already solved the first problem of Director Lu, please take a look, isn't it? Lu Qingyun took the answer, compared it carefully, then nodded with a smile. It's absolutely correct, even the steps are exactly the same. As soon as Lu Qingyun finished speaking, the whole library erupted. Everyone stared at Huang Zitao dumbfounded, their faces full of horror. Damn, this Huang Zitao is too powerful, I haven't figured out where to start. He just solved the first little question? Nonsense, that's Huang Zitao, the top 10 existence in his grade. A top student is a top student, it really is extraordinary. Huang Zitao didn't care about these words at all, he smiled slightly, and turned his gaze to the second little question. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. Huang Zitao didn't even have any intention of writing. It's not that he doesn't want to move, but that he doesn't know how to move. Student master value +1 inch. When the last system prompt sounded in his mind, Qin Luo had already gnawed through analysis of inequality several times. The whole book is worth 5 points of academic mastery, and Qin Luo took all of it into his pocket. I'm ready. At this moment, Qin Luo stood up suddenly. I'm ready. At this moment, Qin Luo stood up suddenly. Student, you have prepared for a long time. Huang has already made the first small question. That's right, I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible, you and Huang are not from the same world. Looking at the smug Qin Luo, the crowd laughed one after another. Hearing the movement behind him, Huang Zitao didn't even glance at it. Now he no longer regards Qin Luo as an opponent. Qin Luo? A crane tail from class dash is not enough to be his opponent. Old Lu, I'm starting. Qin Luo politely took the draft paper and said with a smile. Come on, young man. Huang Zitao spent 10 minutes to solve the first problem. I really want to see how long it took you. Curator Lu said with a smile. Although Qin Luo had already been sentenced to death in his heart, Lu Qingyun still encouraged him. 10 minutes? Qin Luo smiled disdainfully and said, Student Huang's time is too long, I only need 3 minutes. Speaking of which, Qin Luo no longer hesitated and started writing directly. Lu Qingyun was stunned for a while, and after a while he shook his head imperceptibly. Originally, he had a good impression of Qin Luo's politeness, but after hearing his words, Qin Luo's image has been greatly reduced. For 3 minutes, Lu Qingyun only regarded Qin Luo as Qin Luo. It's talking big. 3 minutes? You haven't even phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme the questions yet? Huang Zitao thought to himself. Old Lu, the first question has been solved. But just as Lu Qingyun shook his head secretly and Huang Zitao laughed in his heart, Qin Luo's words reached their ears again. 3 minutes, no, maybe not even 3 minutes, at most 1 minute. In 1 minute, he solved the answer? How can this be? This is the most well-known high school math teacher in the country. Lu Zhengang himself asked the question. Lu Qingyun frowned, and his face was a little gloomy. Are you sure you have solved the answer? Lu Qingyun asked word by word. Please take a look at Mr. Lu. Okay. Lu Qingyun took the draft paper and froze in place the next moment. Standard, very standard, even more standard than the standard answer. How is this possible? Lu Qingyun shouted in his heart, he could hardly believe his eyes. Damn it, Director Lu was speechless. How bad is this guy's job? He didn't write at all, did he? I wrote it, but what I wrote is, I can't. Ha ha ha. The moment Lu Qingyun hesitated, the entire library exploded, and everyone looked at Qin Luo with more and more disdain. 1 minute? What can you do in 1 minute? Don't talk about solving problems. Even if you copy the answers, you won't be able to copy them all. Wasting time. Huang Zitao gave Qin Luo a blank look, and the disdain in his eyes became more and more intense. But the next moment, his eyes widened. Because he could clearly see that Lu Qingyun's face went from pale to rosy, and finally flushed directly. And more importantly, his body was trembling slightly. With his intuition, Huang Zitao felt that the reason for Lu Qingyun's trembling was not anger, but excitement. It's like the excitement of a treasure hunter finding a treasure. Quiet me all. Lu Qingyun looked around and said in a word, everyone is a scumbag, how dare you mock the bully? The whole place was silent. Everyone was shocked. Who is Xue Ba? For a moment, everyone seemed to have a fishbone stuck in their throats, unable to speak. Director Lu, what exactly do you mean? Someone in the crowd asked. Humph. Lu Qingyun snorted coldly, and continued, the answer Qin Luo solved is the most standard answer I have seen so far. Every step, every stroke, is seamless, without any loopholes. Both answers are correct, but if I have to choose one that is better, there is no doubt that it is Qin Luo. This is impossible. Huang Zitao let out a roar. He is Huang Zitao from class Senior 3, and he ranks among the top 10 in Beishan No Middle School. How could the answer he solved be no better than the tail of a crane from class At this time, the previous words were like a loud slap in the face. Made him dizzy. This must be fake. How could I lose to a crane tail? Huang Zitao couldn't accept this fact. He walked towards Lu Qingyun quickly. He wanted to see how standard Qin Luo's answer was, even he was better than him. But, as a result, before he could get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, Lu Qingyun had already projected Qin Luo's answer on the screen. The black and white space is clean and tidy, without any trace of modification. Every step is demanding and complete, and every obtained phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme is supported by detailed logical relationships. This Huang Zitao was dumbfounded, Lin Shanshan was dumbfounded, and the audience who bought soda watermelon seeds and were about to eat melons were also dumbfounded. Qin Luo's answer to this question is simply a living textbook on problem solving. Even the most picky teacher can't find any reason to deduct points. How is this possible? This was the second time Huang Zitao yelled, each time getting more desperate. Qin Luo smiled indifferently. Just because you can't do something, doesn't mean I can't do it. After finishing speaking, he ignored Huang Zitao, took out another piece of draft paper, and started to answer the second question. By the way, I haven't lost yet, and I still have a chance to overtake him. If a math problem is divided into two small questions, the total score is 3 points, then the relatively simple first small question is usually only points, and the second small question is points. As long as he holds these 7 points in his hands, he can't lose. Thinking of this, Huang Zitao didn't hesitate anymore. He threw himself into solving the problem with all his heart. In fact, Huang Zitao had already found a way to solve the problem. If Qin Luo hadn't interrupted him suddenly, he would have already solved the answer. At this moment, under the pressure of Qin Luo, he only felt that his thinking was unusually clear, his thoughts were like a spring, and he wrote like a god. The answer that would have taken more than 10 minutes or even longer to solve was roughly completed in just a few minutes. Taking this opportunity, Huang Zitao took the time to take a look at Qin Luo. Seeing that Qin Luo was still writing vigorously, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Students are always scumbags, and mathematics always depends on strength. But this time, Huang Zitao didn't take it lightly. He didn't want to repeat the same mistakes just now. He was patient and checked word by word to ensure that every phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data/phoneme and every process was true and effective. At the same time, Qin Luo frowned imperceptibly. Why is he still writing? In fact, Qin Luo has already solved the answer. He can hand in the paper and leave, but in line with the fine tradition of being a top student and caring for a scumbag, Qin Luo still patiently waited for Huang Zitao. Even if the referee has been killed by himself, there must be some hope for others, right? After waiting boredly for several minutes, Huang Zitao felt a little bit about handing in the paper. Qin Luo quickly raised his hand and said, "Mr. Lu, I have solved it." "I figured it out too." Being preempted by Qin Luo again and again made Huang Zitao's expression a little ugly. "Oh? So fast?" "Huang Zitao has also unlocked it. Are you sure you're not checking?" While speaking, Lu Qingyun kept his eyes on Huang Zitao. This made Huang Zitao's complexion even more ugly. What does it mean? Lu Qingyun obviously didn't trust him. No need. Huang Zitao clenched his teeth and said word by word, "I am confident that my answer is no worse than anyone else's." Lu Qingyun nodded and began to inspect carefully. The next second, he froze in place. He took a deep look at Huang Zitao, and said with a smile, "Perfect, the answer is meticulous, without any omissions, 10 points for the answer." 10 points, this is already the highest score, no one can surpass it. The big stone hanging in Huang Zitao's heart finally fell to the ground. The corners of his mouth raised, and he said humbly, "Old Lu praised you. I still have a lot to improve. Next time, I will definitely not leave traces of alteration." Huang Zitao deserves to be the top 10 in his grade, so he strives so hard for himself. Oh, I finally know why I am a scumbag. Huang Zitao, from today onwards, is my idol. A difficult problem with a difficulty factor as high as 9. 9 has only been altered a bit. This is already a matter of pride for ordinary people, but it seems like a shame to Huang Zitao. You said, why is there such a big gap between people? Student, I'm looking forward to your answer. Huang Zitao glanced at Qin Luo proudly. A real warrior dares to face the system. At this moment, Qin Luo admired Huang Zitao a little. This guy is a warrior. In any case, if you can stand here, you are the winner. Qin Luo said with eyes full of affection. Huang Zitao was stunned. Qin Luo's words made him a little confused. Is he admitting defeat? Humph, you're smart. Qin Luo did not pass the answer to Lu Qingyun, but went straight to the projector and projected the answer directly on the screen. The young man in the Adidas sweatshirt smiled disdainfully. I'd like to see what tricks he can write. However, the next moment, his voice became smaller and smaller, and in the end it was as if the mute button had been pressed, completely silent. Talk, why don't you talk? Didn't you write anything? Hee, the scumbag still wants to turn around? A joke. The next moment, Huang Zitao also lost his voice. Quiet, deathly quiet, as if time and space were frozen at this moment, there was no more sound. Huang Zitao's heart trembled, he turned his head slowly, and then, like everyone else, he froze in place. What did he see? A whole piece of draft paper is filled with answers, and every step is kept improving, and what is even more frightening is that there is no trace of alteration. Flowing clouds and flowing water, done in one go, perfect and outrageous. Fuck, where did he come from? How could humans do this? I heard he's from Class 7. Class 7? Are you sure you're not talking in your sleep? All of a sudden, various surprised voices filled the entire library. The host successfully shocked the scumbags, and the value of the master +1. Scholar value +1. Listening to the system notification sound coming from his ear, Qin Luo's heart trembled suddenly, and his gaze towards everyone became extremely hot. Ahem, everyone calm down. This is only the first method. Now everyone, please look at the second method. Qin Luo smiled slightly, and put the draft paper in his hand again. Scholar value +1. Well, let's take a look at the third type. Scholar value +1. Cheer up, everyone, I still have a fourth. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everyone was numb, they were completely dumbfounded, and their eyes lost their luster. There is one last kind. Shut up! Someone in the crowd roared, interrupting Qin Luo's passionate speech. If they could, they would really like to shut Qin Luo's mouth. This guy is really a shame. Isn't he good at mathematics? Isn't he able to use 5 different methods to solve problems? Is it necessary to say every method? This is really the last one. Qin Luo defended softly. There are 5 methods in a row, each of which is different, but each of them has exactly the same answer. At this moment, Huang Zitao was really about to go crazy. Originally he thought he had a sure chance of winning. But before he was happy for a while, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Thinking of what Lu Qingyun said just now, Huang Zitao's face felt like it was burning. His answer can get 10 points, so what about Qin Luo? Can get 50 points. Huang Zitao clenched his fists, his eyes were full of angry flames, he glared at Qin Luo angrily, and asked through gritted teeth, "Who the hell are you?" "My name is Qin Luo." Qin Luo smiled brightly. At this moment, he found Huang Zitao very pleasing to the eye. Just because this guy was alone, he gave Qin Luo dozens of points of mastery. What's this? A veritable experience baby. If there are more people like this, Qin Luo believes that it won't take long for him to become a handsome scholar, win by Fume, and reach the pinnacle of life. Thinking about it, I was a little excited. Qin Luo? Qin Luo from class, grade, From which rock is this figure jumping out? Pebbles, granite, or basalt? Even if they were thinking about it, they couldn't imagine that there would be such a good math figure in the school. Could he be Qin Luo, the tail of the crane? Suddenly, a tentative voice came from the crowd. I remembered, there is indeed a person named Qin Luo in Class 7. The tail of the crane? Do you think he looks like the tail of the crane? He is obviously a top student. If he's the tail of the crane? What are we? Exhaust pipes? For a while, everyone was discussing. Anyway, no one was willing to believe that Qin Luo was the tail of a crane. In fact, it was indeed the case. Qin Luo's performance was too awesome, and he didn't have the posture that the tail of a crane should have at all. Who are you? Huang Zitao asked again. Qin Luo stood with his hands behind his back, smiled triumphantly, and said, I am Qin Luo, the tail of the crane you were talking about. Boom! Qin Luo's words were like a thunderbolt, which exploded in everyone's minds, making their heads buzz. They never expected that the awesome Qin Luo in front of them was really the tail of the crane. Damn, how is this possible? You must be lying to me, it must not be true. I don't believe it, we don't believe it. How is this possible? Huang Zitao murmured to himself with dull eyes. He was hanged by the tail of a crane who was famous all over the school. What is he? Exhaust pipe? Thinking of this, Huang Zitao's heart ignited in nameless anger. The host uses a huge amount of knowledge to shock the scumbags, and the value of the master +1. The more shocked others were, the happier Qin Luo was. Seeing his Shueba value soaring, he couldn't even suppress the joy in his heart, and wanted to laugh out loud. However, in line with the demeanor of a top student and the principle of caring for the scumbags, Qin Luo still forcibly held back the excitement in his heart, and said solemnly, "In fact, I am indeed Qin Luo. If you don't believe me, you can go to our class to ask. But in that case, you may be hurt even more." "Why?" someone asked suspiciously. "Because I was a veritable scumbag yesterday." However, there is never a shortage of geniuses in this world. It is unfortunate that you have met them. Qin Luo said seriously, "However, you don't have to be discouraged. It is because of your existence that I can bring out my excellence." If possible, they would like to seal Qin Luo's mouth. This self-proclaimed genius man in front of him is not only a batch of good mathematics, but even more so is his mouth that can bury people to death. Genius. Whether it's Huang Zitao or Lin Shanshan, which one is not a genius, but these geniuses have become fools in Qin Luo's mouth. Became a foil. Why doesn't this guy have any good things to say? Lin Shanshan murmured softly, with resentful eyes. "What the hell, Huang Zitao, must surpass you." Huang Zitao secretly made up his mind. Today's shame, he will get it back. The day after tomorrow's math test, will you take it? Huang Zitao looked at Qin Luo with burning eyes, and asked every word. The experienced baby started dying again. Qin Luo was so excited that he almost jumped up. "Well, I want to participate." Qin Luo nodded excitedly. "Let's make a bet, do you dare?" "What are you gambling?" "Get to the bottom of math, and whoever gets a low score in the test will yell 3 times in front of the whole school, 'I was wrong. I was conquered by you.' What do you think?" Huang Zitao glanced at Qin Luo proudly, and said, "In front of the whole school? How many people would be shocked by that?" Qin Luo thought for a long time, but couldn't find a reason to refuse. "No problem, I promise." "Humph. See you in 3 days. Are you done?" "I'm going to start brushing the book after I'm done." "Humph." With a cold snort, Huang Zitao stopped staying and left the library with his subordinates. After Huang Zitao left, Qin Luo started his book-brushing career again. The academic master value is like water rushing up. Soon it broke through the mark. Without any hesitation, Qin Luo quickly put all his points into the single item of mathematics. Putting a long line to catch big fish, he can already see the picture of the big fish taking the bait 3 days later. At that time, the Shueba points will not be sprinkled? Congratulations to the host's mathematical ability for upgrading to level 2. The host's derivation ability, insight ability, and spatial geometry ability in the field of mathematics have been greatly improved. Haha, finally upgraded. Qin Luo expressed his happiness. The system also sent a congratulatory message, "Congratulations to the host, congratulations to the host." Through the host's unremitting efforts, he finally broke away from elementary school students and reached the level of ordinary high school students. I hope the host will make further progress. Qin Luo's good mood instantly turned half gloomy. This congratulatory message is too weird. The task system is released, knowledge is power, knowledge is weight, and the host is required to crush Huang Zitao with overwhelming momentum in the math test. School scum, trying to challenge Shueba in vain, this is simply an insult to Shueba. Host, Qin Luo Math Level 2, 0-1000, English Level 1, 0-100, Language Level 1, 2100, Physics Level 1, 0-100, Chemistry Level 1, 0-100, History Level 1, 0-100, Creature Level 1, 0-100, Sports Level 1, 0-100. The host mathematics index is upgraded to level 2, and the derivation ability, insight ability, spatial geometry ability, and function understanding ability are automatically upgraded to level 2. Just now, Qin Luo didn't look carefully at the attribute panel, but looking at it now, he not only changed his math ability from level 1 to level 2, but also added a few special skills. Derivation, insight, spatial geometry, function understanding, these are the most critical abilities in mathematics learning, and these abilities are all level 2. Opening the book, he found a spatial geometry problem. In the next second, a three-dimensional figure appeared in Qin Luo's mind, like 3D modeling. Spatial geometry ability brings Qin Luo unlimited imagination. Is this the benefit of the upgrade? Qin Luo was secretly excited. With this ability, encountering spatial geometry is not as simple as sprinkling water. Qin Luo only needs to take a look at the graphics that others can only understand with their brains, and everything will be solved easily. Open the derivation question and launch it at a glance. Open the function problem and solve it at a glance. Don't be afraid of hooligans being educated, just be afraid of being a bully with cheats. Mr. Lu Jiangong's math problem was solved. A top student came out of class, grade, Qin Luo was born out of nowhere, pointing to the number 1 throne in the grade. The appearance of Qin Luo was like a whirlwind, sweeping the entire school in an instant. The news about Qin Luo being a top student also spread like wildfire. Oof, Qin Luo? It's just a trash with better luck, I don't know what it means. Come see me again when he gets rid of the title of the tail of the crane. Waste is always waste. Many top 10 students in grades have spoken out. As the protagonist of the storm, Qin Luo was standing at the school gate at the moment, staring straight at the photos above the school gate. Mathematician, Zhou Haizhong. Space scientist, Zheng Dezhong. This is the most famous scientist and scholar who has gone out since the establishment of Beishan No Middle School. I can't wait too long, and the picture of Ben Shuaba has to be hung on it. Qin Luo was full of ambition. The youngest mathematician in history, the youngest astronaut in history, and the youngest scientist in history. Qin Luo couldn't wait to laugh out loud. He he he. At this moment, a silver bell-like laughter came from behind. Who dares to laugh at Ben Shuaba? Qin Luo turned around angrily, only to see the cute girl Lin Shanshan walking over with a smile. Today she is wearing a light blue short skirt, revealing a pair of long white legs, and a pair of silver-white crystal sandals under her feet, with a few small and exquisite toes exposed, which attract people's attention. If you want Qin Luo to give an evaluation, well, it looks very good. After pondering for a moment, Qin Luo asked in a deep voice, "Are you going to the library to brush books today?" You. Lin Shanshan stomped her feet, stepped on crystal high-heel shoes, and walked into the distance. At this moment, she was like an irritated white swan. Brush books? That's what monsters do. Is she, Lin Shanshan, a monster? She is human. Class, grade, Qin Luo had just put down his school bag and pulled out his calculus to collect his points, but the next moment he was hugged by Zhou Lang. Just when Qin Luo was questioning Zhou Lang's sexual orientation, a hoarse roar came into his ears. Qin Luo, you are not a human, you are a traitor. 3 black question marks appeared on Qin Luo's forehead. We agreed to make salted fish together, but you quietly went ashore. Zhou Lang's despairing voice resounded throughout the class. Once upon a time, under the sun, facing the sky and the land, they swore to be a happy pair of salted fish, drying their fronts and backs in the sun. But his salted fish brother, Qin Luo, had already swam ashore quietly. This made Zhou Lang feel that Qin Luo had betrayed him and the oath they had made in the sunset. The corner of Qin Luo's mouth twitched, and he brushed the book with his head covered. At the end of the day, even attending lectures and brushing books, Qin Luo gained nearly 50 points of mastery. But even so, he is extremely far away from upgrading. Host, Qin Luo 2150-10001110-100 remaining master value, 58 points. It seems that the progress of brushing books has been accelerated, Qin Luo thought to himself. Library. There are more people in the library today than usual, and the reason is very simple, because of Qin Luo. Everyone wanted to come and see the excitement, to see Qin Luo's chic figure when he was brushing his books. Looking at the lively crowd around him, Qin Luo had the illusion of being in an internet cafe. Boss charges 20. Qin Luo found the math bookshelf, took out a book called Integral Equation and Phoneme Alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme it carefully. A few minutes later, the system's notification sound came as expected, Shueba value +1. Qin Luo was shocked, and his reading speed became faster. I rely on him to be Qin Luo? Sure enough, I eat reading books. Others do the questions, he does the books. This time is a long experience. For a moment, the melon-eating audience in the library were stunned. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Qingyun was very helpless. On the one hand, he was happy to see the library lively, but on the other hand, he didn't want to be so lively. Qin Luo, I want to challenge you. At this moment, an angry shout exploded in the crowd. A man in a suit and vest rushed out angrily. Who are you? Qin Luo asked lightly. I'm Huang Zilong. Huang Zitao's younger brother? As long as you know. Qin Luo's eyes lit up, and he became energetic in an instant. What's this? When sleepiness came, someone sent a pillow. He was still thinking about how to quickly obtain the master value, and now a person came to his door to let him gain experience. Huang Zitao has a good brother, the Huang family has a good brother. Qin Luo closed the book, his eyes brightened, and he said seriously, Tell me, what do you want to challenge? Let's compare memory. Huang Zilong said proudly, but I have to tell you first, I am a top student in Blue Sky Memory School. Damn, I remembered. It is said that the Blue Sky Memory School has a prodigy who can memorize the 153 digits behind pi. Couldn't that person be Huang Zilong? It's a good show to watch now, the book-reading maniac versus the memory freak. Ding dong. The system mission begins. How can a master be afraid of challenges? Ask the host to completely overwhelm the opponent with a huge amount of knowledge. Dare to challenge Shueba, it's courting death. Reward, basic learning is worth 100 points. This time the task is different from the last few times, not only the value of Shueba has been greatly increased, but also an evaluation system has been added. In other words, as long as Qin Luo's degree of completion is high enough, he can get a lot of mastery points. Sorry, I'll let you know what it means to be cruel. Stop talking, let's start. Qin Luo interrupted everyone's discussion excitedly, and then looked at Huang Zilong with burning eyes. When do we start remembering? Since you entered the door? Oh, you said a total of 5 sentences when you entered the door, a total of 36 characters, and they are. During the speech, Qin Luo unexpectedly repeated everything Huang Zilong said from the time he appeared to the present. The noisy library suddenly fell silent, and everyone including Huang Zilong froze in place. They never expected Qin Luo to come out like this? What does this mean, self-propelled tape recorder? Mission progress, 30%. Looking at the progress bar on the system panel, Qin Luo smiled happily. I don't know what you're talking about. Huang Zilong snorted coldly, and picked up the book on the shelf. Have you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme this book? 1,000 characters? No. Qin Luo replied seriously, he hadn't had time to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme the books about Chinese. Well, let's compare to see who remembers the most, and remember it. The time limit is 10 minutes. Huang Zilong said arrogantly. As the gold medalist of the Blue Sky Memory Awards, he has his own pride. He didn't dare to say more about other aspects, but in terms of memory, he ranked among the top 3 in the entire Jiangzhou city. The memory palace he built was as high as several floors. No problem. Game start. Huang Zilong immediately entered the state, while browsing quickly, whispering in his mouth, dancing, and pushing forward with one hand, as if he was pushing open a door. After several minutes, Qin Luo lost interest and turned his attention back to the book. Ding, the host is studying hard, and the mastery value is +1. Scholar value +1. The whole book is worth 5 points of mastery, and Qin Luo has all of it in his pocket in an instant. Looking up, Huang Zilong was still dancing. After several minutes, Huang Zilong stopped his movements and looked at the time. Only 8 minutes had passed, and the corner of his mouth twitched triumphantly. Today he performed exceptionally well and memorized a full 8 words in minutes, far more than he usually remembers. Humph, comparing your memory with me is simply lifeless. Huang Zilong sneered. Are you okay? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Huang Zilong, who was immersed in self-satisfaction, suddenly heard Qin Luo's words. His body staggered and fell to the ground. What did you say? Have you memorized it? Faster than me? Huang Zilong's eyes widened. It's not that I'm too fast, but you are too slow. Qin Luo shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, let's not talk nonsense, let's start directly. Humph. This is your courting death. Huang Zilong gave Qin Luo a disdainful glance. The world is mysterious and yellow, the universe is prehistoric. For 5 minutes in a row, Huang Zilong didn't even take a breath. The smoothness was simply outrageous. Wow, this Huang Zilong has something. Nonsense, the gold medal winner of the Blue Sky Memory Awards, don't you have any clues in your mind? Huang Zilong's performance lasted for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, he had a wrong imagination. But when he got here, he had memorized more than half of the 1,000-character prose, so it can be said that he has won the battle. You only have this strength? At this moment, Qin Luo's voice reached his ears. There was no way. Huang Zilong bit the bullet and carried on. After another 2 or 3 minutes of stuttering, when he was about to stop again, Qin Luo's words appeared in his ears again. You are not strong enough. Damn it, you can do it. Huang Zilong was furious, not like an internet celebrity, but angry. He wished he could sew up Qin Luo's mouth. The anger of a scumbag is the best reward for a scumbag, and the completion of the host task is 50%. Little boy, play with daddy? See if dad doesn't play with you to death. Young man, listen carefully. Qin Luo smiled faintly, and recited, Dingan's speech, thinking like a calm face. Huang Zuan Dishan. 10 minutes later, Qin Luo finished his work. What's this? A 1,000-character essay of bullshit. Hearing Qin Luo's words, Huang Zilong laughed unscrupulously. Ha, this is your 1,000-character essay? I laughed so hard. Look for yourself, from the beginning to the end. Have you got a sentence wrong? It's true that Qin Luo didn't say a word right. Even the melon-eating audience watching on the sidelines silently shook their heads, waiting for Qin Luo to lose. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, looked straight at Huang Zilong, and said, who said that a 1,000-character text can only be phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals red read / phoneme straight? Don't look straight, are you looking backwards? Huang Zilong said disdainfully. Have you ever heard the idiom backwards memorizes like a fluency? Why do you still want to carry it backwards? Suddenly, Huang Zilong's face changed, and he hurriedly flipped through the 1,000 characters classic, and compared them word by word. In an instant, his face was pale, without a trace of blood. Impossible, absolutely impossible, how could he memorize it backwards? Recite backwards? This is not empty talk, but an extremely profound skill in memory science. Anyone who can master this skill is at least a national or world champion, and they all have the strongest brains. For example, the international memory master, IMM, can memorize 1 random numbers within 1040 hour, and recite them backwards. However, why did Qin Luo know everything by heart? I must have heard wrong. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, I must have heard wrong. Huang Zilong roared with a ferocious face. I have a recording here. At this moment, Lin Shanshan walked out of the crowd with her mobile phone in hand. Quick, let it out and listen. I can't wait to witness the miracle happen. Humph. Huang Zilong snorted coldly, examining each sentence word by word. Lin Shanshan nodded and pressed the play button. Soon Qin Luo's hearty voice was played from the phone. Speak calmly, think calmly. Huang Zuan Dishan, barren and flooding the universe. The originally noisy scene became quiet at this moment, and everyone opened their mouths and eyes wide. This guy really knows everything by heart. My God, is this guy a fairy? My God, he really does it backwards. Mom, come out and see the monster. After a brief silence, the scene erupted in an instant like a tsunami of exclamation. The surprise of the scumbags is the best nourishment for the top students, and the value of the top students is +1. Scholar value +1. A large number of academic master points, like the Yellow River with no embankment, swarmed in. In the huge library, there are about 200 people, and each of these 200 people has a point, which actually provided Qin Luo with nearly points of learning mastery. Remaining Shueba points, 685 points. It is less than 400 points away from the upgrade. Qin Luo looked normal, but his heart was filled with joy. How can I become a top student as easily as you? Someone in the crowd asked. Easy? Qin Luo smiled disdainfully. Is he relaxed? He is not at all easy. Score points are very tiring, okay? Study as much as I do. Qin Luo stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, students should phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme more. I don't know if I should say MMP or not. The anger of a scumbag is the best nourishment for a bully. The host is worth +1 2 3 4 5 6 7. It is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme 2 points of mastery, and Qin Luo is one step closer to upgrading. I lost. Huang Zilong said sadly with a pale face. Work hard, you can't catch up with me anyway. Qin Luo reached out and patted his shoulder and said lightly. The task is completed, the evaluation is perfect, and the master value of host science is +300. Finally, Qin Luo's mastery value broke through the mark. Cool. Taking out points of mastery points, Qin Luo directly loaded the mathematics indicators. Host, Qin Luo existing disciplines, mathematics, LV3, 0-10,000, language, LV1, 2100, chemistry, LV1, 0-100, physical, LV1, 0-100. Congratulations to the upgrade of the host's level. The math level LV3, entry level, host has already stood at the top of high school, overlooking many scumbags. Wow Kaka, it's upgraded. Qin Luo said he was very happy. The system sent a congratulatory message, congratulations to the host for upgrading, and you will be rewarded with 2 lucky draw opportunities. I hope the host will go forward bravely and reach new heights. Host, please remember that your goal is the stars and the sea lottery. And still twice. Qin Luo's eyes widened. Qin Luo was well aware of the power of the Shueba system. Qin Luo was full of expectations for what good things the system could extract. Start the draw. With a silent recitation in his heart, a big turntable appeared in front of Qin Luo's eyes. The turntable is very simple, with only 3 sections, garbage, passable, and high-quality goods. Among them, the garbage occupies the largest area, accounting for more than 80%, followed by 15%, and the final boutique is only 5%. The boutique Qin Luo doesn't force it, because the chances of that thing are too small, and Qin Luo didn't step on shit this morning, so he didn't give any hope at all. As for garbage, where can the garbage produced by the Shueba system go? Shangku is Qin Luo's ultimate goal. 15% chance, not too small. Can give it a go. If you win a 5,000 million lottery jackpot, Transformers or something, wouldn't it be flattering? Closer to home, the lottery draw begins. I smoke. The wheel began to rotate slowly, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Qin Luo tried to keep up with the speed of the pointer, but unfortunately, everything was in vain. The host can spend 100 master points to reduce the speed of the wheel. Can you still play like this? Qin Luo was dumbfounded. Down quickly. Spend 100 Shueba points, the speed of the wheel will be reduced. Seeing the timing, Qin Luo shouted loudly, stop. The pointer rotated twice according to inertia, and finally stopped slowly. Congratulations, you won the trash. I got a bottle of Sprite, please make persistent efforts to the host. MMP. After spending 100 learning master points, I will win a bottle of Sprite. Forget it, just treat it like beating a dog with a meat bun. Looking at the lonely bottle of Sprite in the system warehouse, Qin Luo took a chance and ran into the toilet with a bang. The door was locked. Silently say Sprite, Sprite, Sprite Duong. Without any warning, Qin Luo's intuitive right hand sank, and a bottle of Sprite appeared in Qin Luo's hands out of thin air. "FLU okay, Sprite." Qin Luo carefully inspected the Sprite in his hand. "Well, there is no difference except the name." "Put." Reluctant to give up, Qin Luo unscrewed the bottle cap, raised his head and took a big gulp, and let out a long sigh of relief. Aside from being delicious, it's really just a bottle of Sprite. It doesn't serve any other purpose. Throw it into the trash can. The waste recycling station is his best home. Wash your face. Qin Luo decided to fight the big turntable again. Facing this last chance to draw a lottery, Qin Luo was especially cautious, took a deep breath, and washed his hands carefully. Life needs a sense of ritual, and lottery draws need a sense of ritual even more. Only then did Qin Luo say, "Start." The turntable was still spinning very fast, and the system's cheating prompt followed. This time Qin Luo decided not to cheat. It's all bullshit anyway. An upright shueba is a good shueba, and the value of a shueba is points. If possible, Qin Luo really wants to smash this broken system with one punch. Stop. The pointer stopped, and Qin Luo's heartbeat also stopped. Congratulations on winning a high-quality product and getting a production drawing. Make graphs. Qin Luo's heart was beating fast. After having a sense of ceremony, it was different. There is even a % chance of encountering it. Take the production map out of the system space, and a quaint scroll appears in Qin Luo's hands. Rebbe made a map. Qin Luo was stunned. WTF? What the hell does this mean? The system asks me to sell drinks? Shaking his head, Qin Luo crushed the blueprint. The golden light shone, and there was an extra piece of Levy's formula in his mind. Rebbe, efficacy, delicious. It's really just delicious. Holding back his mouth, Qin Luo pushed open the door and walked out of the toilet. After staying in the toilet for so long, if you don't go out, you will really fall into the toilet. Sweeping away a shared bicycle, Qin Luo ran wildly, and when he got home, it was exactly 9:30. For some reason, Qin Luo's small restaurant was not open today. What's the situation? Qin Luo was confused. I am back. My son is back? Come and eat. Mother Fu Xiaowan's kind words came from the kitchen. Why did you phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close slash phoneme the stall so quickly today? Qin Luo asked suspiciously. Qin Luo's family runs a small restaurant, and according to their family's custom, the stall closes at 11 o'clock, but it's not even 10 o'clock today, and the stall closes. Relying on his intuition, Qin Luo felt that something had happened. But it shouldn't be a bad thing. I heard you're in the library all day? Mother Fu Xiaowan said with a smile. Mom, how did you know? Humph, your mother and I have eyeliner at school. Your dad went to the supermarket to buy vegetables, and we'll have a good meal later. Ahem, there's no need to do this. It doesn't matter, anyway, the test will be in 3 days. The more you eat now, the harder you will suffer. Fu Xiaowan's beautiful eyes flashed a sly smile. Ha! I knew it would be like this. Qin Luo's old face darkened, and he walked upstairs with a thump, and a word came from a distance, goodbye. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight fell on Qin Luo's face through the screen window, Qin Luo opened his eyes. Today is an important day, and it is a good time for Qin Luo to obtain a large number of master points. It's time for the city's math test. Going downstairs to pick up a piece of bread and put it in his mouth, Qin Luo left the room in a hurry. My son has breakfast before leaving. Mom, I'm going to take the exam, wait for my good news. Qin Luo's voice came from far away. Don't come back with a 0 score on the test. Qin Luo staggered and almost fell to the ground. With the Shueba system, is he a person who scored 0 in the test? When I came to the classroom, it was already full of people. They were phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme holding textbooks or taking notes to watch carefully. Today is the day to learn about mathematics, which to a certain extent determines their status in the class. Qin Luo is here. Huang Zitao's eyes lit up as he cared about the one who was waiting at the gate of class, of senior high school, and a faint disdain twitched at the corner of his mouth. Huang Zitao said, "I will definitely not lose to you this time." "Well, come on." Qin Luo nodded lightly, found his seat and sat down, closing his eyes and resting his mind. As a top student, talking nonsense with a scumbag is simply a waste of the top student's time. "You, ha!" Being ignored by Qin Luo again, Huang Zitao was furious. He said in a cold voice, "Remember our bet." After finishing speaking, Huang Zitao raised his head and left arrogantly. "Qin Luo? It's just someone who got lucky, he can compare to himself." "Humph, I want to let you know what cruelty is in this test," Huang Zitao sneered in his heart. "Exam," Li Wei said in a cold tone with the test paper in his hand. Exam, it's so annoying. Ms. Li, do you want to be so cruel, taking one test every 3 days and one test every 5 days? Although everyone knew that there was an exam today, they couldn't help complaining. Hearing the student's words, Li Wei nodded uncharacteristically, yes. A sentence of yes caused the classroom to fall into silence for an instant. They never expected that Li Wei would say such a thing. Even Qin Luo looked sideways at him, thinking, Li Wei must have been stimulated by himself, why did he change his gender all of a sudden? But Li Wei's next words left people speechless. If your father is a boss, you can change the exam time at will. If not, just give me the exam. Li Wei squinted his eyes and said in a cold voice. If someone's father was a boss, he wouldn't be sitting here. Then next Chinese class? Someone among the students asked curiously. I played mahjong last night, and Mr. Zhang lost the next class to me in the Chinese class, so the next class is still math class. Li Wei paused, and continued to ask, are there any questions? If not, start the exam. While talking, Li Wei has already started to distribute the test papers under the confused eyes of many students. Damn, there is still this kind of operation? Others play cards to gamble money, and the teacher plays cards to gamble lessons? Mr. Zhang, you said that you are a Chinese teacher, why are you playing cards with a math teacher? Isn't this sending money? Oh no, sending lessons? In an instant, the classroom exploded. They had heard of gambling with money, and even of gambling with their lives, but they had never heard of gambling in class. It happened that the Chinese teacher was fighting with the math teacher. However, Li Wei didn't care about the students' complaints at all. In a few minutes, all the test papers had been distributed to the students. Qin Luo didn't make a sound. In the past, he must have been the one who complained the most, but at the moment he was extremely happy, and even a little excited. He had been looking forward to the math test for a long time. Ting opened the test paper, spread out the draft paper, and the gel pen was already in his hand. Qin Luo was ready to fight. Rustling. The classroom is very quiet, only the friction of pen and paper. Li Wei stood on the podium, looking down condescendingly around, standing behind a certain student for a few minutes from time to time. Vigilant like an electronic dog. I heard that the test questions were jointly produced by famous teachers from all universities in the city, and some of the questions were even more difficult than the college entrance examination questions, so Qin Luo took it very seriously. The first category is multiple choice questions. Only one of the 4 options is correct, so just follow the routine. In Qin Luo's view, this is just a free-for-all question. The second largest category is to fill in the blanks, USN points. The third question is a calculation question, whether to find the value of the trigonometric function or to give points. The fourth question is very interesting. It is known that the vertex of the angle alpha coincides with the origin of the rectangular coordinate system. The start side is on the positive semi-axis of the x-axis, and the end side passes through the point p, -1, 2. Find sin, 2 alpha plus pi, value. It's a little bit more difficult. But still give points. Qin Luo sneaked a few glances to the side, and the buddy next door was biting the cap of his pen with a sad face. Looking back, someone actually made dice out of draft paper and used metaphysics to solve problems. Steal the teacher, steal the teacher. Metaphysical problem-solving method, but Qin Luo's previous patent. As if sensing Qin Luo's gaze, he opened his mouth to Xiao Ming. Although he didn't make a sound, Xin Luo could guess what he was saying from the movement of his lips. Buddy, why don't you try it too? Try? I try your head. Can this scholar use metaphysics to solve problems? At this time, there was finally a little movement in the classroom. Huang Xing, the number 1 seed player in class of Senior 3, stood up, went to the podium, threw the paper away, and went out in a cool manner. Sure enough, I am not the only one who thinks the test questions are easy. Thinking of this, Xin Luo no longer hesitated, stood up and handed in the paper, and left gracefully, all in one go. Seeing Xin Luo standing up to hand in the paper, Li Wei's eyelids twitched as he sat on the podium. Have you handed in the paper? Kindness. No more checking checks? No need. Xin Luo shook his head and left gracefully. Yo, I'm still talking about it. Li Wei smiled, picked up the test paper and began to review it carefully. The first question is correct. The second question is correct. The third question is still correct. The more he looked down, the more frightened Li Wei became. When he was in the library, he already had a general understanding of Xin Luo's strength. He was full of expectations for Xin Luo in this exam, and 120 points was the scoreline for Xin Luo. Over time, with Xin Luo's talent, he believed that Xin Luo would soon catch up. But now, Xin Luo gave him a big shock. There are a total of 5 big questions, and Xin Luo surprisingly did not make a single mistake. All right. The full score is 150 points. Not a single point of deduction. For a moment Li Wei felt speechless. Just a few days ago, Xin Luo was an outright slub, but after only 2 days, Xin Luo has grown into a top student. Genius is cheating. Li Wei thought angrily. After coming out of the examination room, Xin Luo walked slowly towards the library. Time is meaningless if it is not used to score points. Xin Luo. But as soon as he reached the stairs, Xin Luo was stopped by someone. Huang Zitao has been waiting for a long time. Xin Luo, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you admit defeat now, it's still too late. Huang Zitao looked at Xin Luo contemptuously, with a haughty smile on the corner of his mouth. This time, I'm sure to get a score of 145 or higher in the test. Xin Luo smiled calmly and said, Then you have already lost. What did you say? Huang Zitao suddenly became angry. I am sure to get 150 points in the test. Impossible. How could you get full marks in the exam? Because I'm a top student. Xin Luo replied lightly, then turned around and left. Xin Luo, let's wait and see. Looking at Xin Luo's back, Huang Zitao stomped his feet unwillingly. The resentment of a scumbag is the driving force for a top student to move forward, and the value of a top student is +10. Another 10 o'clock Shueba value is credited to the account. I am very happy. Apart from attending classes, Xin Luo spent the whole day in the library. Of course, the rewards brought are also huge, and Xin Luo's Shueba points have also increased, breaking through the 500-point mark again. However, it is still far from the 10,000 academic mastery points required for leveling up. Xin Luo brushes the books for 1 day, earns 200 points of academic mastery, and obtains 10,000 academic mastery points. It takes 500 days of hard work, more than a year. This is still in perfect condition. If there is a temporary incident, it will be less than 200 points. Alas, being a top student is also a tiring job. Sighing faintly, Xin Luo opened Euler analysis. Politics class, a course that everyone likes very much. The reason is very simple, you can sleep as much as you want in this class. However, just as everyone was rubbing their eyes and doing exercises before going to bed, Li Wei walked in with a lesson plan in his hand. Needless to say, Mr. Lin from the political class must have lost in the poker game as well. For the political teacher, everyone is completely speechless. You can't find other teachers to play cards, but you want to find a math teacher? Is the lesson from the language teacher not enough? Isn't this clearly sending money? Oh no, sending lessons? The marking of the test papers was done by all the mathematics teachers of Beishan number 47 Middle School. Early the next morning, students in class No, of Senior 3 received a report card. Yesterday, the city's math test results have come down. Li Wei said with a cold face, I am very disappointed with the results. What exactly do you want to do? Do you still want to be in the double first class? Tell me the answer. Duang duang duang, Li Wei took the lesson plan and slapped the podium heavily. Thanks to the good quality of the podium, otherwise, if I met a teacher like Li Wei, I'm afraid it would have rotted long ago. Think. The students in the audience roared in unison. Think? Think you will take this test? It is undeniable that this exam is indeed difficult, but it is not likely that only 120 students scored 7 points. Li Wei said with a livid face. However, in this exam, there is one person who goes against the current, Qin Luo. While speaking, he looked at Qin Luo. Here. Qin Luo was shocked and quickly responded. I have been teaching for 20 years. I have seen many geniuses and even more idiots, but this is the first time I have seen someone who can switch back and forth between geniuses and idiots. Li Wei took out a paper from a stack of test papers, slapped on the podium. In 3 days, from a complete crane tale to the current exam with full marks, you did it. The bright red numbers stimulate everyone's attention all the time. Full marks. 150. Qin Luo. Li Wei's words instantly set off a storm in the classroom. It is understandable if Huang Xing got a perfect score in the exam. But Qin Luo, he was still a crane tail 3 days ago. What made it take him only 3 days to get full marks? Everyone is compulsory education. Why are you so good, or do you make up lessons outside? Huang Xing's drooping eyes slowly opened, and an incredible light shone in his pupils. He never expected that Qin Luo would do this. 150 points, a score that even he can't reach. Student Qin, you should look at him with admiration for 3 days. If you have any learning methods, you might as well tell everyone. Huang Xing said with a smile. In 3 days, Qin Luo aroused his curiosity from waste material to genius. You need a plug-in. However, it is impossible for Qin Luo to tell such a thing, and of course, even if he did, others would not believe it. Is there a cheat in my head? Who would believe this kind of thing? Qin Luo stood up slowly, walked to the window with his hands behind his back, looked at the tall building not far away, and said leisurely, Come on and study, I will wait for you at the end. At this moment, among the 47 students in the class, 46 angry eyes focused on Qin Luo. If you can get full marks in the exam by reading, then why do you need a teacher? They wanted to sew Qin Luo's mouth shut. It's too embarrassing. Zhou Lang saw everything that happened around him, and he became more and more disappointed. He was the only one of the original Salted Fish brothers, and Qin Luo had completely shaken off the title of Salted Fish. Thinking of this, his heart ached, as if he was about to lose something again. After a brief hustle and bustle, the class got back on track. Li Wei analyzed the test paper word by word, analyzing every trap in the test questions. Qin Luo became the first in the class and the first in the grade with a perfect score. You will be the top of the mountain, and you will see all the mountains and small mountains. Congratulations to the host for getting the first place in the whole year, and the schoolmaster points plus 1,000 points. 1 2 3, 3 zeros. After working hard for a day, it was less than 200 points. Simply take the test once and get 1,000 points. And this is just a basic test for the subject of mathematics. In the future, there will be history, Chinese, English, midterm, and final. The host received the jealousy from the scumbags, and the value of the top student is plus 50. 50 points? Once upon a time, the value of Shuaba increased little by little, and this sudden increase of 50 points directly made Qin Luo confused. Qin Luo was stunned for a moment, carefully flipped through the system prompts, and finally found the reason. The envious host from Huang Xing, a scumbag, has a school hegemony value of plus 38. Qin Luo's eyes lit up, and he found another experienced baby. Huang Xing, Huang Zitao, Huang Zilong, those surnamed Huang are all good people. Qin Luo didn't change his face when another 50 Shuaba value was recorded, but he was already happy in his heart. Learning makes him feel extremely happy. Class 1 of Senior 3, as the most outstanding class of Beishan No, middle school, gathers here the top students of Beishan no middle school. Each of them is a well-known top student. Among the top 10 students in the grade, Class 1 of the third year alone accounted for more than half. What was even more frightening was that there were a total of 1 students in Class 30, and none of the students scored below the top students in the grade. At this moment, like Class 7, test papers are being distributed here. 147. Looking at the 3 big numbers, Huang Zitao raised a faint smile. This time, the math test is a citywide unified test, and the difficulty of the test questions is much more difficult than the usual in-class test. Even some knowledge has already surpassed the scope of high school students. 147 points, which is almost the top score. Huang Zitao is confident that let alone the whole school, even the whole city, he can be ranked in the top 10. Qin Luo? Humph, he's probably hiding in a corner and shivering now. Thinking of this, Huang Zitao was overjoyed. He seemed to have seen the scene of Qin Luo kneeling on the ground, singing Conquest. Bang bang bang. Yi Xiurong, a math teacher in Class 1, Senior 3, patted the podium heavily, sending up waves of chalk dust. But she acted as if she had never heard of it. Her eyes were coldly surrounding her. I'm very disappointed in this math test. Extremely disappointed, she said coldly. Disappointed? All the students in the audience froze in place. There are quite a few students in their class with a score of 140 or above. Even if they are placed in the first middle school, they are not too bad. What's there to be disappointed about? But before the students could ask questions, Yi Xiurong answered sharply, "Number 1 is not in our class for this math test." Not in Class 1? Huang Zitao was stunned. With a score of 147, he is not number 1. Who is it? Could it be Gong Yi? It is impossible that although he is powerful, he is absolutely inferior to himself in the field of mathematics. Huang Zitao has absolute confidence in his mathematics. Even in Beishan City, he can be ranked in the top 3. Could it be Qin Luo? Suddenly, Qin Luo's name appeared in his mind. But in the next second, he shook his head and threw out this unrealistic idea. Qin Luo? It's just the tail of a lucky crane. If he really won the first place, He Ben jumped off the 3rd floor immediately. Ms. Yi, that person should be Gong Yi from Class 2? Huang Zitao couldn't help asking. Gong Yi, the top student in the 2nd class, his grandfather is a professor of mathematics at Beijing Normal University, and he occupies the top 3 places in the mathematics list all year round. Since mathematics number 1 is not in class, only Gong Yi can pose a threat to him. Wrong. Yi Xiurong shook her head, and said in a cold voice, "This time the number 1 math class is neither Class 1 nor Class 2, nor is it the rocket class in the conventional sense, but Class 7 in the 3rd year of high school. Class 7, Senior 3. Quiet, deathly quiet." Everyone seemed to have been pressed to pause, and suddenly froze in place. Class 7 of the 3rd year of high school, this is a class at the bottom of the crane. How could it be possible to be the first in a single subject? Impossible, absolutely impossible. After a brief silence, the classroom erupted instantly. Teacher, you must have remembered it wrong, right? How could it be possible for a rubbish class like Class 7 to be number 1 in a single subject? Teacher, even if you want to hit us, you should find a suitable partner. I really can't get interested in Class 7. Teacher, are you joking? Huang Zitao asked anxiously. He had an ominous premonition in his heart. He had a premonition that the person who ranked first in a single subject was probably Qin Luo. Yi Xiurong's face was livid, and her voice was extremely cold. Do you think I'm joking? Just kidding, she doesn't have that kind of leisure time. It was like a basin of cold water that instantly extinguished the enthusiasm of the students. Once again, the classroom fell into an eerie silence. Gulu Huang Zitao secretly swallowed his saliva, and asked cautiously, "Old teacher, isn't that person called Qin Luo? You know him?" Yi Xiurong asked. Boom. Huang Zitao's mind was buzzing, although Yi Xiurong didn't call the name, but from his words, Huang Zitao had already guessed the other party's identity. It's really Qin Luo, it's impossible. Impossible, this is impossible, teacher, you must have misread it, right, you must have misread it. Huang Zitao asked with red eyes and a ferocious face. The only one in the school with a perfect score, tied for first place in the city, do you think I'm mistaken? Yi Xiaorong said quietly, the difficulty of the exam questions this time has exceeded the scope of high school, he is indeed a genius. Full marks. And won the double first place in the school and in the city. There was an uproar in the audience, and many people fell directly to the ground. The difficulty of the exam questions this time is obvious to all. Some of the questions even surpassed the scope of high school knowledge, but the other party still got full marks. When did such a character appear in Class 7, so there is no news? Qin Luo? It sounds familiar, it seems to be the book-reading madman in the library a few days ago. Take some time, let's go to the library, Huang Zitao, are you going? Hearing everyone's words, Huang Zitao's face sank like a black pot, and his body trembled like chaff. These words were like knives, piercing his heart. Even in his dreams, he never thought that Qin Luo would actually surpass him, and he still got a perfect score. Thinking of the bet back then, Huang Zitao wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. No, this matter must not be left as it is, the price he will make Qin Luo pay. But the most urgent task is how to escape the bet. Ms. Yi, my stomach hurts. I need to take a few days off. Huang Zitao dropped a sentence, picked up his school bag, and quickly ran out of the classroom. What's the situation? Yi Xiaorong was a little confused. He had a good impression of Huang Zitao for a long time. Not only is his family wealthy, but he is also very smart and eager to learn. He is a natural-born student. But now, Yi Xiaorong's impression of him was greatly reduced by actually cutting class directly. Taking out her mobile phone, she dialed Huang Zitao's parents, and after a few brief explanations, Yi Xiaorong began to analyze the test papers. Of course, scenes similar to those in general are being staged in each class of the third grade of Beishan No middle school. No one thought that number 1 in the math test would be taken by a class 7 crane. The name Qin Luo became the most popular vocabulary in the third grade of Beishan No middle school in an instant. The anger of a scumbag. Congratulations to the host's master value +1. Plus 556. The crisp system prompt sounded in Qin Luo's mind, pulling Qin Luo back from the ocean of knowledge to land. A series of +1, at the end suddenly a 556 popped out. Qin Luo was stunned all of a sudden, he once suspected that there was a bug in the system. What's the situation? After looking at the records, Qin Luo found the reason, Huang Zitao. A one-time increase of 556 points, I am afraid that the debt is not repaid. But after thinking about it carefully, Qin Luo laughed happily. The more Huang Zitao hated him, the more it would benefit him. Because this means that he can get a lot of mastery points from Huang Zitao. Come on Zitao, you are the best. Qin Luo, get up and talk about your process of solving this problem. At this moment, Li Wei's kind words brought Qin Luo back to reality. Record Sn is the sum of the first n items of the arithmetic sequence, and always a1 equals -7 s3 equals -15, 1, find the general term formula of n. 2, find Sn, and find the minimum value of Sn. This is an arithmetic sequence minimum value problem. The first question is relatively simple, just find the formula of the general term, but the difficulty of the second question suddenly increases. Not only is the value requested, but its minimum value is also requested. Teacher Li is creating an opportunity for me to pretend. It is really a good teacher that is rare in a century. At this moment, in Qin Luo's eyes, Li Wei was no longer a black-faced evil spirit, but a little white flower without sorrow or injury. Qin Luo went to the blackboard and picked up the chalk and didn't answer immediately, he fell into deep thought. Which method should I use to force myself? 5 minutes passed, Qin Luo didn't write a single word, he stood in front of the blackboard in a daze. Qin Luo. Li Wei scolded with a livid face, what are you waiting for? I'm wondering which method to use to solve it. Why, do you have several methods? Li Wei became interested. For the arithmetic sequence, the knowledge in high school only covered one solution. He was curious about what solution Qin Luo could originally create. No more, just 3. The first one. Qin Luo raised his hand and wrote a capital 1 on the blackboard, then quickly started to solve the problem. Assuming that the tolerance of n is d, we can know from the question that 3a1 plus 3d equals -15 inch d equals 1 from a7 equals -2, so the general term formula of n is n equals 2 n 9 2 1 sn equals n8 n equals n4 n equals 4 sn 1 6 second. Without stopping, Qin Luo continued writing. F psi asterisk b equals f b f a minimum value is -16. The formula of the third general term is n equals 2 n 9 1 2 3. 3 methods, the results are exactly the same. But each method is very different. Quiet, deathly quiet. There were 47 students in the entire classroom, but no one spoke. It's not that they don't want to say it, but they have nothing to say. This guy Qin Luo is so tyrannical that he even used the content of the university. Can they talk about it? You know, knowing it is one thing, and using it flexibly is another. Qin Luo's ability to use university methods to solve problems proves that he has already mastered the methods. Did you use the split term cancellation method in the last method? After a long silence, Li Wei finally broke the silence in the classroom. Qin Luo nodded. Where did you learn it? Self-taught. Where did you learn? Li Wei asked. The split term cancellation method is the content of the university, and it is slightly involved in the elective textbooks of high school. Lagrange's mean value theorem and Ptolemy's theorem. Li Wei was stunned. Are you studying advanced math by yourself? Well, but recently I'm studying Goldbach's conjecture. Qin Luo coveted him for 500 points of academic mastery. 1 second, Li Wei was elated, but the next second he was speechless as if he had eaten a fly. Goldbach's conjecture is something that a high school student can research. Do you think you are Terence Tao or Chiu Chengtong? Well, even these two top mathematicians who won the Fields Medal may not be able to research it. However, as a class teacher, he was very happy to see Qin Luo's prodigal son turn back, because his student not only turned back, but also became a top student from the tail of a crane, and even started to study Goldbach's conjecture. Problem. This should be encouraged. Work hard, you can ask me anytime if you don't understand anything. Li Wei patted Qin Luo on the shoulder and said seriously, I look forward to the day when your photo will be hung at the school gate. And you, learn more from Qin Luo, go to the library to enrich your campus life, don't just know how to play games all day long. Do you think you are Qin Luo, and you can get full marks in the exam while sleeping? Everyone opened their mouths, unable to speak. Playing games every day is Qin Luo, okay? Nyo has a big hair. At the same table Zhou Lang, his eyes were dull, and he muttered to himself. He witnessed the story of a high school student who counterattacked from the bottom of the crane, and he witnessed the story of his own child becoming someone else's child. Qin Luo completely broke away from the organization. Traitor! A blockbuster stunned everyone. In such a stunned atmosphere, the math class ended soon. After class, Qin Luo was called to the office alone by Li Wei. It wasn't the first time Qin Luo came to Li Wei's office. He had been here more than a dozen times before, and every time he was scolded bloody. However, this time Li Weiming didn't scold, but helped Qin Luo get a glass of water with a smile. Tell me, why did you hide your clumsiness before? It's just a metaphor. Rome was not built in a day, and learning is not accomplished overnight. No matter how talented a genius is, it is impossible to change from a cranetail to a top student within 3 days. Clumsy? Qin Luo's mouth twitched unnaturally. He wanted to hide it, but the system didn't allow him. He hid it, but he didn't have the value of a master. Do you believe me when I say I'm a genius? Qin Luo said seriously. Oh, the kind of food that can cook? No, what I said is true. Snapped. Li Wei slapped the desk heavily, shaking the documents all over the floor. Don't talk to me about these nonsense. You got a full score in the exam and your tail is up to the sky? I won't pursue the reason why you hide your clumsiness. Let me just say, if you don't get a provincial first in the high school math competition, don't come back to see me. Qin Luo. When did he sign up for the high school math competition? Why didn't he know? In the next second, Li Wei had already answered the doubts in his heart. Li Wei turned on the computer, clicked on the registration list, and Qin Luo's name was on the list. I've signed up for you. In 2 weeks' time, Beishan No Middle School will hold the preliminary round. Seeing his name, Qin Luo's face darkened suddenly. For no other reason, he saw the column recommended by the teacher. The reason for the teacher's recommendation, he said he was a genius, and I wanted to see it. Teacher Li, can you be more casual? Selectively filtering out Qin Luo's livid face, Li Wei's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. From tonight onwards, you don't have to go to the library. Qin Luo? How can he brush books if he doesn't go to the library? The school convened a training camp for the participating students. Li Wei added, there are all geniuses inside, genius? Qin Luo's eyes lit up. His favorite thing is genius. Especially an arrogant genius like Huang Zitao. He even had a premonition that his Shueba points would usher in a wave of explosive growth. The foundation has been firmly established, can the upgrade be far behind? I'll put on a good show. What did you say? Li Wei's mouth twitched, his face turning blue. I said, I will communicate well, thank you Teacher Li. Seeing Qin Luo's back gradually going away, Li Wei shook his head. He was a little uncertain whether his decision was right or wrong. But why not let him go? He couldn't bear it. Alas, it's not easy to be a bull these days. Jingle bell. When the bell rang for the last class, a large number of students rushed out. They phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme leaned against the window, or teamed up in 2s and 3s, brought basketballs, and went to the playground to sweat. Anyway, no one was left in the classroom. Of course, Qin Luo has to be put aside here. At this time, Qin Luo is pulling out a copy of Advanced Algebra from the drawer to practice and score. After all, tonight I will go to guidance all kinds of top students, so I still need the necessary preparations. Advanced Algebra? At this moment, a dull voice sounded behind him. Huang Xing, the representative of the mathematics class, the top student in the class, but he has already lost his throne. Are you interested too? Qin Luo grinned. Well, I'm watching too. Huang Xing said in a deep voice. We are already in the 3rd year of high school, and we will take the college entrance examination soon. It is still necessary to preview Gaodai. Qin Luo said with a smile, if there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. If possible, Huang Xing would like to strangle Qin Luo to death. Does he mean it? His instructions were simply to test how far Qin Luo had learned. But I didn't mean to ask for advice at all. You can't be so sentimental as a human being. Mr. Li should have told you about the high school math competition. Huang Xing asked. Qin Luo replied while turning the page. I'll be there too. Kindness. Huang Xing is about to go crazy. What he said is not straightforward enough. Why can't Qin Luo understand it? I'm looking forward to fighting you. With a cold snort, Huang Xing turned his head and left. If he stayed with Qin Luo any longer, he was afraid that he would go crazy. The incompetent rage from a scumbag, the host's mastery value +10. Qin Luo raised his head silently, a bright light flashed in his eyes. There are 3 yellows in one family, and every yellow is a good person. After dinner, Qin Luo came to the comprehensive classroom with a cup of milk tea. Apart from Qin Luo himself, 10 students have already gathered in the classroom. They are the strongest fighters in mathematics in Beishan No Middle School. They come from different grades and different classes. The top level. These are the 10 experienced babies. Qin Luo's heart was surging, and he longed to have a heart-to-heart exchange with everyone. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eyes, he caught sight of 2 familiar figures, Lin Shanshan, Huang Xing. It seems that the strength of this team is not high. Qin Luo thought to himself. You are Qin Luo? Just when Qin Luo was in a daze, a burly fat man noticed him. I am. Qin Luo nodded. My name is Gong Yi. I'm the captain of this team. I'm from Class 2, Senior 3, said Gong Yi, stretching out his right hand. The unexpected enthusiasm made Qin Luo a little confused. But he still reached out and shook Gong Yi's hand. Hello. Welcome to join. After the simple politeness, he stopped talking, but went back to his seat and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme a book quietly. Qin Luo was speechless, so he turned his head to his old acquaintances, Huang Xing and Lin Shanshan. Humph. Huang Xing snorted coldly, and turned his head away. Instead, Lin Shanshan greeted Qin Luo with a smile. No, in the school, very good. Work hard, try to get second next time. Qin Luo said seriously. As for why it is the second, the reason is very simple, the first has just been booked. The incompetent rage of the scumbag was detected, and the master value of the host was plus 20. It was another 20 o'clock Shuaba value entered into the account, and Qin Luo was very happy. Sure enough, acquaintances are better squeezed out. Just like that, when it was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to 7 o'clock, the door of the classroom was pushed open again, but this time, it was no longer a student, but a teacher. He is about 50 years old, brown shirt, white slacks, thin, giving the impression of a frail scholar. Chen. Teacher Chen. Hello, Teacher Chen. The silent classroom erupted in an instant, and everyone's eyes widened excitedly as if they had seen something unbelievable. Although Qin Luo didn't know him, he also stood up and called out, Teacher Chen. Qin Luo? Chen Shuqing narrowed his eyes, and looked at Qin Luo with sharp eyes. N. Qin Luo nodded. I'm Chen Shuqing. The old man said. Chen Shuqing? He is Chen Shuqing. Qin Luo is no stranger to this name. The only special grade teacher in Beishan No middle school is called Shang. Tianzhu, a member of Beishan No mathematics research group. Published many papers in the well-known Chinese teaching magazine Mathematics Teaching Research. I'd like to see what skills Miao Zi, who can be praised by Li Wei, has. Chen Shuqing looked at Qin Luo and said indifferently. Please, Teacher Chen, advise. Qin Luo said modestly. Please tell me, mathematics depends on talent. If you say too much, it will be nonsense. Chen Shuqing raised his eyebrows and said loudly, otherwise, why would Tao Zhishuan win the Fields Medal? Tao Zhishuan, Qin Luo knows, a Chinese mathematician, a master in the field of mathematics, a veritable all-rounder, and the second Chinese in history to win the Fields Medal. If you want to give him a definition, he is like the Einstein of mathematics. Qin Luoma remains silent. The old man's coaching style in front of him made him a little confused. However, his bewilderment had only just begun. Chen Shuqing walked straight to the podium, picked up a piece of chalk and began to write. Soon an equation will appear on the paper. Through the point P, A, B, C, as the projective point of the three coordinate planes, find the plane equation of these three projective points. Note, A, B, C are three non-zero real numbers. I know that you are all geniuses in all grades and classes, so let me see your abilities now. After finishing speaking, Chen Shuqing stopped talking and waited quietly, observing everyone's movements. Stupid, capitalized stunned. Everyone was stunned. The projective point involved Euclid's theorem. This question cannot be solved by high school knowledge at all. For a while, no one wrote. It's right to be lost in thought. Looking at the silent crowd in front of him, Chen Shuqing had a faint smile on his lips. As a special grade mathematics teacher, he certainly knew that this question was far beyond the scope of high school, but he still did it for the simple reason that he wanted to polish the arrogance of the geniuses. But all outstanding people have arrogance. This arrogance can motivate people to move forward, but it is not conducive to the teacher's teaching. What Chen Shuqing wanted was to completely dispel their genius arrogance. Of course, it would be great if someone could make it. This question is too simple. Qin Luo said silently in his heart. It shouldn't be. Chen Shuqing is the only special teacher in Beishan No middle school, he shouldn't be able to ask such low questions. If I train Zhou Lang for a while, he can solve it. Is this a trap? The more he thought about it, the more Qin Luo felt it was possible. The level of national special teachers is definitely more than this. Thinking of this, Qin Luo became more and more serious. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Time passed by like this, and a look of disappointment flashed across Chen Shuqing's face. The ending was as he expected, and the surprise did not appear. Okay, it's normal if you don't know how to do it. This is university knowledge. As long as you listen carefully, you can understand it. Chen Shuqing waved his hand and said, Euclidean theorem. At this moment, Qin Luo and Huang Xing said almost simultaneously. After several minutes of careful examination, Qin Luo found that this was a simple Euclid's theorem that couldn't be simpler. There are tricks to win with no tricks. Jiang is really old and spicy, Qin Luo secretly thought. Hearing what the two said, Chen Shuqing's eyes flashed with surprise. Have you studied? Self-taught. Then, can you solve this problem? No. Huang Xing shook his head with a wry smile. Knowing is one thing, but learning and applying it is another time. He hasn't reached that level yet. Hearing Huang Xing's words, sadness flashed in Chen Shuqing's eyes, and he turned his gaze to Qin Luo. What about you? Can you solve it? Qin Luo smiled and didn't speak. He picked up the chalk on the podium, brushed, and the chalk flew between his fingers. Mathematical symbols appeared on the paper one by one, and arranged according to a certain formula. Euclid's theorem. For a while, all the members of the math team stared at the blackboard blankly, speechless for a long time. What did this guy write? Why can't I understand it? But just because he couldn't understand, he felt that Qin Luo was awesome. Hold the grass, I thought it was the tail of a crane, but I didn't expect it to be a top student. Euclidean theorem, this is already the content of advanced mathematics. Boss, please drink tea. Someone in the crowd picked up the iced black tea drink on the table and handed it over. Qin Luo was also polite and unscrewed the bottle cap directly. Boss, where's your style? Whatever the noise, please quiet down. Suddenly, Chen Shuqing yelled loudly. Everyone was silent for a moment and stopped talking. Chen Shu glanced at the blackboard, then turned his gaze back to Qin Luo's face. Where did you learn? Where did you learn by yourself? To be honest, Qin Luo really didn't think about this question. In line with the principle of asking Baidu if you don't understand, he took out his mobile phone. I have studied Euclid's theorem, I have studied calculus, I have studied space equations. After several days of reading books, Qin Luo has almost phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme the content of high mathematics. Qin Luo thought for a while and said, probably a junior. One sentence, 5 words, made the entire classroom fall into an eerie silence. Even the sound of breathing disappeared. They stared wide-eyed, staring at Qin Luo. Especially Huang Xing, he almost fainted with his eyes open, the corners of his mouth twitched and his eyebrows jumped wildly, he was speechless. Just in the last semester, 10 days ago, Qin Luo was a complete slob, not to mention Euclid's theorem, he didn't even know the Pythagorean theorem. But in just 10 days, he transformed into a powerful student master. What is even more surprising is that he taught himself a junior year. Is this guy on drugs? How did it change so violently? If it is, Huang Xing just wants to say, what kind of medicine, where can I buy it? Chen Shuqing was surprised in his heart, but his expression remained calm. Boom boom boom. Chen Shuqing tapped the blackboard vigorously, and said with a serious face, Qin Luo, don't think that your self-study of university content is great, I will tell you responsibly, it's useless. Math. High school-wide problem-solving skills. Once you use it, it's considered cheating. No matter how accurate your answer is, or how clear the process is, you will get 0 points. Since it's useless, why are you asking this question? Are you kidding me? Qin Luo glanced at Chen Shuqing resentfully, but did not speak in the end. Humph. Remember, I must get rid of this bad habit. Chen Shuqing snorted coldly, and walked out of the classroom with his hands behind his back. Bang! A loud noise separated the inside and outside of the house into 2 worlds. Are all the current math teachers so good? From when Chen Shuqing stepped into the classroom to when he went out, it took no more than half an hour. He didn't say anything useful, but just reprimanded Qin Luo lightly. What does this guy want to do? Qin Luo was dumbfounded. After a long while, someone came back to his senses. Big brother, please drink tea again. A sophomore in high school wearing gold-rimmed glasses raised his hands high and handed a bottle of iced black tea to Qin Luo. Or the bottle just now. Qin Luo took the tea and said with a smile. Boss, wait. Before the words finished, the man with glasses rushed out. 3 minutes later, when he reappeared, he was already holding a brand new bottle of Master Kong green tea in his hand. Boss, please drink tea and teach me Euclid by the way. Small matter, oh yes, I haven't had supper yet. Seeing Juechen go away from the man with glasses, Qin Luo shook his head. The life of a top student is just so corrupt. At 9 o'clock, get out of class is over on time. The class is of course a self-study class, because Qin Shuqing has never returned since he left the classroom. Back downstairs at 9:20 on time, seeing the restaurant still bustling with activity, Qin Luo put down his bicycle and was about to go in to help. Hey, Qin Luo is back? How much did you score in the citywide test? Suddenly, a sharp voice came into Qin Luo's ears. Following the voice, a thin woman in her 50s with hair dyed burgundy came over. Kai Suron, Qin Luo's neighbor. Perhaps because of the restaurant, she has always been unfriendly to Qin Luo. Does it have anything to do with you? Qin Luo glanced at him lightly, and walked straight into the back kitchen. How do you talk, kid? Don't I care about you? Care about me? Qin Luo sneered. Because Qin Luo was at the tail of the crane, Kai Surong would care about Qin Luo after almost every exam. Then she will show off her daughter Wang Juanhan's achievements, euphemistically called encouragement by the way. My daughter got 142 points in the test this time. Sure enough, her next sentence confirmed Qin Luo's prediction. In this regard, Qin Luo just shrugged his shoulders and smiled without saying a word. Is 142 points high? Seeing that Qin Luo didn't respond, Kai Surong's smile widened. Qin Luo, you should learn more from Junhan, don't spend all day in the kitchen. You know, everything is low grade, only reading is high. As she spoke, she glanced at the bustling restaurant with jealousy in her eyes. Humph, what's the use of having a good business? It's not about being tired. 142 points, that's really bad. Just then, a cold voice came into her ears. Following the voice, Qin Luo looked at him expressionlessly. What did you say? That's bad enough? Do you know what a score of 142 stands for? When it comes to her daughter, Kai Surong is like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. She blew up all of a sudden. The class is ranked second, the grade is ranked 9th, even in the city, it is also in the top, Top 50, is it high? There are 8 senior high school students in the city, and Junhan ranks 38th. Do you think you are serious? Kai Surong gave Qin Luo a disdainful look, and continued, why are you talking about this to you, a crane tail? It's a waste of my money, time. Oh, by the way, keep your voice down when you go home in the future, don't disturb my Juanhan's study. After finishing speaking, Kai Surong stopped looking at Qin Luo and turned to walk towards the stairs. Number 38 is worth showing off, so won't I go to heaven as the number 1? Qin Luo said lightly. First? What first, last? Kai Surong's face became more and more disdainful, and she could hardly suppress the smile in her heart. If you can get the first place, I will immediately change my name to your last name. Qin Luo didn't answer, but just took out a paper from his school bag. 150 points. Out of 150, score 150. Not a single point was deducted. The smile on Kai Surong's face became wider and wider, and her whole face twisted together like a flower. She knows exactly how much Qin Luo weighs. How can someone who can't even reach the passing mark get full marks? Even if it's cheating, you have to make a draft, right? Oh, did the school gate change? How much did it cost? Kai Surong smiled disdainfully. What to change? At this moment, Qin Luo's mother Fu Shaowan and father Qin Lin came out. She looked at Qin Luo, then at Kai Surong. A look of disgust flashed in her eyes. No one wants their son to be belittled by others, and neither does she. Only you can criticize your own son. Mom and Dad Qin Luo, you came at a good time. your son got a perfect score in this test. Seeing Fu Xiaowan, Kai Surong regained her spirits and said loudly and sharply. For a moment, the surrounding crowd looked sideways. Full score? Xin Lin's eyes widened suddenly, and there was a light of surprise in them. You got full marks? Mom, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme it for yourself. Xin Luo stuffed the test paper into his father's hand, a smug expression appeared on the corner of his mouth. 150. Really 150? Father could hardly believe his eyes. But after a brief surprise, he quickly regained his composure. He knows his son Moroafu, and he is very clear about Xin Luo's achievements. People who have always been struggling on the passing line, how could they get full marks? Even if it is a fake, it can't be so fake, right? Dinner has fish, meat, and belts. You can choose what you want. Xin Lin began to untie the belts as he spoke. It doesn't matter if you don't study well, and it doesn't matter if your grades are poor, but lying and trying to deceive your parents is a big deal. Cough, Dad, you don't even believe in your own son. I'm so disappointed in you. Xin Luo said helplessly, with the corners of his mouth twitching. Humph, it's because I know you so well that I don't believe it. The belt is already in Xin Lin's hand, and it will be on Xin Luo's body in the next moment. Xin Lin, stop it. Why can't my son get a high score in the exam? Even a patient with cancer can be brought back to life. What's so special about my son getting a perfect score in the exam? Fu Xiaowan tried her best to defend Xin Luo. The father doesn't believe it, but the mother believes it. Fu Xiaowan, you are a typical mother who loves too much. So what if it's flooding? I'm flooding, and I just believe that my son won't cheat. Fu Xiaowan put her hands on her hips, her eyes wide open. Why don't you call Teacher Li? Xin Luo was very helpless watching his parents quarreling. Okay. Without any hesitation, Xin Lin picked up his mobile phone and dialed Li Wei's number. Hello, Teacher Li, I'm Xin Luo's parent. I'm really sorry to disturb the teacher so late. That's it. I want to ask about Xin Luo's score this time. Xin Lin asked. If you don't ask me, I still want to talk to you. Hearing Li Wei's words, Xin Lin's heart skipped a beat. He had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. But Li Wei's words in the next second made him freeze in place. I said what's going on with you as a parent and how you educate your children. You are a good math genius, and you have been buried in vain for 2 years. Do you know what these 2 years mean to Xin Luo? If he gets a good education, with his talent, he can even enter the junior class of Peking University. I know what you want to ask, I only have one sentence. For a genius like him, it's strange that he doesn't get full marks. That's it, hang up. After hanging up the phone, Li Wei angrily drank a large glass of cold water to suppress the anger in his heart. He was extremely dissatisfied with Xin Lin. It was him who wasted Xin Luo's 2 years. Quiet, deathly quiet. In the last sentence, Li Wei almost ended with a roar. Xin Lin heard it, Fu Xiaowan heard it, and the surrounding melon-eating audience naturally heard it too. Full marks are not surprising, not full marks are strange. These words were like thunder, shaking their minds buzzing. Who is Li Wei? A senior teacher at Beishan No. Middle School. He will never lie, Xin Luo really got full marks. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the door. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the stall. Open a bottle of Wolyangya, I want to drink tonight. Xin Lin waved his hand and said boldly. To put it bluntly, today is the happiest day for Xin Lin in all these years. Everyone understands the truth that everything is inferior, but reading is high. He also wants Xin Luo to become a top student, and he also hopes that Xin Luo will have a better way out. It was impossible before, but now he sees hope. Li Wei's words completely ignited the long silent flame in Xin Lin's heart. He didn't drink alcohol originally, but today he made an exception. It's as if you have Wolyangya, Fu Xiaowan said, and walked into the supermarket happily. When she came out, she was already holding a bottle of Wolyangya in her hand. Full score. Kai Surong was completely stunned in place, her face turned green and red like a slideshow. It was absolutely wonderful. She would never have thought that Qin Luo really got a perfect score. And it's not about cheating. If there was a crack in the ground, she would slip in without hesitation. Humph, there's nothing to be happy about being lucky. Kai Surong spat softly, turned around, and walked upstairs. She really can't stay here any longer. Wait. At this moment, Qin Luo stopped him. What do you want? Kai Surong's face was extremely livid, and her eyes were full of resentment. She thought of what she said just now. What should she do if Qin Luo wants her to change her name? Aunt Kai, please go back and tell your Jun Han to keep his voice down when he plays the piano at night, so as not to affect his studies. Qin Luo glanced at him and said lightly, also, the city ranks 38th, really not a high ranking. Although 142 is only 150 points away from 8 points, these 8 points are like a natural moat, you. Humph. Let's see how long you can be proud. We will see when we take the midterm exam. Kai Surong snorted coldly, turned and walked into the stairwell. Soon, Kai Surong's stern voice came from upstairs. What TV are you watching? Don't hurry up and do your homework. Others Qin Luo can get 150 points in the test. Why didn't you get it? Impossible, Qin Luo is at the end of the crane, how could he get full marks in the exam? Soon Wang Juanhan's voice came out. Impossible, nothing is impossible, the facts are right in front of you. After a bang of bangs and bangs, everything returned to calm. However, the sound of the TV completely disappeared. Old Qin, your son is studying in the middle school. He doesn't have a girlfriend yet. It just so happens that a niece is also studying in the middle school. Ahem, Lao Qin, my son has just entered high school. Can you ask Qin Luo to tutor him? Don't worry, the price is easy. All of a sudden, the onlookers threw olive branches to Qin Luo one after another. Don't care about them, let's go upstairs for dinner, huh? As he spoke, Qin Lin walked upstairs with his arms around his son's shoulders. The meal was very happy, and the family of 3 enjoyed themselves happily. Qin Lin, who never drank alcohol, drank a lot and got very drunk, but he was very drunk. Once upon a time, Qin Luo had no talent. He once thought that Qin Luo was not suitable for studying at all, and he even had the idea of letting Qin Luo drop out of school to start a business. But now, everything has changed. Qin Luo can not only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme, but is also a math genius. Peking University Junior Class. It's exciting just thinking about it. Son, promise me that you must be better than your father. Qin Lin suppressed his drunkenness and sat up, looking at Qin Luo seriously. Well, I will. Qin Luo silently swore that he would stand at the top of the academic world and make his parents happy every day. I believe you. Do you need to be so sensational? It's like parting from life and death? Fu Shaoan smiled, her eyes filled with relief. Qin Luo seemed to have grown up overnight and became sensible. For the next period of time, Qin Luo only did one thing, which was to collect points. Because he is about to participate in the mathematics competition, Li Wei granted Qin Luo the freedom to arrange mathematics lessons. Taking advantage of this time, Qin Luo almost went through the regular books in the entire library. He has thoroughly understood all the knowledge in high school, and there is nothing left. At this time, Qin Luo's academic master value also broke through the 10,000 mark. Almost without any hesitation, Qin Luo added all the dominance points to mathematics. Congratulations to the host's level upgrade to LV4, already has the strength of ordinary college students. You can start to dabble in elementary academic issues. Technical problem? Qin Luo suddenly became excited. There are many books worth more than academic masters in the library, such as Zhou's conjecture, Goldbach's conjecture. However, Qin Luo has never been qualified to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme due to insufficient grades. But it's different now, he can already dabble in elementary academic issues. 100 for 1 book, 1,000 for 10 books, 10,000 for 100 books. Even more. Qin Luo saw a way to upgrade quickly. The Junyue Bay Villa area is built along the river, covering an area of 5,000 mu, with all two-story villas. This is the entire Beishan city. The environment is the best, but also the most expensive community. The average land price has reached 40,000 yuan per square meter. You must know that the average land price in Beishan city is less than 5,000, and Grand Hyatt Bay is 8 times that. Qian Longju. The name of a villa in the Grand Hyatt Bay Villa area. This is also Huang Zitao's residence. On the second floor of the villa, near the window, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses was looking at the test paper in his hand with a smile. A full score of 105, a score of 105. No blemishes, full marks. Lu Huaid, a national special grade teacher, is also a professor of mathematics at Fudan University, and has a considerable status in the Chinese mathematics circle. In order to make up the gap with Qin Luo as soon as possible, Huang Zitao specially spent a lot of money to recruit Lu Huaid from Fudan University. After 2 months of surprise training day and night, he has fully mastered the knowledge of the freshman year and has a general understanding of the content of the sophomore year. He is confident that the current self will never be worse than Qin Luo. Young Master Tao, your current level has reached the level of a sophomore, more than enough for a mathematics competition. Lu Huaid said with a smile. It is undeniable that Huang Zitao is a rare genius. In just 2 months, he has already learned what other people have learned for 2 years. As a result, Lu Huaid even developed a love for talent, and he even wanted to use the special recruitment quota to bring Huang Zitao to Fudan University. I'd like to see how Qin Luo fights with me. Huang Zitao narrowed his eyes slightly. In the past 2 months, he has experienced the darkest time in his study career. In order to catch up with Qin Luo, he spent a lot of money to hire a mathematics professor for one-on-one guidance. In order to catch up with Qin Luo, he did not have any rest and studied around the clock. Calculus, Euclid, number theory, prime numbers. As long as his eyes are open, it is mathematics. And he also has the guidance of the top teacher, Lu Huaid. He is confident that his strength has already surpassed Qin Luo. Friday, April 11th. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Qin Luo came to the school wearing the school uniform of the middle school, bringing his student ID card, competition card and other examination tools. At the gate of the school, a bus had already been waiting for a long time. The venue for the exam was set at Beishan No. 8 Middle School, about kilometers away from Middle School. In order to facilitate management, the school decided to go there by car. At 8:30, all the contestants from Beishan No. Middle School were present. Qin Luo, Huang Xing, Gong Yi, and the fake Lin Shanshan made up the strongest team in the 4th middle school math subject. Qin Luo, what university are you going to take? Lin Shanshan asked on the bus. Cambridge. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Luo opened his mouth and answered. As soon as the words came out, all 4 were shocked. Everyone on the bus opened their mouths wide open. They never expected that Qin Luo would come up with such an answer. The University of Cambridge is one of the top 10 universities in the world all the year round. You really dare to think? Lin Shanshan said awkwardly. Well, if you think about it and don't break the law, maybe it will come true. Qin Luo shrugged his shoulders and smiled. For him who has the Shueba system, there is no university in the world that he can't go to. And Qin Luo didn't intend to be a student, but a teacher. Thinking about the picture of my students being academic geniuses. I am very happy. Well said. At this moment, Chen Shuqing came over. He glanced over everyone's face, and said coldly, you should learn more from Qin Luo. If people don't have dreams, what's the difference between them and salted fish? Everyone was speechless. Dreams are indeed possible, but is daydreaming necessary? Although I thought so, no one dared to say it. Chen Shuqing didn't care what everyone thought. His eyes fell on Qin Luo. With a serious face, Cambridge's mathematics department is not well known. I think Oxford is the best choice in terms of your talent. However, before going abroad, I hope you can complete your undergraduate studies at home, at Peking University, at Oxford, and at Harvard for a PhD. This is the best plan. Plop Lin Shanshan's knee softened and she slid to the ground. If Qin Luo's previous words were just surprise, then Chen Shuqing's words were shock. Cambridge, Oxford, Harvard, the four most prestigious schools in the world, did Qin Luo study 3 alone? Please, teacher, are you telling a fairy tale? You must know that stories in fairy tales are deceptive. Lin Shanshan looked at Qin Luo. He really wanted to see how Qin Luo would answer. However, in the next second, her eyes went dark and she passed out completely. She has never seen such an awesome person. Thank you, Mr. Chen, I will seriously consider it. Qin Luo said seriously. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the bus stopped steadily at the gate of Beishan No Middle School. At this moment, there are already 7 or 8 buses parked here. They come from various schools in Beishan City, and they are all the best of the best. Get out of the car. Chen Shuqing roared at the top of his voice, calling for everyone to get off the car. He is the team leader, and today he will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the team to the annual provincial high school mathematics competition. It was also Chen Shuqing last year, but he led the team poorly. Among the 8 participating teams in Beishan City, they ranked 6th. There was no first prize, and only 1 second prize. It is said to be the second prize, but it is actually just a consolation prize. As long as the math competition is not the first, it is empty talk. It can be said that Chen Shuqing took over the coach under great pressure this time. But this time, it was different from before. He found a good seedling, and he wanted to win the first prize in the city, and even the first prize in the province. Old Chen, long time no see. What number are you going to get in Beishan No Middle School this time? Qin Luo and the others had just stepped out of the car door when a man in a suit and leather shoes, smiling, and about the same age as Chen Shuqing walked over. Behind him, several students followed. Judging from the style of their school uniforms, they are from No Middle School. Beishan No. 3 Middle School, the No. 6 high school in Beishan City, in last year's mathematics competition, they won first places and second places. Among the 10 students participating in the competition, 8 were selected for the provincial team. Won the second prize in the provincial competition. Old Lin, are you still not retiring? Is your body able to bear it? Chen Shuqing replied with a smile. It is said that peers are enemies, and it is the same in the teaching profession. This is the case with Chen Shuqing and Lin Tianxian. They have been fighting openly and secretly for several years. It's just that Chen Shuqing loses more than he wins, and in recent years, he has suffered a complete defeat. Why should I panic if you're not in a hurry to retire? Lin Tianxian said with a smile, don't forget, I'm still a few months younger than you. Humph. Chen Shuqing snorted coldly, and walked towards the school with Qin Luo and others. But before taking 2 steps, Lin Tianxian chased after him again. By the way, old Chen, our school just accepted a good seedling. His name is Huang Zitao. He said he is from your school, do you know? Huang Zitao? Not only Chen Shuqing was stunned, but even Qin Luo was stunned. Qin Luo paid a lot of attention to Huang Zitao, an experienced baby. In the past 2 months, he had approached Huang Zitao several times, but they all ended without a problem. He never expected Huang Zitao to go to No Middle School. Thinking of meeting Huang Zitao again later, Qin Luo's blood surged with enthusiasm. He saw a large wave of mastery values coming. What do you want to say? Chen Shuqing's voice was a little cold. I want to say thank you for sending us a provincial team spot from No Middle School, ha. After speaking, Lin Tianxian walked away laughing. Chen Shuqing's face was ashen, and the flames of anger were burning in his black eyes. Lin Tianxian, what does this mean? Inside and outside the words are saying that he has no eyes. This is an insult to him as a teacher. Humph, I don't know who will win the battle. Chen Shuqing clenched his fists, turned to the other team members and said, this math competition is related to the reputation of Beishan No Middle School. We can only win, not lose. Understood. Everyone said loudly. Looking at the excited people, Qin Luo's mouth twitched unnaturally. With the master of the school, victory is a matter of course. Is it so exciting to use it? After lunch, rest for an hour, and start the exam on time at frowny face noon. The method of the competition is very simple, that is, the exam. There are 3 exams, each with a time limit of 90 minutes. The first, second, and third prizes will be set up, and each award will be won by one person. There will be 1 first prize, 2 second prizes, and 3 third prizes. According to past experience, no more than 7 people can finally enter the provincial team, and the last one is also the second prize winner. Those who can come to participate in the mathematics competition are all selected elites from each school, and then they wash the sand in the big waves, leaving real money. Xin Luo wants to stay, this is his goal here. After reviewing the student ID card, examination admission ticket, and a series of documents, Xin Luo and other team members were dispersed into 10 different classrooms. Gel pens, pencils, rulers, compasses. Putting down the test tools, Xin Luo patiently waited for the test. On 1:55, the invigilator began to distribute the draft papers of the test papers. At 2 o'clock, the test starts on time. The total score is 150 points, which are divided into 4 types of body types. 15 multiple-choice questions, 10 fill-in-the-blank questions, 3 calculation questions, and 5 geometric analysis questions. This is probably following the trend of the IMO International Mathematics Contest in recent years. Recently, whether it is the college entrance examination questions or the competition questions, most of them prefer geometric analysis. The total score of the questions is 150, and geometry accounts for 90 of them. Multiple-choice questions, well, start to fill in at a glance. Fill-in-the-blank questions, well, you don't need to scan. Calculation questions, well, it's not difficult at all. Almost in the blink of an eye, Xin Luo finished 80% of the work. Geometry analysis must be a bit difficult, right? Xin Luo thought to himself. The first question is a geometric proof question, worth 15 points. A cylinder is drawn on the test paper, and a triangle is embedded in it. It is required to prove that the midpoint of the triangle is perpendicular to the midpoint of the cylinder. The second question is cone analysis, 25 points. The third question, prove that the cube is perpendicular to the surface, 35 points. The fourth question. Xin Luo quickly came up with the answer. Are you sure this is a competition question, not a sub-question question? The corner of Xin Luo's mouth twitched, looking left and right. Then Xin Luo's mouth twitched even more violently. The buddy on the left was sweating profusely, the young lady on the right frowned, and the handsome young man in front was pale, and his right hand holding the pen trembled violently, as if he would faint in a second. Bang! Suddenly there was a sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, and the handsome pale boy fell to the ground in front of Xin Luo. Others ask for money for doing the questions, but you are dying for doing the questions. It seemed that he was already used to this kind of thing. The invigilating teacher didn't even raise his eyelids, waved his hand, and the 2 medical staff rushed the little handsome guy out. This is the 8th one, he, 18 last year. From far away came the voice of the nurse lady talking. Bang! There was another loud noise. Someone passed out again? Xin Luo quickly returned to his senses, but what appeared in front of him was the cold eyes of the invigilator. Don't look around. Ahem, teacher, I want a hand in the paper. The invigilator's mouth twitched, his face livid. I looked at the time, too. 28, only 28 minutes had passed since the start of the exam, not even half an hour. Even if you copy the answer, you can't copy it so fast, can you? Without saying a word, he reached out to pick up the test paper. Multiple choice questions, fill in the blanks, calculation questions, geometric analysis. There is not a single piece of the entire test paper left. He stopped talking, slowly put down the test paper, and pointed to the door of the classroom. Thank you, teacher. Xin Luo packed up the school supplies and left the examination room in a hurry. Someone came out again. Is this the first person to be carried out? 8 or 9? Several students were whispering in the pavilion not far from the examination room. They are none other than the elites of Beishan No Middle School. The test questions this time are so simple, and the difficulty has dropped by several levels compared to last year. I really don't know why some people fainted. Oh, there are always a few scumbags making trouble. Bang! At this moment, the door of the examination room was pushed open again, and they looked over in unison. Ninth, however, their eyes widened in the next second. This time there were no medical staff, only a student wearing the uniform of Beishan No Middle School. Beishan No Middle School. When did such a powerful person emerge? Humph, I think he's just a salted fish in disguise. That's right. With the strength of Beishan No Middle School, how could it be possible to hand in the papers so quickly? After a brief silence, they suddenly burst into laughter. Although Beishan No Middle School is one of the key high schools in Beishan City, it is still far behind their No Middle School. Their words were not concealed in the slightest, and Qin Luo, who walked out of the examination room, naturally heard them. He smiled disdainfully, turned around, and walked towards the gazebo. Ding, the taunt from the scumbags has been detected, the mission has started, please ask the host to crush them, reward, 500 points for the master of basic learning, and 1 chance to draw a lottery. Please ask the host to crush them with scores, mocking the masters, there is only one dead end, lottery? The corner of Qin Luo's mouth twitched. The formula of Lady Drink is still quietly lying in the system warehouse. To be honest, he no longer has any hope for this illusory lottery draw. In comparison, he is still worthy of a top student. Second middle school? Qin Luo asked with a smile. Good. Slacker student. What did you say? Several people immediately stood up and scolded Qin Luo angrily. No one has ever dared to say that they are scumbags, and Qin Luo is the first. Slacker student. You. Why don't we make a bet? What to bet? Just bet on the score of this exam. Ha ha ha. Are you sure? If they bet on something else, they might consider it, but the score. This is what they are most proud of, and in this regard, they fear no one. What's the bet? How about singing Conquer in front of the whole school? Qin Luo asked tentatively. Since the opening of the evaluation system, Qin Luo's pursuit is not just to complete the task, but to complete the task perfectly. That's what you said, I hope you won't regret it then. Don't worry, I've already recorded it, and I promise you won't regret it. Qin Luo shook his phone and said with a smile. Ding-a-ling. As the bell rang at the end of the exam, a large group of students swarmed out. Immediately, I discovered the strangeness here. There is no way a group of student masters stand together, even if they don't want to attract attention, it is very difficult. Qin Luo. Suddenly, a cold voice came into Qin Luo's ears. Following the voice, he was still an acquaintance. Huang Zitao hurriedly ran towards here. Didn't expect to meet me here. Huang Zitao said proudly. Qin Luo just smiled faintly, actually, I already knew. You. Hearing Qin Luo's words, the anger in Huang Zitao's heart rose a lot, and the pride on his face was wiped away. You must know that he had prepared for a long time for today's meeting. Hell-style training. But now Qin Luo's indifferent tone made Huang Zitao feel as if he had charged up and punched cotton, he was about to go crazy. Humph. Holding back the anger in his heart, Huang Zitao snorted, staring at Qin Luohan with cold eyes and said in a voice, I'm not afraid to tell you, in the past 2 months, I've already finished my university studies. The content of the second. Sophomore. All the people present were shocked, even the top students from No Middle School were horrified. The studies in the 3rd year of high school were already heavy, but Huang Zitao was able to spare some energy to prepare for university knowledge, and even passed the sophomore year. This is simply shocking. Sure enough, he is worthy of being praised by Mr. Lin. He really has 2 brushes. I see that Huang Zitao is one of the places in the provincial team this time. Not only is he handsome, but he also studies so well. People are more popular than people. After a brief silence, there was a burst of exclamation like a mountain roar and a tsunami. Huang Zitao, this transfer student, he can indeed be called a top student. Exclamations came one after another, and the pride returned to his face again. Huang Zitao looked at Qin Luo with disdain and narrowed his eyes, and said, "Qin Luo, I have to thank you, it is you who made me sublimate into a better self. So, I will use points to let you know what despair is. Are you ready to sing conquer?" Qin Luo smiled lightly. As soon as the words came out, Huang Zitao trembled with anger. He thought of the fear of being dominated by Qin Luo 2 months ago. Let's wait and see. After saying a harsh word, Huang Zitao left the school without looking back. The system detects the anger of a scumbag, the host's mastery value plus 10. Student Huang, walk slowly, you can come to me at any time if you have anything to do, and I promise I will never mention anything about conquest. Qin Luo shouted at the top of his voice. The system detects the anger of a scumbag, the host's mastery value plus 100. 100 points. Qin Luo was shocked how much Huang Zitao hated himself. But for Qin Luo, the more Huang Zitao hated himself, the better. Huang Zitao escaped? For a moment, everyone was stunned, they never expected such an ending. Originally, Huang Zitao's words were fierce, as if he wanted to tear Qin Luo into pieces. But before everyone came back to their senses, the situation had changed suddenly. Qin Luo's words scared the aggressive Huang Zitao to the ground. This is too funny, who can tell us what's going on with this girl? The top students in middle school were stunned, a little confused. So are you ready to become the next Huang Zitao? Watching Huang Zitao leave school, Qin Luo fixed his eager eyes on the bully of middle school. There is no way, the value of the top student is not enough. This made Qin Luo feel an inexplicable sense of crisis. He had to go offline all the time and reserve a lot of experienced babies. Qin Luo, Wei Zihao, remember you. The leader, a college bully named Wei Zihao, gave Qin Luo a vicious look, turned around and left with a group of elementary school bullies. Detecting the anger of the scumbag Su Yang, the host's mastery value plus 10. Detected the anger of the scumbag Song Xingyu, the host's master value plus 8. Although not much is added individually, it adds up to dozens of points together, which is very flattering. What are you looking at? You all think that you are like Ben Shueba, who can get full marks in the exam without reading books, so why don't you go back and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme books? After finishing speaking, Qin Luo turned his head and left, not giving the melon-eating audience a chance to fight back. Arrogant, really too arrogant. They have never seen such an arrogant person. For a moment, everyone showed indignation. Detecting the anger of the scumbag Li Xiangyang, the host's master value plus 1 plus 2. A series of reminders sounded, and the Shueba value increased again. Of course, Huang Zitao provided Qin Luo with a long-term and stable income. Huang Zitao is a good man. When Qin Luo saw a large piece of income records, his eyes became brighter. Originally, he didn't care about the previous 4, 5 and o'clock income at all. However, it now appears that this is simply a weapon of mass destruction. It's better to be alone than to be happy together. What's the point of pretending to be aggressive in front of one person? A real warrior has to pretend to be aggressive in front of a group of people. Now there are only 2310 people, and the results have not come down, so the lethality is not too big. If the results are down, it will not explode? Just thinking about it made him uncontrollably excited. Marking teacher, please mark the papers quickly, this Shueba can't wait anymore. As night fell, the Beishan City Education Department was brightly lit. A total of 80 test papers have been reviewed for the city's mathematics competition. In order to ensure the fairness of the marking, the mode of marking the papers for the college entrance examination was adopted this time. The marking teacher is divided into 4 groups, and each group reads a category of questions. After the marking is completed, they are exchanging with each other. For example, the group that first phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme, the multiple choice questions changed to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme, the fill in the blank questions, and the group that phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme, the fill in blank questions switched to reading the calculation questions, and so on. A test paper is marked 4 times in total to ensure absolute fairness. Bang! A thick stack of test papers was thrown heavily on the table, and Li Shueming, the leader of the Beishan City Mathematics Research Group, looked a little ugly. I know the exam questions are more difficult this time, but it won't be so difficult, right? There are only 3 full-score answer sheets in Beishan City. Compared with last year, we have, fewer exam papers. The team leader didn't know that last year's questions were too simple to reflect the authority of the exam, so we increased the difficulty this year, said a judge, who was one of the first test questions for this year's competition. It's okay to increase the difficulty, but you can't make the test questions too difficult. If you look at the test questions, some of them have already involved the content of the university. Li Shueming said with a displeased face. The whole city only got 3 full marks, which made him, the team leader, feel ashamed. Leader Li, isn't the purpose of our participation in the number federation is to select talents? The middle-aged judge continued, since it is to select talents, there is no problem in being a little ahead. By the way, the team leader still has a test paper in my hand that has not been counted. This one is quite special. He said. He picked up the test paper and handed it to Li Shueming. Please ask the team leader to review it. I want to see what's special. Beishan No, Middle School, Qi Luo. Li Shueming nodded slightly. He is the leader of the mathematics research team. As the team leader, he usually does not participate in marking papers. His job is mainly to investigate mathematics teaching activities in various schools and make decisions on major issues. 151. What does this mean? Li Shueming frowned, with a cold look in his eyes, and said sharply, mathematics is a rigorous science. 150 is 150,149, and 149 is, I don't want to get a perfect score. The test papers throw away the rigor of mathematics. It's such a team leader. Qin Luo's papers are clean and tidy. The whole answering process is done in one go. There is no mistake in the steps of solving the questions. What's more rare is that he completely uses the knowledge from high school. So I think 150 points is the score he deserves, and that point I personally prefer to add points for encouragement. The middle-aged judge said with a smile, this is also the result of a joint discussion among our marking teachers. However, there is also a problem. His answer is too rigorous. It is so rigorous that it is hard to believe that this is an answer written by a high school student, so there is that one point. Marking is a very boring job, with various answers and different proof processes. When encountering more complicated questions, students' test papers must be altered, and the marking teacher even spends time helping students find the answers. But Qin Luo didn't have these things at all. He proved the process rigorously, the answer was correct, and he didn't even alter it at all. He was like a rigorous and hopeless machine, without a single mistake. In this way, he had a feeling that Qin Luo was cheating. 1 point, the right to decide is in the hands of Li Shueming. Li Shueming didn't speak, his brows were wrinkled, and his right index finger tapped the table rhythmically. The entire marking room fell into dead silence. 151. After a long while, Li Shueming finally made a decision. How the middle-aged judges let out a long sigh of relief. Compared with the latter, he is more inclined to the former. Qin Luo has the strength to hold an additional point. The first 151 points in the history of Shulian. The next day. Commonly known as the day of the announcement. On this day, according to the rules of the Shulian, the results of the first test will be announced. Huang Zitao even came to know, middle school early, quietly waiting for the scores to arrive. He has absolute confidence in himself, and he is confident that he can get full marks. Soon, the test scores will be announced. The people with full marks are Huang Zitao, Wei Zihao, Zheng Jing. In an instant, the entire classroom of Beishan No, middle school was boiling. Of the 3 full score winners in Beishan City, their No, middle school accounted for 2 of them. The heights are extremely cold. Lin Tianxian picked up the freshly brewed tea and took a sip. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 140. No, 130 no. There is no more after that. Qin Luo's name seems to have disappeared completely. 1. Huang Zitao squeezed his fists fiercely. For a long time, there was a stone on his heart that was Qin Luo. Thinking of him, Huang Zitao gritted his teeth with hatred. Fortunately, everything is over now. He was just lucky for a while in the basic test. This time the number couplet completely beat him back to his original form. A salted fish will always be a salted fish, and it is impossible to turn over in his life. Oh, it turns out it's a silver spear wax head, which looks good but doesn't work. Wei Ziheo's thin lips slowly pulled a playful arc. Originally, he thought that Qin Luo had some abilities, but judging from the current situation, he was just a pig with green onions in his nose just pretending. But no matter how much Qin Luo pretends to be, it can't change his essence. Beishan No, Middle School, Lounge. Because the competition was divided into 3 days, number 8 Middle School deliberately vacated, classrooms as players' lounge. At this moment, there was no sound in the whole lounge. From the bastard Lin Shanshan down to the teacher Chen Shuqing, everyone's face was ashen and their eyes widened in horror. In the entire Beishan number 140 Middle School, no one got a full score. Even Huang Xing was the only one who got a score above, Even Qin Luo couldn't reach it. How can that be? Tap. The teacup slipped and shattered when it hit the ground. Chen Shuqing's face turned ashes. Originally, he thought that this year was the year he had the best chance to make a breakthrough, but the result was far beyond his expectations. Not only failed to break through the results of previous years, but even dropped a lot. Maybe there is no consolation prize number 2 this time. Maybe I'm really not suitable to be a mentor. Chen Shuqing muttered softly. Failure after failure made him doubt himself. Teacher, shall we still take the next exam? Huang Xing frowned and asked with a wry smile. In the first test, the Beishan No, Middle School was wiped out, and the second test was more difficult than the first test. Is it necessary for them to participate? Participate. Why don't you participate? The second test, the third test, is the time to decide the winner. We still have a chance. Chen Shuqing swept away the previous decadence, stood up suddenly, and said loudly, not until the end. We will never admit defeat, the last. Everyone could only smile wryly, as if they had already seen the end of failure. At this moment, there was another sound from the radio, and soon there was a voice full of enthusiasm. Hello, teachers, I am the leader of the joint review team, Li Shueming. This time, everyone already knows the results of the first test, but I still have a test paper in my hand. The owner of the test paper is Qin Luo from Beishan No, Middle School. Qin Luo. Immediately, everyone's eyes focused on Qin Luo. Chen Shuqing's eyes widened all of a sudden. He had a strong premonition that the matter was not over yet. Not only him, but also the other lounges fell silent at this moment. Everyone quietly waited for Li Shueming's next words. Since the Mathematics League was founded, he is the first contestant to get additional points, and his score is an unprecedented 151 points. At this moment, Beishan No, Middle School was silent. Everyone showed horror and disbelief. With a perfect score of 150, Qin Luo scored an unprecedented 151 points. This is the first time in the Math League's decades-long history. How can that be? Lin Tianxian was frightened. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a bang, and the splashed water wet his shoes. Huang Zitao froze in place even more, his pupils contracted sharply, and his chest heaved even more rapidly. Originally, he already had the chance to win, but now the cooked duck flew away. How could this be? Impossible. How could there be 151 points? I don't believe it. Wei Ziheo, who was also the winner of the perfect score, blushed even more and shouted loudly. This kind of scene happened in every lounge, and the crowd was excited for a while. Impossible, Qin Luo is definitely cheating. Why does he have extra points? It's not fair. Protest, protest. Additional points? Let alone met, they have never even heard of it. The lounge of Beishan No, Middle School was surprisingly quiet at this moment. No one spoke, no one moved, not even the sound of breathing. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Qin Luo, staring at this mathematics. The first person in the history of the league to get additional points. How did you do it? Chen Shuqing asked after a long while. Today, he experienced the most ups and downs in his life. He was full of ambition in exchange for despair, but when the complete despair passed, hope was rekindled. Qin Luo was born out of nowhere, and his skills overwhelmed all the heroes, and he could overwhelm all the arrogances by himself. 151 points, this and 150 points are completely two concepts. The latter has been achieved by countless people, but the former is only one. It's made with a pen. Qin Luo thought for a while and said. Not only did everyone not expect it, even Qin Luo himself did not expect it. His original plan was to get a perfect score, but Li Xueming gave him a pleasant surprise. Made with a pen? Why can't we do it? Huang Xing's face was filled with resentment. Detected the grievances of the scumbag Huang Xing, the host's mastery value plus 50. Lin Shanshan. It's 110 points to learn mastery value again, so happy. Qin Luo suppressed the joy in his heart, and slowly stood up. Everyone don't need to be discouraged. But before he finished speaking, the door of the lounge was kicked open with a bang. Immediately afterwards, a group of teachers flooded in. Chen Shuqing, we need an explanation. That's right, there has never been an additional point in history, so why does he have it? Hee, even if you want to cheat, please be smart, this kind of move is too low level. For a moment, everyone glared at Chen Shuqing. It must be him, it must be his relationship, which made Qin Luo gain an extra point out of thin air. Chen Shuqing was not angry about the anger of the crowd. He picked up the paper cup, made himself another cup of tea, and said with a smile, Ahem, if you have any objections, you can go to Li Xueming. I don't know anything about it. However, before I do this, I would like to remind everyone that if you are stupid, you should phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme more books. Don't be suspicious of this and that all day long. Waste time. Oh, by the way, Lao Lin, you have 2 2s in your class. It's pretty good. If you work hard, you might be able to catch up with Qin Luo, but the chances are slim. Qin Luo was dumbfounded. He found that Chen Shuqing was not only vicious in his actions, but his words were not inferior at all. A few words made everyone furious. If ice could kill, Chen Shuqing had already been killed 180 times. There is not a single swear word, but every word is heart-wrenching. Chen Shuqing, what did you say? Say it again. Lin Tianquan's eyelids jumped violently, and the corners of his mouth twitched. In front of Chen Shuqing, he has always been a winner, but now, everything has changed. He became the object of Chen Shuqing's ridicule. It's fine if you don't hear clearly. Chen Shuqing shook his head, asking him to say it again. Just say it again? Then don't I have no face at all? You. Lin Tianxian was trembling all over, clenched his palms tightly. He wished he could slap Chen Shuqing on the face. What's the noise? What's the noise? Teacher Chen is right. Instead of wasting time here, it's better to think about how to improve the quality of teaching. If we can train 2 more students like Qin Luo, our Beishan city will not be at the bottom of Southwest Province. A crisp scolding came, and Li Xueming in his suit walked in with his head held high. He had already thought that such a thing would happen, so he came to school early. Firstly, for the continuation of the couplets. Secondly, he also wanted to see Qin Luo. He glanced around, came straight to Chen Shuqing, and grabbed Chen Shuqing's hands. Mr. Chen, you have cultivated a good student for our Beishan city. Chen Shuqing was very excited, his face flushed instantly. He hasn't felt like this for a long time. I'm ashamed to say that I didn't teach Qin Luo too much. His achievements today are all due to self-study. Chen Shuqing said. How can there be a Kalama without bowl? Teacher Chen, you are too polite. At this time, Qin Luo suddenly stepped forward and said. In an instant, Chen Shuqing was trembling all over, with a joyful smile on his face. This is Qin Luo, right? Sure enough, a hero born a boy. Li Xueming walked over with a smile, stretched out his hand and patted Qin Luo's shoulder, and said loudly, your test paper really shocked us. Ahem, originally I just wanted to get a perfect score in the exam. Qin Luo smiled awkwardly. Originally just wanted to get full marks? Qin Luo sounds as simple as eating and drinking. For a moment, everyone fell silent, and countless pairs of eyes stared straight at Qin Luo, revealing their murderous aura. Student Qin, don't you realize that your words are too full? Lin Tianxian stared at Qin Luo coldly. Is it full? I think it's quite normal, after all, the test questions are very simple. Arrogant, too arrogant. Once the words were spoken, the lounge fell into silence again. Lin Tianxian was completely speechless. Even as a special grade teacher, he felt that this set of questions was very difficult, but Qin Luo said it was very easy. Is he not even as good as a student? Okay. Well said. At this moment, Li Shueming spoke again, patted Qin Luo's shoulder heavily, and said loudly, a genius should always maintain confidence in himself. If you even lose your self-confidence, what kind of genius is that? Whatever the genius said was right, Lin Tianxian was speechless. Whatever the genius said was right, Lin Tianxian was speechless. However, he didn't give up on this, and there was one more thing that he wanted to ask. Leader Li, what's the matter with the extra points? Lin Tianxian asked through gritted teeth. It's very simple. A total of 8 teachers in the mathematics group passed unanimously and gave Qin additional points as encouragement. Li Shueming waved his hand, and the assistant behind him quickly took out the test paper and handed it to him. Here is the test paper, you can phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red read / phoneme it for yourself. After speaking, Li Shueming stepped aside. I'd like to see what kind of unanimous approval it is. With a livid face, Lin Tianxian took the test paper and began to review it carefully. Multiple choice question, no objection. Fill in the blank, no objection. There is no objection to the calculation problem. Lin Tianxian was a little surprised, but he was not in a hurry. The final geometric analysis is the key to the nitpicking. I don't believe that you haven't made any mistakes, I can deduct your points even if it's a trace of alteration. Lin Tianxian sneered. However, in the next second, his pupils shrank sharply, and he froze in place. I saw that the paper was neat and tidy, and there was not even a trace of modification on the entire test paper. The process of doing the questions was clear, the argumentation was reasonable, and the logical relationship was smooth, and there was no point of deduction at all. How is this possible? Old Lin, what's going on, show me. Another teacher came up and opened his eyes. The next second trembling. One after another, in just 1 minute, almost all the teachers were stunned. Qin Luo's test paper completely overturned their cognition. Perfect. They couldn't think of any words to describe it other than perfection. Compared with Qin Luo's test papers, one of his students is in the sky and the other is in the ground. Even they themselves had an illusion in their hearts that if Qin Luo couldn't get the extra points, who else could get them? Silence, silence, still silence. Everyone's faces were extremely ugly, and they couldn't accept such a cruel fact. Now, you know why he won that extra point. Li Shueming looked at everyone with a smile and said with a smile. I know. Everyone's complexion darkened, and they nodded one after another. This point is well deserved. Lin Tianxian said. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and reward the master with 1,000 points. Get a chance to draw a lottery. Thinking silently in his heart, a big wheel appeared in front of Qin Luo's eyes. Same as last time, simple to the extreme, garbage, passable, boutique. It's okay. In the sound of prayer, Qin Luo pressed the button. Rubbish gave Qin Luo a bottle of drink, and the boutique gave him a picture of the drink recipe, so far it's still useless. Qin Luo was completely disappointed with these two options. Let him choose, he would rather choose Shangku. The wheel turned rapidly, stop. After a few seconds, the pointer slowly stopped. Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery, analysis of Zhou's conjecture. Qin Luo's eyes widened all of a sudden. Qin Luo must be no stranger to Zhou's conjecture, because Zhou Haizhong is a mathematician who went out of Beishan middle school. Zhou's conjecture is a conjecture proposed by Chinese mathematician and linguist Zhou Haizhong in the article Distribution Law of Mersenne Prime Numbers in 1992. It is internationally named Zhou's guess. His expression seems simple, but it is very difficult to decipher this guess. As far as the current research literature is concerned, some mathematicians and mathematics enthusiasts tried to prove Zhou's conjecture. Although they racked their brains, they still found nothing. Just when Qin Luo wanted to find out, Lin Tianxuan's words brought him back to reality. Student Qin, are you interested in coming to our middle school? I can assure you that you will get a recommended spot from a double first-class prestigious school. If you can get the first prize in the country, even Peking University and Tsinghua University will be fine. Lin Tianxian said with a smile. The unique mathematical genius in the history of Beishan City, this kind of talent, no one wants to get it. Pulling people, no, this is Qiguag was grabbing people. Everyone was furious, but there was nothing they could do. Lin Tianxian raised his hand and sent a double first-class guarantee quota, which immediately raised the price to the sky. In the entire Beishan City, only Beishan High School has the qualification to recommend double first class. No student can refuse such a temptation. Lin Tianxian, what do you mean? Chen Shuqing rebuked angrily. Nothing interesting, the best students deserve the best education. You. Chen Shuqing's face turned pale, and he stared at him resentfully. Don't even think about it. Whether you want to or not depends on what student Qin thinks. Lin Tianxian smiled and said, what do you think? Student Qin. Guaranteed double first class. As long as they are high school students, no one can refuse this temptation, even Qin Luo is no exception. Actually, I'm going to Cambridge. Boom. Lin Tianxian staggered and fell to the ground. He stared at Qin Luo with wide eyes. Quiet. Deathly quiet. After a moment of silence, there was an uproar in the lounge. That's Cambridge, a world-renowned school, with no more than 5 enrollment places in China every year, and all of them are all-round talents. Qin Luo is too dare to think about it. So ambitious, so ambitious. Cambridge is a world-renowned school, so how can you go if you want? Ahem, Qin Luo, can we talk about something practical? Cambridge is still too far away for you. Li Xueming said comfortingly. Is it far away? Qin Luo shrugged his shoulders indifferently, and said with a smile, what if I prove Zhou's conjecture? Zhou guessed. As soon as the sentence came out, everyone in the audience was shocked. It has been 1992 years since the Zhou's conjecture was put forward in 16. During these 16 years, countless mathematicians and scholars have conducted in-depth research on it, but all of them came to nothing and did not come up with an accurate demonstration process. Can Qin Luo prove it? How old is he? 17 or 18 years old, can he prove Zhou's conjecture? No one believed it. Even the team leader Chen Shuqing didn't believe it. He admitted Qin Luo's talent in mathematics, but Zhou's conjecture could not be solved by talent, it would take a long time of hard work and sweat. Ahem, Qin Luo, we are still young, and we still have time. I believe you will be able to prove Zhou's conjecture in the future. Chen Shuqing patted Qin Luo's shoulder, and said with a smile, but, let's pay attention to it now. Focus on numbers. That's right, this number is related to the quota of the provincial team and the honor of our Southwest province. Let's put Zhou's conjecture aside. Li Xueming also echoed. These days, why is it that no one believes the truth? Helpless, Qin Luo could only nod his head. However, he has already made a plan in his heart, and after the number couplet is over, he will publish it in the Journal of Mathematics. Li Xueming nodded in satisfaction, said a few words of encouragement again, and slowly left the lounge. Seeing this situation, all the teachers also retreated silently. Student Qin, you can consider my proposal. Before leaving, Lin Tianxian reiterated. Qin Luo didn't speak, but shook his head lightly. The building was empty, and the lounge suddenly became empty. A group of top students from Beishan Middle School stared at Qin Luo with complicated expressions. There is unwillingness, resentment, and more deep admiration. From the rise of Qin Luo to the 151 points that created the history of the number couplet, it has only been more than 2 months. He is like a comet shining brightly on all beings. Shine brighter than the sun. Although I don't want to admit it, this is an established fact. I will surpass you. Huang Xing said, then turned and left the classroom. The knowledge of the host has shocked the scumbags, and the value of the master is plus 188. Classmates, work hard. The harder you work, the stronger I will be. Qin Luo, I want to ask you a question. Lin Shanshan walked in front of Qin Luo stepping on her high-heeled shoes. Question? Looking at Lin Shanshan's big flickering eyes, something bad flashed in Qin Luo's heart. Could it be that she likes me? Should I decline, or accept? Ben Shueba advises you to be cautious in your words and deeds. Qin Luo said seriously, Shueba doesn't need a girlfriend. Lin Shanshan was about to collapse. Every time she communicated with Qin Luo, he was like this. Can we still have a pleasant exchange? Can we still play friendly? She almost gritted her teeth and said these words, Lin Shanshan, I want you to be my tutor. Help me with math. What the hell is being a tutor? Seeing that Qin Luo didn't speak for a long time, Lin Shanshan whispered, It's fine if you don't want to, I'll ask someone else. How much? Qin Luo asked seriously. He decided to test the price first, and then consider whether to agree. What's more, he was short of money. What is the use of knowledge if it cannot be realized? A class is 200. Lin Shanshan thought for a while and said, 2 hours a day, travel expenses are reimbursed, meals are reimbursed, what do you think? How many? 200 per session, is that low? How about 300? After listening, Qin Luo slowly walked towards the door of the classroom. Sure enough, you still don't want to? A look of disappointment flashed in Lin Shanshan's eyes. It's getting late, let's start making up lessons. Qin Luo said lightly. Ah, really? I thought you were too small. Hearing Qin Luo's words, Lin Shanshan heaved a long sigh of relief. Qin Luo didn't answer, but looked up at the sky, and sighed softly, You're so angry. A great man once said, people are more popular than people. Of course, what he meant was that he could be mad at others, but when it came to Qin Luo, he was almost mad at others. A class is 300, 2 hours a day is 5 classes, 1500. This was as much as the profit that Qin Luo's small restaurant had made for a week. Even if the restaurant business is getting better now, it is far from being a tutor. It's good to be a top student. Taking out her mobile phone, Qin Luo dialed Fu Xiaowan's number. Mom, you don't have to wait for me to eat tonight, I'll be back later. Ah, it's not a girlfriend, it's a female student. Ahem, not being a teacher, being a tutor is not a teacher-student relationship. Amidst Fu Xiaowan's questioning, Qin Luo hung up the phone hastily. For his mother, Fu Xiaowan, he really has nothing to do. The next day, after having lunch and resting for an hour, the second test of the number couplet came as scheduled. Just like yesterday, I entered the examination room 15 minutes in advance, prepared the answering tools, and waited quietly for the arrival of the examination bell. At 2 o'clock sharp, the second exam of the number couplet officially began. Qin Luo had made preparations a long time ago, picked up the test paper and saw that there were only 3 questions. But the invigilator gave a full 3 pieces of draft paper. The first question, geometry question, 15 points. The second question, algebra question, 15 points. The third question, the calculation of pure sequence, 30 points. A total of 60 points. There has always been a rule in mathematics examinations, that is, the higher the score, the more difficult the examination. This seemingly ordinary sequence problem is the most difficult one. Pick up a pen to solve the problem. First question. Well, although it is the easiest question on the test paper, it is enough to scare away 99% of the candidates in the country. This is truly a test for geniuses. A right-angled trapezoid is drawn on the test paper, and there are 3 lines of P, M, and Q outside the figure. It is required to prove that PMQ is perpendicular to the trapezoid. The trapezoid intersects with the square, various lines crisscross, and there are as many as 12 intersection points. Can you imagine this beautiful picture? Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. I don't know who came up with the question. Isn't this intentional to kill the scumbags? Qin Luo looked around and wailed everywhere. Fortunately, although this question was difficult, it was acceptable to Qin Luo. 3 times, 5 times and 2 divisions solved the first problem. When used, 5 minutes. Then came the second question, algebra, which was not a problem for Qin Luo. In 3 minutes, the answer was already on the paper. There is one last sequence worth 30 points left. Looking around, Qin Luo smiled helplessly at the group of weak students who were battered, the loneliness of a master. However, in the next second, he froze in place. This number sequence is very unusual. P22n plus 1m P2n plus 2n 2m. This is completely a deformation of Zhou's conjecture. He said whether to believe it or not, but he was quite honest in his heart. Qin Luo can be sure that the person who produced this set of papers is Li Shueming. In a sense, this is an exam specially prepared for him. Breathing out the system warehouse, taking out the scroll, Qin Luo squeezed it down. At this moment, the Hall of Learning opened a door for Qin Luo, and Zhou conjectured that theoretical knowledge rushed towards Qin Luo like a yellow river breaking its embankment. In the monitoring room, through the cameras in the examination room, Li Shueming is monitoring Qin Luo's every move. Zhou guessed that it was a question he added temporarily, and the purpose was very simple: he just wanted to sharpen Qin Luo's temper. China has never been short of geniuses, but looking at the world, there are very few Chinese scientists who can achieve success in academia. One of the important reasons is that they are too arrogant and ambitious. Qin Luo, the most outstanding mathematics genius of this generation in Beishan City, he didn't want Qin Luo to follow the old path of being oblivious to everyone. Li Shueming smiled. Qin Luo's embarrassment of not being able to write had already been expected. You are dumbfounded, boy. Zhou's conjecture is not so easy to prove. Leader, you are not afraid to scare him. A middle-aged judge said with a wry smile. Originally, there were only 2 questions in the second test, and the last one was temporarily added by Li Shueming, just for Qin Luo. Jade can't be cut, it can't be used. Maybe he can become the second Zhou Haizhong in our Beishan City. Li Shueming said with a smile. The second Zhou Haizhong? Everyone in the monitoring room was stunned. Zhou Haizhong, the proposer of the Zhou's conjecture that has plagued mathematicians for more than 10 years, professor of Sun Yat-sen University, doctoral supervisor, since 1981, he has published papers on linguistics, mathematics, information science, emerging interdisciplinary subjects, etc. in academic journals, more than 120 articles, and he has been invited to various countries around the world to give special academic reports and participate in international academic conferences, and has received favorable comments. He is the pride of Beishan City and the first mathematician to go out of Beishan City. No one could have imagined that Li Shueming would give Qin Luo such a high evaluation. Team leader, isn't this evaluation a bit too high? I admit that Qin Luo is indeed a genius, but Professor Zhou Haizhong is a genius among geniuses. Although Qin Luo has created history, it does not mean that he is comparable to Professor Zhou Haizhong. Li Shueming smiled at the corner of his mouth and shook his head. 2 months ago, he was still the tail of a crane through and through, and he was still standing and struggling on the edge of the passing line. 2 months later, he has created a record in the history of the number. He's still young. Suddenly, the entire monitoring room became quiet, as if the air had condensed, so silent that even a needle could be heard falling on the ground. In 2 months, from a crane tail to a top academic master. How is this even possible? Everyone was dumbfounded, but everyone understood that Li Shueming would not lie, and there was no need to lie. What he said was the truth. They originally thought that Qin Luo was a genius since he was a child, but Li Shueming told them that Qin Luo only rose to prominence in the past 2 months. This simply refreshed their cognition. Gula, the middle-aged judge, swallowed and sighed. A genius among geniuses. A genius is not enough to describe Qin Luo, he is a genius among geniuses. Watch him start writing. At this moment, an exclamation came into Li Shueming's ears. Start writing? Li Shueming was taken aback for a moment, and rushed to the computer with a stride, staring straight at Qin Luo. Could he really prove Zhou's conjecture? 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, Qin Luo wrote furiously. A piece of scratch paper. 2 sheets of scratch paper. When Qin Luo picked up the third draft paper, Li Shueming finally came to his senses. Quick, quick, send him paper, quick! Li Shueming roared loudly. He is also engaged in mathematics research, and he knows that inspiration is fleeting, and any interruption will interrupt it. If Qin Luo's train of thought is interrupted by a piece of draft paper, he will miss the opportunity to solve the problem that plagues the academic world. Several years of difficulties and opportunities, Li Shueming can't wait to die. The middle-aged judge responded, picked up a stack of draft paper, and rushed out. 1 minute later, he had arrived at the examination room and walked towards Qin Luo cautiously. His steps were very light, for fear of making a little noise. Qin Luo only felt a heat wave coming, subconsciously looked up, and saw a middle-aged man standing in front of him. "Teacher, what's the matter?" It's over, it's over." Li Shueming's face was ashen. Once the state was interrupted, he didn't know when he would enter the state again. Who is it? Who made the rule that only 3 draft papers should be issued? This is simply killing geniuses. Li Shueming was furious, his face so pale that it made people feel terrified. If there are a few more, even 2, maybe Qin Luo can solve this problem. Ahem, you were the one who said the team leader. Everyone responded in a low voice, terrified. Li Shueming froze suddenly, his face was extremely livid. You heard me wrong, I said 30. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. The examination room was dead silent. The middle-aged man and Qin Luo stared wide-eyed. Qin Luo's sudden waking up made him shiver uncontrollably. Even standing here, he could feel Li Shueming's soaring anger. In an instant, cold sweat soaked his vest. "Teacher?" Seeing that the man did not speak, Qin Luo asked tentatively. "Don't look around, concentrate on solving the problem." The middle-aged man left a stack of draft paper and left the examination room quickly. Standing here is like a thorn in his back, and if he stays any longer, he can't guarantee whether he will collapse. Can you speak well?" Seeing the figure of the middle-aged man disappear into the examination room again, Qin Luo thought again helplessly. But solving problems is like writing. Once the train of thought is broken and you want to pick it up again, you don't know when it happened. Qin Luo had to rearrange his thoughts, and this process lasted about 5 minutes. He started writing again. There was an uproar in the monitoring room. They were even ready to give up, but after only 5 minutes, Qin Luo wrote again. Was his train of thought interrupted? It was indeed interrupted. But only for 5 minutes. Is this a monster? Someone exclaimed. Maybe he can really prove Zhou's conjecture. There may be a chance to solve the problem that has plagued the academic world for more than 10 years. For a moment, everyone's hearts were surging, and they stared at Qin Luo intently, as if they had witnessed history. Prove that too, and crack. Qin Luo put down the pen and paper, turned his head to look, and there was no one in the examination room. Looking up at the wall clock on the wall, it was already 5 p.m., a full hour overtime. Qin Luo coughed in embarrassment, then raised his hand to hand in the paper. He never expected that it would take so long. Student Qin, have you solved it yet? The invigilator nodded kindly, and carefully put away Qin Luo's test paper. It should be solved. Qin Luo said modestly. As a top student, Qin Luo felt that he should be humble. After all, it is an outstanding talent to keep secret. Hearing this sentence, the invigilator became more careful with his hands when collecting the paper, as if he was handling a treasure handed down from generation to generation. Is it necessary to be so careful? Teacher, if I lose it, I'll just write another copy. Qin Luo said indifferently. Write another one? The corner of the middle-aged teacher's mouth twitched, his face full of resentment. Boss. Please drink tea. As soon as he stepped out of the examination room, the little fat man from the same team rushed over with a drink. Boss, let me lift your shoes for you. Boss, you still need a pendant, I'll give you a pendant. All of a sudden, many top students from Beishan No. Middle School flocked to him, directly surrounding Qin Luo. What's the situation? Qin Luo was a little confused. Although he looks good, he is not to the point of killing both men and women. Boss, you don't know that today's citywide exam has been extended for an hour just for you alone. Li Shueming's original words are, when Qin Luo will come out, when will the exam end? When will I be as good as the boss? As good as Ben Shueba? Sorry you don't have a system. Work hard, anyway, you will never be as good as Ben Shueba in your whole life. Qin Luo smiled faintly. In an instant, admiration turned into resentment, and Qin Luo's academic master value, like riding a rocket, soared upwards. In a blink of an eye, the 1,000 mark has been broken. Thank you. Just as Qin Luo was intoxicated by the beautiful notification sound of the system, a voice of thanks came into his ears. Lin Shanshan looked at him seriously. What the hell is going on? Even Qin Luo himself didn't understand. Thank you for your encouragement, I will work harder. After finishing speaking, Lin Shanshan turned around and left. She had no time to waste, she wanted to study. For a moment, everyone's eyes lit up, the boss is indeed a boss, and he speaks with such depth. Thank you, boss. Goodbye, big brother. In an instant, everyone disappeared. Encourage? Do I mean it? I do not know how. Alas, Ben Shueba has such a damn charm that has nowhere to rest. In the monitoring room, Qin Luo's test paper and draft paper have been delivered. Li Shueming led a group of math teachers to study carefully. Team leader, do you understand? Someone in the crowd asked. Understand? If I could understand, I wouldn't be here, and I would have gone to a university as a professor long ago. 6 or 7 out of 10. Li Shueming replied without blushing and out of breath. Hiss for a while, everyone gasped. As expected of being the team leader, I only understand 40% of it, so do I. The crowd joined in. Group leader, is Qin Luo right? Or wrong? The man asked again. You ask me, who do I ask? Li Shueming felt bitter. As the leader of the Beishan City Mathematics Research Group, his strength was beyond doubt, but what he was demonstrating was Zhou's conjecture. This thing has troubled the mathematics community for more than 10 years, how could he know whether it was correct or not? Seal the answer and send it to Professor Zhou Haizhong of Sun Yat-sen University. He is the person who made the conjecture and he has the most say. After thinking about it, Li Shueming finally made a decision. Soon, Qin Luo's answer was sealed and sent to Yanjing overnight on a plane. Li Shueming walked to the window and looked at the speeding car with a smile on his lips. Whether it is correct or not, Qin Luo's appearance is a miracle. In 2 months, from a scumbag to a top student, and then to a genius among geniuses, it is even possible to solve Zhou's conjecture. He has created a legend. The next day, the day of the announcement. There is no doubt that Qin Luo has a perfect score again, and it is the only one with a perfect score. Although the full score here refers to 30 points, it is also unique. Senior, how did you learn mathematics well? Do you have any learning experience? Can you teach me? Brother, there is no one at my house tonight. Brother Shueba, do you have a WeChat account? Can you add me? Ziox Weiba calls, a lot of money. Are you sure you didn't propose with a lot of money? It's not impossible to propose marriage. The forum of Beishan No, middle school fell. WeChat circle of friends, fall. Qzone fell. All kinds of information about Qin Luo filled it, and Qin Luo completely became a legend of Shulian. If 1 full score is said to be luck, then 2 full scores are not luck, but strength. What's even more frightening is that the number team changed the rules for Qin Luo again and again, which further highlighted Qin Luo's uniqueness. In the lounge of No, middle school, Huang Zitao, Wei Zihao, and other high school students all looked ashen. What to do? What to do? Wei Zihao's eyes were red. As the most outstanding student master in No, middle school, he never thought that he would lose, but the fact is that he lost completely. Do you really want to sing about conquest? Thinking of this, he was about to go crazy. Don't panic, we haven't lost yet. Huang Zitao gritted his teeth and said, there are 3 more trials, we still have a chance. In order to defeat Qin Luo, only he knows how much effort he has made. So until the last moment, Huang Zitao will never give up easily. Is there really a chance? A look of sadness flashed in Wei Zihao's eyes. Fourth lounge. Xin Luo, why didn't you come to the makeup class that was agreed upon? As soon as she stepped into the classroom, Lin Shanshan rushed over angrily. She clearly said to wait for him after school, but she waited left and right, but she didn't wait for Xin Luo. I don't know your home address. Xin Luo said helplessly. I don't know the address, don't you know how to call? You didn't tell me the phone number. Lin Shanshan gritted her teeth, she was going crazy. I didn't tell you, don't you know how to ask? What's your phone number? Collapse, complete breakdown. As a well-known school bully and school belle in middle school, she has never collapsed like this before. I shouldn't be angry, don't be angry, people with high IQ have low EQ. Thinking of this, Lin Shanshan finally felt better. 1838. Remember my phone number. Lin Shanshan said viciously, then turned her head and left. Can you say it again? Lin Shanshan staggered and almost fell to the ground. She turned her head and glared at Xin Luo, 1838. Yanjing, Sun Yat-sen University. An old man with white hair and ruddy face is sitting in front of the window, with a pot of green tea, a mathematics journal, and a picture scroll of sex. Zhou Haizhong, the proponent of Zhou's conjecture, a well-known mathematician in China, and a master who enjoys a special national allowance, even in the global mathematics community, cannot conceal his brilliance. What he is most proud of is proposing Zhou's conjecture, which has plagued the academic world for more than 10 years, but his biggest regret is also the same. A guess is a guess after all. Zhou Haizhong regrets every day that it is not proven. Dong dong dong. Old Zhou. Suddenly, someone knocked softly on the door. It was his student Suan Min's voice. Enter. Soon, a well-mannered man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked in. He is not young, about 40 years old, with piercing eyes. Your hometown, Beishan City, sent an answer sheet, which is about proving Zhou's conjecture. Suan Min whispered. Oh, let it go, I'll watch it if I have time. Zhou Haizhong said, waving his hands. Since Zhou's conjecture was put forward, almost every few days, there will be an answer sheet on the demonstration of Zhou's conjecture theory on his desk. One person counts the short and the other counts the long. Zhou Haizhong doesn't think he is number one in the world. He looks forward to someone who can prove this answer. 10 years have been like a day, from the very beginning when he opened the answer sheet with great interest and anticipation, until now he is too lazy to open it. Because every time, it is a disappointment. There are too many people daydreaming and wanting to become famous in one fell swoop. Teacher, you should phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals red read / phoneme this answer sheet. I assure you that it is definitely not as bad as you imagined. Suan Lei said sincerely. Isn't it your lifelong wish to prove Zhou's conjecture? Maybe this answer sheet will give you a satisfactory answer. Every time there is a big talk about Zhou's conjecture, Suan Lei will go through it first. He will eliminate most of the dross and leave the most essence and most inspiring answer sheet, but this answer sheet is different, he can't understand it. He was keenly aware that this answer sheet might be different. Staring into Suan Lei's eyes, Zhou Haizhong was silent for a while, and finally took the answer sheet in his hand. As a scholar, he still couldn't restrain his curiosity. Let me see what surprise Li Xueming brought me. Beishan Middle School? Xin Luo? Seeing this address, Zhou Haizhong gave a rare smile. That was his alma mater, but he had never heard of the name Xin Luo. Maybe it's a new teacher. Zhou Haizhong still looked down patiently and carefully. Tick, tick. The wall clock continued to run, and the time passed by every minute and every second. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. Zhou Haizhong frowned, staring at the first page of the answer sheet motionlessly as if he had been cast in a freeze spell, without any intention of turning the page. Seeing Zhou Haizhong's appearance, Suan Min slowed down his breathing, lowered his steps, and stood quietly aside. As he thought, this answer sheet was unusual. After another half an hour, Zhou Haizhong finally turned over the first page, and his speed became faster and faster. In a few minutes, he had already reviewed the entire answer sheet. Pang! Zhou Haizhong clapped his hands on the desk, his body trembling uncontrollably. Teacher? Su Enmin asked tentatively. Zhou Haizhong didn't speak, he just stared blankly at the answer sheet in front of him, and murmured, "Perfect, so perfect. This is the most perfect answer sheet he has seen so far. It has clear thinking, rigorous logic, and the method used is quite ingenious. Even he, the creator of Zhou's conjecture, can't find a single flaw. Smooth. Unbelievably fluid. This is probably the key to prove the conjecture, the key to upgrade Zhou's conjecture to a theorem. If he doubted the thesis at first, now he has been convinced by it. If you want to give it an evaluation, there are only 2 words: excellent. Great. Hearing the teacher's words, Su Enmin froze in place. Others don't know Zhou Haizhong's character, but as an assistant, he is really clear, tough, and will never admit defeat. Even academician Wang Xuecai, he doesn't pay attention to him. But now, he praised him for being great. Book the ticket, I'm going to Beishan City, see Qin Luo. Zhou Haizhong said sharply. He really wanted to see what kind of person was the person who could demonstrate Zhou's conjecture so fluently. Teacher, the day after tomorrow Research Institute project is about to start. Do you see if the time to go to Beishan has been shifted? Su Enmin looked distressed. Then go tomorrow. You are going to attend the report meeting tomorrow. Zhou Haizhong's face was ashen, and he sighed deeply. Although he has achieved great success and fame, there are still some things that he can't keep aloof from. I really want to know who Qin Luo is, and I want to make a photocopy of the answer sheet and give it to Wang Xuecai and Song Baogua. After speaking, Zhou Haizhong took out a pen and paper from the desk drawer, and used the method on the answer sheet to calculate in detail stand-up. Okay. Su Enmin took a deep breath, turned and left the room. Wang Xuecai, Song Baogua, academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, enjoy special national allowances. At this moment, Su Enmin only felt that the answer sheet in his hand was heavy, but what this light and fluffy paper carried was the result of more than 10 years of hard work in the mathematics field. A world-class math puzzle may well be solved. The academic value contained in it is immeasurable. Beishan City, Middle School. The number 3 test is about to start. However, for Qin Luo, it was just a formality. In 10 minutes, Qin Luo had finished writing the answers, handed in the paper and left the examination room. The 10 judges except Li Xueming looked at each other in blank dismay. Looking at the 3-day number competition, apart from Zhou's conjecture causing a little trouble for Qin Luo, the other problems did not hinder him in any way. Without a doubt, it's full marks again. Li Xueming personally reviewed Qin Luo's test papers in the marking room. No surprises, another perfect score. There was no surprise, everything seemed natural, and the marking teachers didn't even raise their eyelids. For them who have experienced the shocking waves, this little storm is nothing at all. The other party is a big cow who is likely to solve Zhou's conjecture. Isn't it normal to get a perfect score? Hey, I really don't know how that kid's head grew, how could he be so smart? Isn't it? Now I'm being asked to mark his test paper. I don't even bother to mark it. I just give it a perfect score. This kid is really a pervert. 4 p.m. The bell for the end of the exam rang on time, and a large group of scholars came out. This also means that the intense number competition has officially come to an end. Qin Luo stood at the door waiting patiently for Lin Shanshan, and today promised Lin Shanshan to be a tutor. As a pigeon that has been released twice, he does not want to do it a third time. The reason is simple, 1 pigeon is 1,000 yuan lost to Qin Luo. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eyes, he saw 2 familiar figures. Huang Zitao. Wei Ziheo. At this time, they were bowing their heads and leaving the school quickly. Qin Luo's eyes lit up, and he directly stopped in front of them with a stride. Student Huang, classmate Wei, we meet again. What do you want to do? Huang Zitao's face turned gloomy seeing that he couldn't escape Qin Luo. You seem to have forgotten one thing. Qin Luo said with a smile. Qin Luo, don't push yourself. Of course he knew what was going on, but he couldn't admit it. An inch? Qin Luo smiled disdainfully. As a top student, he doesn't know what it means to push an inch. It seems that classmate Huang wants to renege on his debt? Repudiation? Qin Luo's words were not concealed too much. Huang Zitao and Wei Zihao heard it, and the surrounding melon-eating audience naturally heard it too. In an instant, scorching gazes shot at Huang Zitao and Wei Zihao, and all kinds of sarcastic words instantly surrounded him. Isn't that the top student from middle school? Why can't he get up now? Don't gamble if you can't afford it, it's a shame. If it were me, I would immediately find a crack in the ground and get in. In an instant, Huang Zitao's face flushed red, his whole body trembled uncontrollably, and the anger in his heart was burning. Qin Luo, you forced me. With a loud shout, Huang Zitao waved his fist and rushed towards Qin Luo. It is not only a schoolmaster, but also a black belt winner in Taekwondo. His punch is enough to knock down an ordinary person. Angry from embarrassment? Qin Luo raised his eyelids unnaturally. Angry from embarrassment? Qin Luo raised his eyelids unnaturally. He never expected that Huang Zitao would do it in public. Wait! Qin Luo suddenly shouted, and at the same time he quickly took out his mobile phone, clicked on the essence of Taekwondo, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme it carefully. Hearing Qin Luo's words, Huang Zitao squatted on the spot, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. What? Do you want to beg for mercy? Although as a top student, he disdains to use force, but he does not deny that sometimes force is really easy to use. The host studies hard, and the master value +1. The host understands the essence of Taekwondo, and the level of Taekwondo is improved. LV1, 010. After a crisp notification sound, Qin Luo added a Taekwondo skill column. Before he had time to think about it, Qin Luo hurriedly added the value of learning masters to Taekwondo. Upgrade, congratulations to the host for reaching LV5 in Taekwondo, expert level, equivalent to a 4th Dan Taekwondo black belt. As if enlightened, various moves about Taekwondo appeared in Qin Luo's mind instantly. Selling now? Looking at the scene in front of him, the gloom on Huang Zitao's face disappeared, replaced by that unscrupulous laugh. It's too late to learn Taekwondo now, don't you realize? Even for a genius like him, it took him 2 years to practice Taekwondo. Qin Luo just started reading now. Was he in a hurry? He is not in a hurry now, he wants to see what kind of tricks Qin Luo can play, Huang Zitao sneered in his heart. Stupid, capitalized stunned. Everyone was dumbfounded. This shit, even if it was just a temporary hug, he didn't hug like this. Damn it, did Qin Luo learn his brain badly? Can Taekwondo be learned by reading books? Huang Zitao is a black belt in Taekwondo, so it's no problem to be 1 against 2. Now Qin Luo will suffer. For a while, everyone was talking about it, and even smarter people had already quietly notified the school. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Qin Luo put away the phone, his eyes flashing brightly. Let Ben Shuaba tell you what Taekwondo is. Saying that, Qin Luo opened his posture. Hey, you still look good. Huang Zitao smiled disdainfully, kicked his legs, and rushed forward quickly, high whip. Lifting his right foot high, the instep hit Qin Luo's face directly. With one kick down, Qin Luo had to be kicked for a concussion. Humph, aren't you a genius? Don't you get full marks? I would like to see if you are still so smart after the concussion. With this kick, Huang Zitao burst out in anger, without the slightest reservation. The instep was getting closer and closer to Qin Luo, and he was about to kick Qin Luo. The timid student has already covered his eyes. Qin Luo didn't rush, and greeted him with a kick. The current Qin Luo is no longer the Qin Luo just now, and there is no need to back down. Pang! With a loud noise, a figure flew out of thin air for several meters, and then fell heavily to the ground. Heart-piercing screams resounded throughout the school. Huang Zitao sat paralyzed on the ground, his face distorted terribly. Pain, excruciating pain. It was as if a bone had been broken. My legs! My legs! Damn Qin Luo, I want you to look good. The roar shook the sky, waking everyone up from their dreams. Everyone was dumbfounded for a while. What the hell is going on with this Nima? Huang Zitao is the black belt winner of Taekwondo, but he was kicked away by Qin Luo 1-1. The full-level master versus novice village monsters not only did not destroy the dead, but was counter-killed. Do you know how to play? This can no longer be called nonsense, but this scene of the Arabian Nights happened before their eyes. Brother, give me a slap, I don't want to dream anymore. Wow, I'm not afraid that Shuaba is educated, but I'm afraid that Shuaba will fight. Mom, come out and see God. Ding, the host is proficient in Taekwondo, and the level has been increased by LV5. Ding, the host destroys the confidence of the scumbag with his profound knowledge, and the value of the master is plus 666. Ding, the host's force frightens the heroes, and the mastery value is plus 888. On the other side, Qin Luo was also immersed in excitement. Everyone has a martial arts dream in their hearts. Qin Luo didn't have this ability before, but now, everything is different. The piercing pain finally subsided. Huang Zitao stood up trembling all over, his eyes were full of scarlet. Impossible, this is impossible. How could he be blown away by a beginner like Qin Luo? There must be something wrong here. Qin Luo, I want you to look good. Huang Zitao's face was ferocious, he stared at Qin Luo firmly, and rushed forward again. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout came from the school. Li Xueming, Chen Shuqing, Lin Tianxian and other teachers rushed out angrily. Li Xueming is very angry. Who is Qin Luo? The number 1 genius in Beishan City will soon be selected for the provincial team and participate in the National Math Federation competition. What's even more frightening is that if his theory about Zhou's conjecture is correct, then Qin Luo is likely to fulfill his promise and be admitted to Cambridge University. However, just such a genius among geniuses was beaten at the school gate, and it was still in front of him. Academic genius Qin Luo, beaten by the crowd scholar, becomes a hooligan. Whose problem is it? Li Xueming can even imagine how the media will report tomorrow. Thinking of this, Li Xueming was furious. Huang Zitao, you are so brave to gather people to fight. Li Xueming shouted angrily in a cold voice. Gathering a crowd to fight? Huang Zitao's complexion was as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. If he was really beaten, then forget it. The point is that he didn't beat him at all. From the beginning to the end, he was always the one who was beaten. Teacher, listen to my explanation. It was Qin Luo who hit me. Huang Zitao shouted loudly. Qin Luo hit you? Chen Shuqing sneered. He knew exactly who Huang Zitao and Qin Luo were. Huang Zitao was a black belt winner in Taekwondo, while Qin Luo was just a good student. Even if two Qin Luo fight together, it is impossible to beat him. That's right. Huang Zitao gritted his teeth and said, if you don't believe me, you can ask the students around you. Okay. Li Xueming turned his head with a gloomy face. Let's talk about what's going on. Quiet, deathly quiet. No one spoke, not even a little movement. Everyone just watched silently, looking at the embarrassed Huang Zitao. Zihao, tell me. Huang Zitao almost gritted his teeth in anger. He turned angrily, and looked at Wei Zihao with scarlet eyes. Wei Zihao glanced at Li Xueming cautiously, and his body shivered suddenly. No. I didn't see anything. Boom. Like a thunderbolt from the blue, Huang Zitao's head buzzed suddenly, and his face turned pale instantly. He never expected that his comrades who were on the same front as him would actually betray him. Wei Zihao. Enough. Before Huang Zitao could finish speaking, Li Xueming interrupted him sharply. His face was gloomy, and he said in a voice, gathering a crowd to fight, no school rules, one major demerit, stay in school for inspection. Mr. Lin, you have no objection to this treatment. No opinion, no opinion. Lin Tianxian smiled wryly, and finally shook his head. Li Xueming, that's the leader of the number union and the education bureau, not to mention serious demerits. Lin Tianxian has to do it even if he is expelled. Make a big demerit and stay for inspection? Huang Zitao was completely stunned. He never thought that things would turn out like this. Obviously it was Qin Luo who bullied him, but in the end he was punished instead. Thinking of this, Huang Zitao felt like dying. Qin Luo, wait for me. Gouging Qin Luo fiercely, Huang Zitao left the school without looking back. He didn't want to stay here for a second. Ding, the anger of the scumbags was detected. The mastery of the host is worth plus 99. Feather fans and scarves, while talking and laughing, the masts and skulls are wiped out in ashes. At this moment, everyone's eyes on Qin Luo changed. If they were just admiring Qin Luo's good grades in the previous moment, then at this moment, they admired his ability to turn clouds and rain. In just a few minutes, the entire battlefield was reversed. Not only was he unscathed, but even tortured Huang Zitao so painfully. Shueba is indeed worthy of being a Shueba, whether it is in studies or in fighting. Ding, Lin Shanshan was detected. Ding, Peng Hua was detected. Ding ding swipe. Looking at the system prompts that passed by, Qin Luo was filled with emotion. The students are really friendly. In the Emerald Garden community, standing at the gate of the community, Qin Luo looked up and felt emotional. This community is worthy of the name of garden. The entire community has a green area of more than 60%. Moreover, this is a prime location. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the commercial district of the city. One can imagine the cost of building a community with such a high green area in such a place. Only the so-called elite can afford to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme here. Qin Luo always knew that Lin Shanshan was rich, but he never expected that she was a rich woman. Rich woman, do you still need pendants? Don't look at me with such eyes, the money is my mother's and not mine. As if sensing Qin Luo's strangeness, Lin Shanshan spoke first. It's as if you're not his daughter. Qin Luo shrugged and said indifferently. Can you speak well? Resentment from a scumbag, plus 111 hee, student Lin, you may not believe me when I tell you, I have no intention of asking for your mastery value. Walking into the community, took the elevator upstairs, and before Lin Shanshan could draw out the key, the door of the room was already open from the inside. A fair-skinned and beautiful woman came out. Bohemian floral dress, looks like a housewife. Her eyes turned back and forth on Qin Luo and Lin Shanshan, her eyes revealing excitement. Boyfriend? The corner of Qin Luo's mouth twitched. He was not a boyfriend, but a male teacher. Yang Peishan, can you have a good job? Lin Shanshan became angry all of a sudden. Which eye did she see that Qin Luo was her boyfriend? Oh, no? The woman's face darkened at first, and then she became serious. Shanshan, it's not that my mother said you are already in the 3rd year of high school, and it's time to find a boyfriend. You know, in this resource in a scarce society, Kaodong is also limited. If you don't insert it, someone else will insert it. Haha, this job doesn't look good. Qin Luo was secretly vigilant in his heart. As a top student, he had to protect himself at all times. Yang Peishan, shut up. You little brat, you're out of your league. How dare you talk to your mother like that? You don't want pocket money next month, do you? Facing Lin Shanshan's threat, the woman was not afraid at all, with her hands on her hips, and sternly yelled. Get out! Lin Shanshan gritted her teeth, turned around and rushed to the attic. Stupid, capitalized stunned. Qin Luo just froze in place. No, shouldn't the script drag me along? Silence, still silence. Qin Luo stared at young Peishan like this. In the end, Qin Luo couldn't help it anymore. Ms. Yang, my name is Qin Luo, and I'm here to teach Lin Shanshan. Oh, tutor. Yang Peishan jumped up suddenly, with a smile on her face again. Hee, Mr. Qin, please come in quickly. I made you laugh. Our Shanshan is like this, no matter how big or small. Yang Peishan asked with a smile while getting out of the way. By the way, how old is Mr. Qin this year? Have a girlfriend yet? Her eager look seemed to be eager to sell Lin Shanshan. What a real mother. Qin Luo smiled, but didn't answer. He just came to be a tutor, and he didn't think about having a girlfriend at all. Mr. Qin, what do you think of our Shanshan? Bang! Just as Qin Luo retreated in his heart, the door on the 2nd floor was opened again, and Lin Shanshan rushed down with a ha. Pulling Qin Luo, he rushed upstairs. The door was closed again, completely isolating Yang Peishan. Crack! A compulsory mathematics textbook was thrown in front of Qin Luo. Let's get started, Lin Shanshan said, and as she spoke, Lin Shanshan pressed the clock M. Is it necessary? As a top student who has perfect scores in the system exams every time, a compulsory textbook for the third year of high school is as simple as eating and drinking for Qin Luo, but before that, he has one more thing to do. Show me your previous exam papers, Qin Luo said. Without speaking, Lin Shanshan took out a stack of test papers from the bookcase next to her and placed them in front of Qin Luo. You heard me right, it's just a big stack, roughly 200 sheets. It seems that I made a wrong decision. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Patiently flipping through the test papers, the corners of Qin Luo's mouth twitched again. The scores obtained for each test paper have never been lower than 140, and there are even many full-score test papers. Call. Qin Luo picked up a pen and began to draw on the test paper, marking the points of knowledge she hadn't mastered. It stands to reason that these things should be summed up by Lin Shanshan herself. But now that he is a teacher, Qin Luo still wants to do his best work. If nothing else, he wants a salary of 200 yuan for this class. In this way, the time passed by every minute and every second, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of test papers were finally compiled into 10 pages of essence. From the idea of solving the problem, to how to solve the problem, to finally summarizing how to avoid mistakes, Qin Luo meticulously went through every step. Do you understand? Qin Luo asked. I'm not a fool, of course I can understand. Lin Shanshan gave Qin Luo a blank look and said impatiently. Isn't it just a summary? What a big deal, even without you, I can do it. But she still picked up the notebook and phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red read / phoneme it carefully. In the next second, the impatience on her face disappeared, replaced by meticulous seriousness. Easier said than done, Qin Luo's information is not only a collection of wrong knowledge points, but also a method of solving problems, ideas. The most frightening thing is that he can use 3 or more methods to make each knowledge point, and it is easy to understand, so that people can understand it at a glance. The more she looked at Lin Shanshan, the more frightened she became, and at the end she couldn't help exclaiming, can this problem be solved in this way? If it wasn't for scaring you, I could use 10 kinds. Qin Luo smiled faintly, full of complacency. Did at this moment, the clock made a short chime. 2 hours, time is up. It wasn't until this time that Lin Shanshan came to her senses. 2 more hours. Lin Shanshan said without raising her head. Add 2 hours? Are you my computer? How long do you want to go? The price of each class is doubled. Sensing Qin Luo's strangeness, Lin Shanshan added. Double. In other words, 600 per class? Scary. No time. Qin Luo said something, and opened the door directly. 1 minute, 2 minutes. After several minutes in a row, Lin Shanshan didn't move at all. Miscalculation, Qin Luo's heart was bleeding. Lin Shanshan's silence in the room was completely different from his script. What about the 3 visits to the thatched cottage? What about the good money? Why did you call the price once and then stop calling? Lin Shanshan clenched her teeth. It was the first time in a long time that someone rejected her, and it happened again and again. Isn't it just learning better? What a big deal, hum. At the door, Qin Luo declined Yang Peishan's invitation to stay for dinner, and opened the door directly, and many more. Ms. Yang? Yang Peishan took out a bunch of keys expressionlessly and put them in front of Qin Luo. This is the key to the room. Come here, phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals FN often / phoneme when you are free. Key? Cough cough, is this really my mother? This problem is quite serious, okay? I'm afraid it's not good. Oh, there are more than a dozen cameras installed at home, and there are basically no dead spots. Yang Peishan shrugged her shoulders and said indifferently, of course, if you feel that your privacy has been violated, you can bring it up to me. Haha, more than a dozen monitors still spoke so indifferently. Lin Shanshan's mother was even more ferocious than a scourge. Yenqing University, the #1 university in China, is the dream palace of countless Chinese students, the sacred place in the hearts of parents, and the goal of teachers. Wang Shuaicai, a professor at Yenching University, an academician of the National Academy of Sciences of China, and a master in the field of mathematics, once won the Hua Luoging Award known as the Fields Award of China. He is one of the most outstanding mathematicians in China. At this moment, on his desk, there is an answer sheet and hundreds of draft papers. This records the process of Zhou's conjecture demonstration. It has been 2 days since I got this answer sheet. During these 2 days, Wang Shuaicai hardly closed his eyes. Hundreds of draft papers and dozens of used pencil leads are the answer sheets he handed in. At this moment, Wang Shuaicai's face was flushed red, his bloodshot eyes were shining with excitement, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. Starting today, Zhou Haizhong's name will be recorded in the history of mathematics. Zhou's conjecture has finally been proved. It will be sublimated from a conjecture to a theorem. Prepare the car, I'm going to see Zhou Haizhong. In the office of the Vice President of the Yenjing Mathematics Research Society, academician Song Baowei is leaning over his desk at the moment. His eyes are bloodshot, his hair is unkempt, and black ink stains can be seen everywhere on his clothes, as if he has not closed his eyes for several days and nights. In fact, it was true. Like Wang Shuaicai, he hadn't closed his eyes for 2 days and 2 nights. In the past 2 days, except for eating and going to the toilet, he spent almost all of his time on demonstrating conjectures. Finally, after rigorous demonstrations, the accuracy of the answer sheet was finally proved. With the answer sheet in front of him, he perfectly proved Zhou's conjecture. Song Baowei spent 2 days and checked it countless times without finding the slightest mistake. Zhou's conjecture, this problem that has plagued the mathematics community for more than 10 years, has finally been proved. Song Baowei got up suddenly and slapped his hands heavily on the desk, making a loud noise. "Oh! Teacher!" Song Court. The next moment, the door of the office was pushed open heavily, and a group of young people rushed in. Some of them are students of Song Baowei, and some are staff members of the Association of Numbers. Song Baowei, you are the Vice President of the Phoneme Alphabet equals IPAPH equals Det Data / Phoneme Federation Research Association. His every move affects the hearts of too many people. Song Baowei has not left the office for 2 days in a row, and even has lunch delivered to the door. This has to make them nervous stand up. Fortunately, Song Baowei finally came out. "Prepare the car, I'm going to see Zhou Haizhong," Song Baowei said eagerly. He couldn't wait, he wanted to see Zhou Haizhong soon. "Ahem, teacher, it's getting late, why don't we go after dinner?" the young student asked tentatively. Eat, 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 you know how to eat all day long, and if you spend your eating time on academics, you won't even be able to prove Zhou's conjecture." Song Baowei was burning with anger, and his bloodshot eyes gleamed coldly. Cold blow. For a moment, a group of masters and doctors were so terrified that they didn't even dare to vent their breath. If Zhou's conjecture was so easy to prove, it wouldn't have troubled the academic world for more than 10 years, everyone said in their hearts. As if aware of the abnormality of the crowd, Song Baowei's face became blooming again, his cold eyes scanned the crowd, and he scolded coldly, "Humph, a high school student can prove Zhou's conjecture, but you doctors can't prove it. You should think about it." After all, he left the office without saying a word. A high school student proved Zhou's conjecture? For a moment, everyone's eyes widened, and their eyes were full of horror. That's Zhou's conjecture, which stumps the mathematics world, is not elementary school mathematics. Wang Shuaicai, Song Baowei, Zhou Haizhong, and even a series of foreign experts in mathematics are helpless against Zhou's conjecture. How can a high school student prove it? Brother, what the teacher said is not true, is it? Probably not, after all, that's Zhou's conjecture. The young man thought for a while and said, "I think it's really possible." After all, the teacher's temper doesn't seem like a joke. Another young man said, "Song Baowei is not a person who likes to joke." Everyone was startled, looked at each other, and chased after Song Baowei. Not only Song Baowei was very curious, but they were also very curious. What kind of high school students can solve the problems that have plagued the mathematics world for more than 10 years? Full score. Still full marks. When the final result of the number couplet was presented to everyone, they were not surprised at all. Because Qin Luo is a top student, he should be like this. Beishan No, Middle School, the auditorium was decorated with lights and festoons, filled with a grand and festive atmosphere. Relevant leaders and professors from the Municipal Bureau of Education and the Association of Number Federations came to the scene in person, and they will present awards to Qin Luo and other student masters. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the award ceremony officially opened. First, Su Shangyang, the director of the Jiangzhou Education Bureau, gave a speech, then Li Shueming, the leader of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme federation, gave a speech, and then Qin Luo and several award winners came to the stage to accept the awards. To Qin Luo's surprise, Huang Xing and Lin Shanshan won the second prize, having the minimum qualifications to go to the provincial team and go to the whole country. Qin Luo stood on the stage, holding the glass trophy in his left hand and the 3,000 yuan bonus in his right hand. As the champion, he was asked to speak. I just want to say one thing. This is the first time and the last time I stand here. We will go further in the future. Thank you. The audience burst into warm applause. Chen Shuqing and other Beishan No, middle school teachers were very pleased, and Qin Luo's parents were even more proud. For a long time, Qin Luo has been the tail of the crane, but now he has grown into other people's child. After the brief award ceremony, there was the provincial team departure ceremony. Qin Luo and a group of winners of the second prize and above were invited to participate in the provincial team. Prepare for the national competition in a week. The opportunity is rare, and no one refuses it. A red invitation letter was distributed to everyone, with an air ticket attached to it. One day later, they will go to Chengdu and Chongqing. As soon as he received the invitation letter, the system's notification sound came as promised. Ding, the host has unlocked the achievement, the champion of the number league, and rewards the master with 999 points. Please continue to work hard on the host. 999 points. Qin Luo only felt comfortable physically and mentally. Because of the upgrade of Taekwondo 2 days ago, Qin Luo's academic mastery value has bottomed out, and now he has finally regained his blood. Host, Qin Luo age, 17 Mathematics LV4, 0 10,000, Chinese LV1 English LV1 Physical LV1 Biological LV1 The remaining Shuaba is worth 2,387 points. It is still 7,316 points away from the upgrade. Just as Qin Luo was thinking hard about how to earn master points, a new task had been released. Ding! The task is released. The provincial team shows off the host. Please win the gold medal with an overwhelming posture. Reward, top scholar worth 10,000 10,000. Tens of millions, points of experience. Qin Luo's eyes widened. If he wins this 5 learning master value, he can raise his math ability to level, in one go. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have the gold medal. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight in the morning poured into the window, Qin Luo's eyes had already been opened. 10 minutes by bike to the school, a bus has already parked on the side of the road. Seeing Qin Luo coming, Chen Shuqing quickly stuck out his head from the car. Hurry up and get in the car, ready to go. The ticket is at 9:07 a.m., and it is already past, frowny face am, and the time for the plane to take off is getting closer. Qin Luo nodded obediently. 5 minutes later, a bus full of talents from Beishan City sped away. The plane took off on time at 9:02 and arrived at Chengdu Chongqing International Airport 2 hours later. Qin Luo and his group of 5 people were arranged to go to Chengdu Chongqing University. It will be another round of challenges to meet them. There are a total of 45 talented academic masters in each urban area, and it is necessary to determine the most powerful winner among them to participate in the national competition in 5 days. Keep calm during the exam and don't worry. Don't be afraid, I believe that there is no problem in passing the semifinals with your strength. Chen Shuqing patiently did ideological work for everyone. After finally getting to where he is today, he was worried that Qin Luo and the others would collapse psychologically. Mr. Chen, you have said this sentence 8 times. Qin Luo waved his hand indifferently and said, Worry? As the owner of the system, he has nothing to worry about. Chen Shuqing's face was dark, and he was a little upset. This is all the experience I have summed up in previous exams. It is a magic weapon in the exam room. The mentality in the exam room is the most important. 9 times. This time, Qin Luo did not speak, but patiently listened to Chen Shuqing teach the magic weapon. About half an hour later, just as Chen Shuqing was still thinking about it, everyone's mobile phones rang at the same time. Please gather in the school auditorium after 10 minutes. Finally able to stop listening to Chen Shuqing's nagging, Qin Luo got up suddenly, and then fled out of the lounge like lightning. The few remaining people looked at each other and rushed out one after another. Ms. Chen, let's go gather first. Lin Shanshan's crisp voice came from afar. No one likes nagging, and they are no exception. Chengdu Chongqing University is the most prestigious college in Southwest Province, and all the students who can stand in this college are all at the top level. The college auditorium is an old building, built in 1898. After years of vicissitudes, it gives birth to a breath of time out of thin air. This is the background of history and the traces of the years. Standing here, it seems to have returned to the autumn of 1898. 10 minutes later, Qin Luo stepped into the auditorium. In the eyes, there are clearly distinct seats, which have been arranged as an examination room. It is not flowers and applause that greets a group of top students, but countless exam questions. You are Qin Luo, right? Suddenly, an angry voice came from behind Qin Luo. Turning around, a man walked over. This man was wearing an inappropriate suit and glasses with gold-rimmed glasses. He looked refined. Even Qin Luo had to admit that, in terms of looks alone, this person already had half of his looks. Qin Luo asked, "You are?" "By Chong, from Qingyuno, Middle School." The man smiled and said, "I've seen your grades, they are pretty good." Qin Luo smiled and said modestly, "Thank you for the prize. There is no need to be humble." The man shrugged his shoulders and said, "No matter how good your grades are, there is only one champion in this competition, and that is me." "Hey, it's a competitor." Qin Luo's eyelids twitched, and he said with a smile, "So you are my opponent?" "That's right, but you're wrong about one thing, you're not my opponent." After leaving these words, the man turned around and walked away. Looking at the back of the man leaving, Qin Luo was stunned. He had seen someone pretending to be aggressive, but he had never seen such an aggressive one. Isn't he afraid of blowing the roof off? Ding-a-ling bell. The short bell rang, and the exam was about to begin. At 1:55 minutes, the invigilator began to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red read / phoneme the test rules. The rules are very simple. You have to complete the answer sheet in 3 hours. During the answering process, you are not allowed to look around or go to the toilet. You are allowed to hand in the test paper after half an hour of the test. The test paper and draft paper will be distributed next. After reading the test rules, the test papers were quickly distributed to everyone. The test paper is divided into 3 questions. In the first question, let A and B be 2 points on the hyperbola xy2 equals z, point n, 1, 2, is the midpoint of line segment AB, and the perpendicular bisector of line segment AB intersects the hyperbola at 2 points CD. Please determine the value range of z. Damn it, should it be so difficult? Teacher, you want to play us to death, don't you? I don't know how to answer the coach question. Just seeing the first question, the entire auditorium was filled with wailing. This question seems to be very short, but the knowledge used is extremely rich. It covers almost all the knowledge points in the whole high school. Even though all the people here are at the level of academic masters, they still scratched their heads when they got this question. Difficult, it is too difficult. Hey, who came up with this question? Isn't this just to scold you? Qin Luo saw through everything at a glance. Without much hesitation, he just picked up his pen and started working. Let the equation of AB be y equals k, x1, plus 2, bring into the hyperbolic equation. Then the value range of z is, -10, u, 0 plus. Qin Luo frantically wrote down the process of solving the problem. Up to now, he only spent 3 minutes. 10 points to get it done. Qin Luo let out a long sigh of relief, burning many brain cells to death. After checking that it was correct, Qin Luo raised his head and looked around. A boy on the left was trembling all over, and a girl on the right was biting a pen holder and sweating profusely. Where Qin Luo looked, there was no one writing. Is it really that difficult? Qin Luo didn't think so. Suddenly, out of the corner of Qin Luo's eyes, he saw Bai Chong sitting in the corner. Unlike others who are thinking hard, Bai Chong is writing hard. A black gel pen drew beautiful arcs in his hand, and the next moment, the answer was already on the paper. Being able to become a top student in Qingyuno, middle school, you really have two talents. But Qin Luo didn't care. Bai Chong had 2 brushes, but he had dozens of them. What surprised Qin Luo was that Lin Shanshan was also writing quickly. Well, it seems that I do have the potential to be a teacher. In just a few days, I turned a scumbag into a top student. Suddenly, Qin Luo felt his eyes dim, and looked up. Hold the grass, there is someone. I saw an invigilator wearing a Chinese tunic suit with a serious expression staring at me intently. Those scorching eyes seemed to melt him in the next second. What are you looking at? Do the questions quickly. Feng Huadong said coldly. Feng Huadong, the invigilator this time, is also the president of the Southwest Provincial Number Federation Association. Teacher, to scare people is to scare people to death. Scared you to death? You almost scared us to death. Feng Huadong thought to himself. Zhou conjectured that a problem that had plagued the mathematics world for more than 10 years was actually solved by a high school student. When he heard the news, he was almost frightened to death. No one would have thought that a student who was still in high school could prove Zhou's conjecture. I scare you to death? Haha, funny. Hurry up and do the questions. Feng Huadong snarled, turned around and left. Are all the current invigilators so fierce? Qin Luo shook his head and devoted himself to solving the problem again. A few minutes later, Qin Luo started to write again. Damn it, why is it so difficult? In the corner of the auditorium, Bai Chong held his head in his hands, his face livid. He answered the first question very smoothly, and it only took half an hour to solve the answer, but when he saw the second question, he was stunned. What the hell is this? Positive integer column, n equals 1 and plus 1 equals an n1, an n, and n plus n, and n, find the minimum positive integer, so that n equals 2016. Bai Chong was about to collapse. He thought that the retest questions would be difficult, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. This is beyond the content of high school, okay? Can anyone do this kind of problem? Bai Chong looked up at Qin Luo. He wanted to see how much Qin Luo weighed. However, the next moment, his eyes widened. I saw Qin Luo holding a gel pen in his hand and writing vigorously. Damn it, it's impossible. Bai Chang's eyes widened suddenly, full of disbelief. How could this guy Qin Luo draw a pen? Bai Chong was completely stunned. Originally, he was much more confident than Qin Luo, but now Qin Luo is writing furiously. Impossible, he absolutely wrote it randomly, he couldn't get it right. Bai Chong shook his head desperately, and refocused on the answer sheet. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration, his eyes were suddenly clear, and he found a way to solve the problem. Before he had time to think about it, he quickly picked up the pen and started writing. In just half an hour, he had already solved the answer. Humph, fight with me, you are still a little tender. Bai Chong raised his head, a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In just 1 hour, he has already solved 2 problems, which can also be ranked first in the history of Shuyan. Unfortunately, the next moment, the smile on the corner of his mouth froze on his face. Teacher, hand in the paper. Qin Luo raised his hand and said. It has to be said that this set of test papers is very good. Even though Qin Luo is now as high as LV4, it is still difficult to solve the questions. It took Qin Luo nearly an hour to figure out the answer. For other people, this is simply impossible. But unfortunately, it met Qin Luo. As for Qin Luo is determined to win the gold medal this time. Carry out an assignment? This sentence was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky that suddenly shocked everyone. Such a difficult topic, to hand in the paper in just 1 hour? All eyes were on Qin Luo for a while. Brother, are we doing a set of test papers? Can everyone still have fun? Ding, I caught by Chang's resentful Shuaba value plus 36-inch ding, I caught Su Hui. You probably won't believe me when I tell you, I never thought of draining it. You. Qin Luo looked at everyone, full of helplessness. Qin Luo, you have to think about it clearly. This is the provincial team. Everyone here is a master. Once you hand in the papers ahead of time, there is no chance to do it again. Feng Huadong smiled and narrowed his eyes. I've checked everything twice, and there's nothing wrong with it. Qin Luo replied. Since you insist on this, then fine. Feng Huadong didn't insist. He really has nothing to say about a young genius like Qin Luo who can prove Zhou's conjecture. Thank you, Teacher Feng, for understanding. Qin Luo got up and walked outside the examination room. 25-1 with 24 left. For a moment, everyone became tense. The question that could be completed in 3 hours was abruptly advanced by Qin Luo by 2 hours, which made them extremely nervous. Ma Dan, hand in the paper 2 hours ahead of time, and pretend to be a criminal. Another student bully from Qingyuno, middle school bit his pen cap and frowned. Qin Luo is absolutely impossible to answer the third question. Looking at Qin Luo's leaving back, Bai Chong sneered in his heart. Like Qin Luo, he got full marks in the city-level joint exam. Everyone's level is about the same. Why can you hand in the paper 2 hours in advance? There is only one answer, that is, Qin Luo didn't finish it at all. It turned out to be a silver wax-tipped gun, which looks useless, really disappointing. However, he thought so, but some people didn't think so. Damn it, I'm not going to do it. The Dezhou City Number League contestant roared, then his eyes went dark, and he fainted to the ground. Doctor! Feng Huadong suddenly looked anxious, pushed open the door, and shouted loudly. Soon a group of medical staff rushed in. The first aid was first aid, the stretcher was carried by the stretcher, and the fainted students were quickly sent out of the auditorium. Compared to the school's panic, the contestants were much quieter. They have long been familiar with this kind of thing. Every year, 1 or 2 people faint during the city-level entrance examination, let alone the provincial entrance examination. Outside the auditorium, looking at the students being carried out, the corners of Qin Luo's mouth twitched again. Originally, he thought that people who could enter the provincial team should have good psychological quality no matter what, but he didn't expect that only 1.5 hours later, one would be carried out. With this kind of psychological quality, you also want to participate in the national competition? It's funny to think about it. Teacher Feng, is this student okay? Qin Luo kindly stepped forward to ask. Hurry up, boy, go as far as you can. Feng Huadong turned his head and gave Qin Luo an angry look. It was this kid's coquettish operation that stimulated other people, and then some people fainted. Blame me? It's not that Qin Luo has never seen a person who turns his face and denies him, but he has never seen someone who turned his face so quickly. After giving Feng Huadong a blank look, Qin Luo left the examination room. Look, someone has come out. At the door, a group of older young women were looking forward to it. They are the family members of the contestants, most of them are locals from Chengdu and Chongqing, and there are also journalists carrying cameras. The purpose of their coming here is also very simple, to interview first-hand information. Provincial Mathematics League, the province's top mathematics competition, countless scientists and scholars come from here. Among them are likely to produce people who change the world. Student, are the exam questions difficult this time? While speaking, a microphone was handed to Qin Luo's mouth. If you raise it any higher, it will touch my nose. Qin Luo shrugged, it's pretty simple. Simple? This is not a standard answer. Shouldn't you say that some questions are difficult, and then how to work hard to overcome it? Then you must have good grades, classmate. 2 months ago, I was still at the end of the crane. The reporter's eyes lit up, and his eyes shone with excitement. You must have studied very hard in the past 2 months. The reporter asked excitedly. Well, in order to improve my grades, I have to phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals red / phoneme more than 20 books every day. Everyone froze in place for a moment. The script wasn't written like this. can you follow the normal routine? Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals read read slash phoneme 20 plus books a day, is that reading? That's just playing around. Seeing no one talking, Shin Luo said with a smile, do you think it's easy to be a top student? You must be very tired? The reporter's eyes lit up. Being a top student is actually quite easy. Quite easy? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, and the enthusiasm in the eyes of the reporters disappeared without a trace. No wonder I handed in the paper so quickly, it turns out I'm just a scumbag. No wonder I handed in the paper so quickly, it turns out I'm just a scumbag. Heh, it made me nervous for nothing. I just wondered why anyone could hand in the papers ahead of time, even if my son didn't come out. Who is your son? Bai Chong. A group of older young women exclaimed one after another, their eyes full of envy. Bai Chongna is a well-known top student in Xingyu. At this moment, a pair of medical staff walked out slowly, supporting a student. After emergency treatment, the student has come to his senses, but he can no longer continue the exam. Seeing a new prey, the reporters immediately lost interest in Qin Luo. This kind of scumbag, whoever likes to interviews, anyway, they don't interview. Student, what's going on here? Are you feeling unwell? He pointed his gun at the student. By the way, have you finished your test paper? In an instant, his face darkened. He wanted to finish it, but he couldn't. He ignored the reporter's questions, broke free from the nurse's support, and walked straight to Qin Luo. He asked sincerely, Shueba, please accept me as an apprentice, reporter? Parents? What's happening here? Isn't he a scumbag? All of a sudden everyone was dumbfounded. Their eyes widened, and they looked at Qin Luo in disbelief. From a scumbag to a top student, the plot doesn't have such twists and turns. Student, what's going on here? The reporter asked with a confused face. He's finished. The injured student said seriously, he even finished the third question. It turned out that, taking the opportunity of being carried out, he secretly glanced at Qin Luo's test paper, and he clearly saw that Qin Luo's test paper was full of answers. The one who can sit there is already a top student, and the one who can write is already a top student among the top students. What is it that can finish writing? Learn God. After finishing, shouldn't it be normal? You are the top students in every urban area, okay? Student, isn't it normal after finishing the answer? Normal? He. The difficulty of the exam questions this time is more than 10 times that of the usual ones. It is impossible for anyone to complete them. He said again in a surprising way, the Seven Bridges Theory student, are you sure? Very sure. The boy nodded. Although he was dizzy at the time, he absolutely believed in his eyes. Quiet, deathly quiet. In an instant, the originally noisy scene suddenly became terribly quiet. Everyone stared at Qin Luo with wide eyes in disbelief. A moment later, there was a burst of exclamation like a tsunami. Calm and calm, maybe this is the correct way to open up a schoolmaster. Student, please allow me to give you an exclusive interview. Like a drop of water dripping from a hot oil pan, a group of reporters exploded in an instant. They rushed forward desperately, trying to pass the microphone to Qin Luo's mouth. Impossible, absolutely impossible, what kind of a schoolmaster is he? Only my son is a schoolmaster. Bai Chang's mother blushed and shouted hoarsely. As the best student in the best high school in Xingyu City, he has absolute confidence in Bai Chong. No one can surpass Bai Chong, not even Qin Luo. Jingle bell suddenly, a short bell rang. Immediately afterwards, a large group of contestants came out, and the 3-hour answer sheet time was up, and everyone handed in their papers. It's over, how can the third question be so difficult? Let's not talk about the third question. The first question is so difficult that it's scumbag. I wrote the proof process blindly. It all depends on why. The second question can be solved a little bit, and the third question is directly blank. The Beishan City representative team, with a nervous look on their faces, said as they walked. By the way, Qin Luo, you should have finished handing in the papers ahead of time, right? Huang Xing asked with a smile. Qin Luo stared into the distance intently, and said slowly, let's be a so-so. Learning to be a so-so is the lifelong pursuit of Shueba, needless to say, they all know it well. I'm really envious of the boss who got full marks in the exam. When will you be as good as the boss? Post mastery plus 56. Aha, it's a bit low. Qin Luo wondered if he should squeeze them more. Full marks? Excellent? Hearing the bragging sound in his ear, Bai Cheng's mouth raised a disdainful smile. Who dares to call himself excellent in front of him? Haha, my son has come out? Tell me how he did in the exam? Seeing Bai Cheng coming out, the older young woman hurried up to meet him. Isn't it very simple? Well, it's not difficult for me. Bai Cheng shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. How many points can I get? The woman asked again. 48 to 50. Bai Cheng said. Minimum 48. Hiss for a moment, everyone gasped. This provincial team retest, the 3 questions totaled 50 points, and Bai Cheng only deducted 2 points, which is simply shocking. This is enough to rank among the top few in the history of the provincial team. Good son! The woman shouted excitedly. With that look, he wanted to tell everyone that Bai Cheng was his son. Ding! Being ridiculed by the scumbags, the master value of the host is plus 12. Ding! Being ridiculed by an older woman, the mastery of host science is plus 45. It is detected that the tyrant is being ridiculed and the task is automatically released, the despair of the scumbag. Please use your absolute strength to tell the scumbags what cruelty is. Experience value plus 5,000, an ability value added card. Ability value added card, which can improve the individual ability of the host within 1 hour. Ability value added card? Qin Luo's eyes began to sharpen. 48 points, is it high? Qin Luo asked after hesitating for a moment. Isn't 48 points high? It's really not high. With a helpless smile, Qin Luo turned and left. Looking at the back of Qin Luo leaving, the corners of Bai Cheng's mouth turned up, and he smiled disdainfully. He is sure of this championship. Ding! The taunt of a scumbag is the best nourishment for a top student, and the value of a top student is plus 123. Early the next morning, Qin Luo, all the team members in Chen Shuqing gathered in the dormitory, waiting for the announcement of the final result. At 10 o'clock today, the Southwest Math Federation will officially announce the results of the rematch. As the time drew closer, emotions of excitement, apprehension, and panic spread in the small lounge. At this moment, Qin Luo suddenly made a sound. He looked at the crowd with a smile, and then said slowly, have you ever seen Qingyu City at 4 o'clock in the morning? Chengduchongqing City at 4 o'clock in the morning? Everyone looked at each other with admiration in their eyes. The god of learning is worthy of being a god of learning. He gets up at 4 o'clock in the morning to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme. No, I want to learn from Shueshan and stay up all night tonight. While talking, Gong Yi took out his mobile phone and ordered 10 cups of coffee. Unlike other people's excitement, Lin Shanshan was unusually calm. Others didn't know about Qin Luo, but they knew it all. He's not like someone who wakes up at 4 a.m. Qin Luo raised his hands and pressed down, signaling for everyone to be quiet. Boss, please instruct. Actually, you don't need to order so many coffees, because even I have never seen Qingyu at 4 o'clock in the morning. Suddenly, a cold current roared in, and the temperature in the lounge dropped by 2 or 3 degrees. If ice can kill, Qin Luo has already been killed by Gong Yi 800 times. Ding, the resentment of the scumbag has been detected, the host's mastery value plus 1. The corners of Qin Luo's mouth twitched wildly. You may not believe me when I say it. I didn't intend to ask for your mastery points. He just wanted to mediate the atmosphere. But thinking about it carefully, Qin Luo didn't feel guilty at all. No matter what he said, at least he changed the panic atmosphere in the lounge, right? Resentment and panic, Qin Luo thinks resentment is much better. Suddenly, the team member who ordered the coffee slapped his thigh suddenly, and exclaimed loudly, it happened. What's the situation? Everyone couldn't help frowning. He didn't answer but hurriedly took out his mobile phone. Hey, I don't want the 10 cups of coffee. What, can't I return it? Chatting. Xin Luo only felt that the resentment in the air had increased a lot, touched his nose and walked to the window. The girl downstairs' legs were really white. When everyone was blowing the competition, the time had already reached 10 o'clock before they knew it. The official website of the Southwest Digital Federation Association refreshes the semi-final information on time. Xin Luo is full of ambition. He is ready to accept the baptism of being a top student. Swish. The official website of the Southwest Mathematical Association shows, Beishan City Representative Team, Xin Luo scored 50 points, Lin Shan scored 28 points, Wang Xing scored 29 points. 156 points in total. Chengdu Chongqing Team, Bai Chong 35 points, Zhou Haiba 30 points. 133 points in total. Gongkou City Representative Team, Lin Tao 28 points, Goxia 25 points. 127 points in total. The next few urban areas are all between 100 and 120 points. Everyone in front of the screen was stunned. The Chengdu Chongqing Team, a traditional strong team, came second this time, and Beishan City, which had been the tail of the crane for a long time, turned into the leader. Their total score is as high as 156 points, which means that the average score of each person is as high as 30 points or more. What's even more exaggerated is that there are still people who get full marks. It is necessary to know that the difficulty of the provincial team retest questions this time has increased a lot compared to the previous ones, and even added the demonstration of the Königsberg 7 bridges theory. Logically speaking, with the current level of high school students, no one can write this question. Taking a step back, even if someone writes, it is impossible to get full marks. Because the subjectivity of this question is too strong, unless the argument is well-founded, it is absolutely impossible to get full marks. However, Xin Luo broke through the common sense, and he scored the impossible perfect score in this question. Ding! The host's knowledge stunned everyone, and the mastery value is plus 178. Ding! The host's knowledge stunned everyone, and the mastery value is plus 156. A series of notification sounds made Xin Luo's ears buzz. In just a few seconds, Xin Luo received more than 20,000 Shuaba points. And still rising. In the lounge of the Chengdu Chongqing Team, a group of bullies were excitedly bragging. Brother Chong, how many times have we won the gold medal? The 4th time, or the 5th time? There is no pressure at all. Hey, I have won too many gold medals, I really want to get a silver medal to try. Hearing these words, Bai Chong didn't speak but just smiled faintly. The championships they won in the provincial examination every year are enough to circle the playground, and this time is no exception. Xin Luo, I really hope you can surprise me. Bai Chong sneered in his heart. Boom boom boom. The wall clock on the wall beeped 3 dull sounds. At 10 o'clock in the morning, it was time to release the results on the official website. Everyone hurriedly pulled out their mobile phones, the official website of the Southwest Digital Federation Association. Shoo! A burst of white light flashed, and the scores of all contestants appeared on the screen. Beishan City Representative Team, Xin Luo scored 50 points, Lin Shan scored 28 points, Wang Xing scored 29 points. 156 points in total. Chengdu Chongqing Team, Bai Chong 35 points, Zhou Haiba 30 points. 133 points in total. Gongkou City Representative Team, Lin Tao 28 points, Goxia 25 points. 137 points in total. How is this possible? Looking at the scores on the official website, Bai Chong let out a shocking exclamation. He could hardly believe his eyes. Xin Luo actually scored 50 points. Full marks. But he only scored 35 points. His face was swollen and red, and his expression was as ugly as if he had eaten bitter melon. Just yesterday, he vowed to yell in front of Xin Luo, but after only 16 hours, the cruel reality slapped him hard. At this moment, he wished he could find a crack in the ground and sneak in. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Why can he get full marks? Cheating, definitely cheating, there is no reason to explain it other than cheating. After a short period of silence, the whole lounge became noisy. Their faces were red and fierce, and they wanted to tear Qin Luo into pieces. "Teacher, what's going on?" Bai Chong turned to look at the teacher who led the team. "He needs an explanation." Behind him, a middle-aged woman in a black professional suit had a gloomy face. Her name is Song Shuiqing. She is the leading teacher of the Chengdu-Chongqing City representative team, and she is also one of the special grade teachers of the Chengdu-Chongqing Middle School. In the 4 years since she took over the number competition, Chengdu City has always dominated the number 1 throne. But today, 4 years later, they lost, and they lost badly. The total score was not much lost, but it was lost to a top student. The theory of the 7 bridges of Königsberg has no results. She said quietly, so the answer to this question is that it doesn't exist. Königsberg 7 bridges theory. This is a mathematical problem raised in the 18th century, a small town of Königsberg with beautiful scenery, where there are 7 bridges. The small island in the river is connected to the left and right banks of the river by 2 bridges. At that time, there was a difficult problem among the residents of Königsberg. How can a person walk across 7 bridges at a time, cross each bridge only once, and finally return to the starting point? Everyone is trying to find out the answer to the question, but no one can solve the problem. Mathematicians recognize that this problem has no solution. Confused, continued to be confused. The top academic masters from Chengdu and Chongqing froze in place. Bai Chong was even more dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his ears. Song Shuiqing's words were like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, and it was as if someone had poured a basin of cold water from head to toe, making his whole body numb. Does not exist. In such a rigorous provincial team rematch, the answers to the test questions did not exist. Don't say they haven't seen it, or even heard of it. Thump. Bai Chong was furious, his eyes darkened, his feet staggered, and he fell directly to the ground. His face was pale, and his body was shaking like chaff. He used 13 methods to prove it, but the answer was no solution. He knew he had lost, and the loss was terrible. I rely on it. Number 1. Qin Luo, why are you getting full marks again? Take the old driver. The old driver takes me, I want to get full marks. Obviously you can rely on your face to make a living, but you have to rely on your talent. Huang Xing said with a full face of resentment. Although they had already guessed that this would happen, they still couldn't restrain their emotions when they saw the scores. Qin Luo is a pervert at all. Brother, you may not believe me, I don't want to rely on strength at all. Qin Luo shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile. Everyone was at a loss for words, and their eyes were full of resentment. If they could, they wished they could hit Qin Luo on the ground 100 times. Qin Luo, if you keep doing this, we won't be friends anymore. That's right, he's not good at anything, especially his mouth. Friends are exhausted. Hearing everyone's ridicule, Qin Luo squinted his eyes and looked at the system panel. The value of Shueba didn't even increase by 1 point. These guys can only thunder without raining. Whoring for nothing. Qin Luo's face darkened instantly. Okay. Just when everyone wanted to continue mocking Qin Luo, Chen Shuqing, who had been smiling and keeping silent, finally spoke. He raised his hands and pressed down, motioning for everyone to be quiet. After everyone was quiet, Chen Shuqing said, Don't be too happy, the retest of the provincial team is just the first step in the long march. There will be a national competition next, or IMO. At that time, you will not only be facing the top students in the Southwest Province, but you will be facing the whole country and the whole world. That's where you show yourself. As he spoke, he glanced at Qin Luo intentionally or unintentionally, and said sharply, especially you, Qin Luo. Don't think about it all day long. I can tell you responsibly that a man's face can age. The only thing that cannot be aged is knowledge. Just like me, even if my face is gone, I'm still handsome. Looking at Chen Shuqing's wrinkled face, Qin Luo shivered for no reason. He began to seriously consider whether he should be a top student. Who is more important than knowledge or your handsome appearance? Even Qin Luo, who is already an academic master at level LV4, can't help but fall into deep thought. After the intense flames of war, it is time for celebration. Chengdu University, Central Auditorium. The big cows of several provincial digital federations are making generous speeches. The routine is still the same, and even the process is similar. After a simple speech, it will enter the awards ceremony. As both individual and team first, Qin Luo won the first gold medal without a doubt. Of course, a gold medal cannot be pure gold, but the glory it brings is something that money cannot buy. Winning this gold medal means that this year, Qin Luo is the best person in mathematics in the entire Southwest province. Come on, I look forward to your magnificent blooming at IMO. After finishing speaking, Feng Huadong handed over the gold medal to Qin Luo, with a joyful smile on his face. The Southwest Digital Federation Association has produced such a genius as Qin Luo, and he has a bright face when he says it. Don't worry, I will. Qin Luo nodded. Feng Huadong was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. He reached out and patted Qin Luo's shoulder and said loudly, "Good boy, I just like your self-important appearance. You will also take the college entrance examination this year. Are you interested in coming to our Qingyu University?" What's this? Naked robbery. Chengdu Chongqing University is the best double first-class university in Southwest Province. Even in the whole of China, it can also be ranked in the top 10. But now, such an excellent university is pulling Qin Luo like a pimp. Has the world changed? For a moment, everyone was stunned. Isn't it just solving a theory of the 7 bridges of Königsberg? Use this? Is Feng Huadong out of his mind? Regardless of everyone's surprised gazes, Feng Huadong looked at Qin Luo again. "Student Qin, don't worry, we will formulate the most complete training plan for you, and you don't have to worry about tuition and food. They are all free and there are additional subsidies. Look at 5,000 per month. What do you think?" Feng Huadong said step by step. Qin Luo is a piece of jade in the rough. As long as it is carefully carved, it will become a great tool in the future. If he misses it now, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Quiet, deathly quiet, you could hear a needle drop. There were about 50 people in the auditorium, except for Qin Shuqing. All of them opened their mouths wide and were speechless for a long time. Tuition is free, 5,000 a month. This is no longer simply pimping, but giving money. Still send big money. What kind of ability does Qin Luo have that can make Feng Huadong make such a concession? This kid has made a lot of money. For a moment, countless pairs of jealous eyes looked at Qin Luo. But in the next second, everyone's eyes widened. Qin Luo smiled faintly, and said slowly, "Thank you Teacher Feng for your kindness, but I don't have this idea yet. I want to take the college entrance examination." The college entrance examination, the most important exam in the country, is hell to others, but to Qin Luo, it is heaven. A paradise for earning mastery value. Refused? The auditorium suddenly exploded. A group of melon-eating viewers were completely convinced by Qin Luo. Not only did he get full marks in the provincial exam, but he also rejected Feng Huadong's invitation and the chance to enter the top 10 universities in the country. My God, is this a genius? Chengdu University, if you don't want it, don't want it. Brother genius is really extraordinary. It's awesome, it's really awesome. Being rejected on the spot, Feng Huadong was taken aback for a moment, and then he laughed heartily. He patted Qin Luo's shoulder heavily, and said with a big smile, "It's true that you don't belong to Qingyu, you should belong to a wider stage. I look forward to when you stand on the field's medal podium." Field's reporting desk. Quiet, deathly quiet. In the noisy auditorium, a needle can be heard, and even the sound of breathing has disappeared. Gulu. Someone in the crowd swallowed, their eyes glazed over. The report platform of the Fields Award is the best report platform in the world. It is on a high platform, and the audience is full of the world's top scholars and scientists. Being able to stand there is a symbol of status and the pinnacle of academics. What kind of virtue and ability does Qin Luo have to make Feng Huadong comment like this? His words are even more shocking than Qin Luo's previous words. Feng Huadong didn't speak, just smiled lightly, his eyes fixed on Qin Luo. He even had an illusion that even Field's reporting platform would not be his end. From now on, you are the champion. Feng Huadong said loudly. The host successfully won the provincial team championship. Ding! The host successfully slapped the scumbag in the face. The task is completed, and the reward value of the top student plus 5,000. Ding! The host won the championship of the provincial team. The task is completed, the reward for the master value plus 10,000, and an ability value added card. The host's remaining academic master value, 18,562 points. Ability value added card, instantly increased the ability of the host by 2 levels, lasting for 1 hour. Moment. Academic hegemony points were entered into the account, and this academic hegemony value was enough for him to upgrade instantly. And that ability value added card. Instantly increase ability level 2. What is that concept? It can make Qin Luo step into the ranks of scientists in an instant. A series of rewards directly made Qin Luo's breath short. Just one provincial exam made him a lot of money, and after that, there are national exams, AMO, college entrance exams, fields. The National Mathematics League is scheduled for the weekend, and everyone is ready to go again after relaxing. This time the national competition is divided into individuals and groups. The individual who wins the first place will go to the United States to participate in the annual IMO, International Mathematical Olympiad. It is the largest mathematics competition in the world, and it is also the most influential and most difficult mathematics competition for middle school students. But all the people who got the ranking in the competition are all the targets that the major colleges and universities are frantically chasing. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a total of 8 people, including Qin Luo, boarded the bus to the airport. After the tense and intense rematch, a total of 8 top players were competed. The group project is participated by the representative team of Beishan No. Middle School. Qin Luo and a girl participated in the individual event. Qin Luo didn't know this girl, but her grades were frighteningly high, the highest score except for Qin Luo, 38 points. In other words, she got all the first 2 questions right, and she even got part of the last 7 bridges right. From hundreds of people, to dozens of people, and now less than 10 people, the entire mathematics league is like a big wave washing the sand, sifting out the top students layer by layer, leaving behind the best of the top students, Shueishan. At 11 o'clock, everyone came to the airport again. With the violent roar of the aircraft engine, the behemoth weighing hundreds of tons flew into the blue sky and sailed to a higher stage. Yanjing, the capital of China, the central city of the country, and the political and cultural center, is an ancient capital with a history of more than 3,000 years. After 6 dynasties, it has become the most prosperous city in China. Boom! The engine roared, accompanied by a jolt. The plane landed smoothly. Yanjing International Airport, one of China's 3 major portal complex hubs, was built in 1958 and officially put into use after 22 years until 1980. With an annual throughput of over million passengers. As soon as I got off the plane, the noise of the plane hit my face. The site is full of people, and a rough estimate shows that there are tens of thousands of people gathered in the entire waiting hall. Follow me, don't go away, especially you Qin Luo, come to me. Feng Huadong, Chen Shuqing, and other teachers led the team forward one after another, looking at everyone with vigilant eyes. These students are all top students in the Southwest Province. No matter who gets lost, they cannot bear the responsibility. The corners of Qin Luo's mouth twitched uncontrollably. As a top student, he was actually under the spotlight, which made Qin Luo very confused. At the gate of the airport, a bus was already waiting at the gate. There were already many students in the car. They are academic masters from all regions of the country. President Feng, long time no see. As soon as he got into the car, a hearty laughter came over. Following the sound, I saw a well-dressed middle-aged man slowly walking over. Seeing Lei Ren, Feng Huadong's face froze for a moment, a little ugly, but he still raised the corner of his mouth and said politely, "President Song, long time no see, how have you been?" "It's not bad. I recently dug up a pretty good seedling." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I heard that President Feng has a student named Qin Luo who proved the 7 bridges theory." "I don't know if there is such a thing." "That's right, there is such a thing." Feng Huadong glanced at him lightly, and said with a sneer, "Why, President Song is trying to poach people again?" Song Xiaodong, the president of the Central China Provincial Number Federation Association, has one of his biggest characteristics, that is, he likes to poach people all over the country, specially dig out those top talents. Poaching people? How is that possible? It's just to prove the 7 bridges theory. There are not many such people in central China. Seeing Feng Huadong's dark face, Song Xiaodong continued, Chairman Feng is not afraid to tell you the truth. My students have already begun to demonstrate Zhou's conjecture. Zhou guess? In a word, Feng Huadong froze in place. He looked at Qin Luo behind him with a complex expression, then at Song Xiaodong, and asked tentatively, Are you sure it's Zhou's conjecture? Of course. Song Xiaodong smiled wildly, and jokingly said, Although Zhou's conjecture is not the top problem in the world, it is not something that ordinary people can prove. It is true that Zhou's conjecture is not considered the top problem in the mathematics world, but when you start to study Zhou's conjecture in high school, there will not be more than 10 people in the whole country, or even the whole world. And he has such a genius under his command, which is the capital of his pride. As he spoke, he waved to the students behind him. Let me introduce to everyone, Sun Hua, the champion of this national competition. Song Xiaodong said with a smile. National champion? All the Southwest academic masters were furious. You booked the championship before the competition even started? Who do you think you are? Teacher, you can't say that, it's not a test yet. It's just talking so full of words, be careful to be slapped in the face when the time comes. I remember that Central China Province only ranked 2nd in the national competition last year. Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Song Xiaodong and Sun Hua looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. They shook their heads without saying anything, and slowly backed away. How can a tiger whisper to a sheep? Ignore, completely ignore. It was like someone in a high position ignoring the common people in the market, and immediately made everyone furious. Everyone still wanted to talk, but they were interrupted by Feng Huadong waving his hand. Don't be angry, anyway, the national competition is about to start, and then will be the time to see the truth. While talking, Feng Huadong looked at Song Xiaodong and said with a smile. Keep going, maybe you will see another scene at the end. Zhou's conjecture has been proved by Qin Luo. No matter how much effort the latecomers make, even if they are lucky enough to prove successful, it will be in vain. In academic matters, people will always remember only 2 people. One is the proposer of the problem, and the other is the prover of the problem. However, Qin Luo is undoubtedly the latter. He is the one to be remembered. In such a tense atmosphere, the bus set off slowly. Its goal is very clear, the highest institution in China, Yenching University. The National Math Federation competition is held once a year and is hosted by Yenching University and Huaqing University. Today it is Yenching University's turn to be the host. The bus was driving very fast. Almost half an hour later, the bus stopped firmly in front of Yenching University. As soon as he stepped out of the car door, a heavy historical atmosphere came over his face. The first thing you see when you look up is a blue plaque, on which are written the 4 gilt characters of Yenching University, which are vigorous and powerful. Walking through the gate and entering the campus, you will see many students. Yenching University in November is the most beautiful time of the world. The golden ginkgo leaves are like a carpet, covering the entire tree-lined avenue. Being in it, it is like going back to decades ago when Yenching University was founded. Following Feng Huadong, everyone found their room. In order to facilitate the competition, the school did not arrange a hotel, but vacated several dormitories for everyone to use. Firstly, it was for safety reasons, and secondly, it was also because it was easy to manage 5-to-1 in Qin Luo's room. Everyone was looking at this historic school curiously. Look at that girl, she's a little pretty. That girl has a really nice figure and really white legs. Wow, this one is also good. Gong leaned his chin on the windowsill, staring at the rushing people downstairs without blinking. Every time a young lady with outstanding looks passed by, it would cause him to exclaim, Hee, I suddenly want to ask you a question. Qin Luo turned his eyes away from the little sister, and then fell on everyone. Scholar, please tell me. For a while, everyone looked at Qin Luo curiously. If there were 2 women standing in front of you, one with perfect looks and one with perfect figure, which one would you choose? Qin Luo narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile. Two women, one looks, one figure. Isn't there one with points for both? Gong Yi asked. No. No? Everyone suddenly fell into deep thought, and even Chen Shuqing began to think about it. The question Qin Luo raised was far more entangled than the chicken and egg question. Lin Shanshan blinked her eyes and looked at Qin Luo curiously. She was very curious about what choice Qin Luo would make. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, everyone is still frowning. It's like eating and eating, you want both, but you can't have both. Seeing everyone's frowning faces, Qin Luo's heart was already full of joy. Ahem. He cleared his throat and said seriously, You have been thinking for so long, what do these two women have to do with you? Crowd? The moment Qin Luo finished speaking, everyone's expressions darkened. Even Chen Shuqing's face turned dark. They knew that they were played by Qin Luo. Boss, if you continue like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to be your friend. Break off, break off. Hello boss, goodbye boss. The scumbags are furious, but the experience points of the top students are rising rapidly. Ding, the knowledge of the host is astounding, and the mastery value is plus 17. Ding, the incompetent rage of the scumbag was detected, and the value of the top student is plus 35. Nearly, points of mastery value, although not much, but better than nothing. Students keep going. Okay, our Beishan no, middle school has entered the national competition for the first time in so many years. Let's have a good meal tonight. I invite you to have a big meal at the Yinjing Hotel. Chen Shuqing waved his hands and smiled. Public or private? Chen Shuqing's old face darkened, and he glared at Qin Luo angrily, and said, Everyone else pays for it, but you pay for it yourself. Teacher, it's not good to do this. Brother, you can't be so partial. I'm a teacher, so you don't care about me. Xiaoyanger, fighting with me, can't cure you? Chen Shuqing raised his head, his face full of complacency. Of course, Qin Luo followed in the end, for the simple reason that they ran into Feng Huadong when they were going downstairs. After Feng Huadong heard about the dinner party, he was very willing to join in, and he generously expressed that he would help Qin Luo pay for the meal. Yanjing Hotel is not a high-end hotel in Yanjing City, but it is one of the most famous hotels. The reason is very simple. On the one hand, it is because its price is affordable, and on the other hand, it has a secret dish. Sushi meatballs attract diners from all over the world to taste them. It was almost evening, and the hall of Yanjing Hotel was already full of seats. Qin Luo and others found a corner by the window and were anxiously waiting for the delicacies to be served. At the first official gathering of the national competition team, everyone was very excited. Even Huang Xing, who had always been taciturn, opened up the chatterbox, telling interesting things about the class nonstop. And Qin Luo just looked up at the sky with unusually calm eyes. I said, Qin Luo, why are you so calm? Seeing Qin Luo's expression, Feng Huadong couldn't laugh or cry. The other students should smile and cry, but only Qin Luo, like a person who has nothing to do, has no fluctuations at all. He was very worried that Qin Luo had a psychological problem. Looking up at the starry sky always calms me down. Qin Luo shrugged and said lightly. Looking at the stars? Looking at the huge sun outside the window, everyone's teeth itch with hatred. At this time, the hammer comes to the starry sky. Can you see through your eyes? Can you see outer space through clouds? Find me a star and come out and see. The sun is essentially a star. Blackened, completely blackened, everyone's faces were far darker than the bottom of the black pot. Don't they know that the sun is a star? But is that what they mean? If they could, they wished they could punch Qin Luo until his mother didn't even know her. Sushi meatballs, welcome to taste. At this moment, the food ordered by Qin Luo and the others was delivered. Golden meatballs, plus green cabbage, so the fragrance is tangy. Qin Luo raised his eyebrows and hurriedly said, Everyone hurry up and eat. After all, he picked up the chopsticks first and picked up a ball for himself. Well, really good. If you can get the recipe of this meatball, it is unimaginable how good the business of your restaurant will be. It would be great if I could know the formula. Qin Luo sighed quietly. I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible, because it is impossible to realize. Feng Huadong said. Sushi meatballs, this is Yanjing Hotel's secret dish. Those who want to get his recipe are like crushing carp crossing the river, but until now no one has succeeded. Even, for the sake of publicity, Xinyu, the owner of Yanjing Hotel. He also offered a reward of yuan to anyone who could tell the secret formula accurately. What chance does Qin Luo have for the sushi meatballs that countless famous chefs have smashed into the sand? What if it comes true? Don't be in danger, because there is no eventuality. Feng Huadong refused politely. Qin Luo didn't give up. As a top student with a system, how could he say no? Taking out his mobile phone, he searched for Huaxia recipes encyclopedia, and Qin Luo started to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme books. Seeing this scene, Feng Huadong smiled helplessly. If the unique secret recipe of Yanjing Hotel could be cracked so easily, but he didn't stop him, he really wanted to see how Qin Luo was hit. Ding! The host is studying hard, and the mastery value is +1. The cooking level of the host is increased by LV2. Encyclopedia of Chinese Recipes, Advanced Cooking, Encyclopedia of Northern Cuisine. After several books in a row, Qin Luo's cooking level has improved rapidly. Congratulations to the host for increasing his culinary level to LV4, Top Chef. The host's sense of taste and smell has been greatly improved. LV4? Qin Luo put away the phone contentedly, then waved to the waiter behind him and said, "Give me a glass of white water, and give me a pair of knives and forks." White water? The waiter was stunned. Immediately, he realized that the high school student in front of him wanted to decipher the formula like many famous chefs. But how old is he? It seems that he is definitely not more than 20 years old, and it is impossible to think about it. Hold on. Damn, Qin Luo, you can't play for real, right? Seeing the back of the waiter leaving, everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that Qin Luo was just playing for fun, but they never expected that he was actually playing for real. This is really to taste food. Have you ever seen me tell a lie? Thinking about it carefully, it seems that there really is not. But this is different from doing the exams. You can rely on your talent and work hard to complete the leap from a scumbag to a top student in a short period of time. But this is cooking, an art that pays attention to experience. No matter how talented you are, can you compare with those chefs who have been immersed in cooking for decades? Even they haven't deciphered it. Qin Luo may be able to decipher it. Boss, if you really figure it out, I'll serve you tea every day. I'll pass you the cigarette. I'll help you shine your shoes. First, little student, the knives and forks and white water you want. Soon the waiter came over with a complete set of equipment. Originally, he wanted to call Mr. Qin, but looking at Qin Luo's immature face, he swallowed the words that came to his lips. Classmates are classmates, why add a small one? But with the generosity of the god of learning, Qin Luo still smiled and said thank you. Everyone was speechless again. President Feng, what a coincidence, you guys are eating here too. Suddenly, a hearty voice came from behind the crowd, and they turned their heads to see Song Xiaodong and his party walking slowly over. The people who should come didn't come, but the people who shouldn't come did. Feng Huadong's face became darker and darker. Hee, what a coincidence. Feng Huadong sneered. Listening to Feng Huadong's unkind tone, Song Xiaodong's expression remained the same, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. His eyes swept over everyone, and finally stopped on Qin Luo, to be precise, on the set of utensils in front of him. White water, knives and forks, clean plates. As a native of Yanjing who works in central China, he naturally knows the meaning of this set of tools. He wanted to taste sushi meatballs. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Student, what is this? It's what you think in your heart. Qin Luo responded coldly. Song Xiaodong felt his eyes go dark, and Qin Luo almost choked his breath. Can't this guy speak well? Can you speak? Shut up if you can't speak. Seeing his teacher being bullied, the students behind Song Xiaodong rioted immediately. You talk to each other, and you go straight to Qin Luo. Regarding this, Qin Luo just smiled lightly and didn't care at all. I really want to see what you are capable of. Waving his hand, Song Xiaodong snorted coldly, found a seat not far from Qin Luo and sat down, staring straight at him with a pair of eyes. He wants to see if a high school student can turn the world upside down. As a top chef whose cooking level has reached LV4, my ability will scare you away. Qin Luo picked up the knife and fork, slowly cut it open, then picked up one piece, and tasted it. Song Xiaodong's eyes swept across Qin Luo's face, seeing that his expression was still as usual, and the sneer on his face became more intense. Posting. The seasoning stimulated the taste buds, and the fresh aroma of the food overflowed in Qin Luo's mouth. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the feast of taste. Onions, ginger, garlic, eggs, oyster sauce. The names of various ingredients appeared in Qin Luo's mind like a slideshow. What puzzled Qin Luo was that these were the most common ingredients, well-known ingredients, and could never become a secret recipe. There should be something else. Qin Luo picked up a ball again and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, the name of the traditional Chinese medicine appeared in Qin Luo's mind. Licorice. No wonder there is a sweetness different from white sugar in the meatballs, it turns out to be licorice. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Qin Luo is still immersed in the feast of taste. He never saw Feng Huadong's face getting darker, nor did he see the unscrupulous laugh on Song Xiaodong's face. Just when both of them were about to explode, Qin Luo suddenly opened his eyes. It's done. Done? Is it solved? Haha, it is to recognize the reality. Immediately, everyone's eyes were on Qin Luo, with curiosity and disdain. Qin Luo waved to the waiter behind him and said with a smile, "Give this piece of paper to your boss." As he spoke, he took out a pen and paper from his pocket and drew a grass. A grass? This is the answer. If it hadn't been confirmed that Qin Luo's mind was fine, Feng Huadong would even think that Qin Luo was mentally ill. Wait a moment. The waiter simply responded and turned to leave. Classmate, you don't think drawing a plant of grass counts as solving the formula? Song Xiaodong said with a sneer. Mada, if he draws one grass, he can get 100,000. He is no longer a teacher. He draws grass every day, 100, 1,000. In a short time, he will be richer than a certain cloud. Mr. Song, this grass is not an ordinary grass, but a grass worth 100,000. Qin Luo shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile. Once again, Song Xiaodong was held breathless by Qin Luo's words. Feng Huadong blushed, not because he was angry, but because he was funny. Qin Luo's mouth is too poisonous, but he likes it very much. You, hoof. Song Xiaodong gave Qin Luo a vicious look, and stopped talking, but the chill in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. I want to see how you end up, he sneered in his heart. Not keeping everyone waiting for long, the waiter hurried over with a middle-aged man. Who painted this painting? The middle-aged man glanced at everyone and asked. The good show has begun. A playful flash of Song Xiaodong's eyes. Me. Qin Luo raised his hand and said. Although he knew that the person who solved the secret recipe was young, Liang Bo was still shocked when he saw Qin Luo's immature face. This dish has stumped top chefs from various cuisines from all over the world, but now it has been cracked by a person who looks like a high school student. After a long while, Liang Bo realized that he quickly took out a check from his pocket and handed it to Qin Luo. Student, you deserve this. Liang Bo said with a smile. Dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. Whether it was the teammates of the Southwest team or the enemies of the Central China team, they all froze in place like wooden men. Qin Luo actually solved the mystery and cracked the secret recipe that stumped the top chefs. Damn, how is this possible? Song Xiaodong's eyes darkened, and he almost passed out. Once upon a time, he was still eagerly waiting for the start of the good show. The good show did start, but the result was far different from what he had imagined. Not only did Qin Luo not make a joke, but he also shocked everyone's attention. What the hell is going on? Just draw a broken grass to solve the mystery and get, dash. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Don't ask me, I feel like I'm dreaming. This is what the Central China team said. Maid, there are really geniuses in this world. Boss, as expected of a boss, the hall above is the kitchen below. Give the big brother tea. Shine the leather shoes for the boss. Pass tea, shine shoes. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the admiration of the scumbags, the value of the mastery plus 111. Boss Liang, I need an explanation. Song Xiaodong's pupils suddenly shrank, his face was gloomy and scary. Liang Bo turned his head, looked at Song Xiaodong indifferently, and said with a soft smile, there is nothing to explain. He drew the answer, boom. The members of the Central China team felt like they were struck by lightning. If they were just guessing before, now it is ironclad evidence. Liang Bo, the general manager of Yanjing Hotel, it is impossible for him to tell lies, and there is no need to tell lies. It's impossible. He's just a high school student. How can he figure out the answer? Song Xiaodong shouted hoarsely. He almost didn't want to believe the facts in front of him. Who stipulates that high school students can't solve the answer? Some geniuses can't get over it with common sense. Liang Bo looked at Song Xiaodong with disdain. Genius is especially prominent in the diet industry. Some people are born with a more sensitive sense of taste and smell than others. There is no doubt that Qin Luo was such a person. Genius? Song Xiaodong opened his mouth, but was unable to speak in the end. After speaking, he led a group of students and left without looking back. Wait. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, Liang Bo stopped him again. How? Mr. Song pays for the order in this restaurant, no credit. Liang Bo laughed. Swipe the card, pack. Song Xiaodong replied in a cold voice, settled the bill, turned around and left. He really has no face to stay here. Ha ha ha. Seeing the scene of Song Xiaodong leaving in despair, Feng Huadong immediately burst into joy. Because of his performance, he would be ridiculed by Song Xiaodong every time in the national competition. This time, he finally got his revenge. After a simple dinner, everyone went back to school and started preparing for the national competition 2 days later. In the early morning, Yanda ushered in a rare good weather, because there was no smog on this day. Qin Luo walked and came to a lake in the school. Then he was stunned by the sight in front of him. There are countless students sitting on the stone chairs by the lake. They each hold a book and are reading it carefully. Isn't the lakeside a place to talk about love? Student, which department is it? Just as Qin Luo was thinking about whether to use a book to pretend to be aggressive, a boy beside him asked curiously. He is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to 2 meters tall, with disheveled hair behind him. He is very thin, with extremely long legs, and his eyes reveal an indescribable depth. Which department? Qin Luo thought about it carefully. It should be the Department of Mathematics. He is now only a little higher in math. Mathematics? A radiant light burst out from the pupils of the 2-meter man. Do you know Zhou's conjecture? Yes. Qin Luo nodded. Zhou's conjecture, isn't that what he proved? Are you interested in communicating? Not interested, because it will be a theorem before long. Theorem? The 2-meter man chuckled. The elementary school boy is still too tender. By the way, senior brother, why did you come to Yanda? Oh, don't mention it. I originally wanted to take the Cambridge exam, but I failed the exam, so I can only come to Yanda. You got into Yanda because you failed the exam? Hearing these words, Qin Luo had the urge to hit someone. Brother, do you have a disease that will kill you if you don't pretend to be aggressive? Qin Luo asked. Hey, don't you believe it, at least 1/3 of the people in Yen University came to Yen University because they failed the exam. While talking, he said to the passing female students, Beauty, why did you come to Yanda? Forget it, I failed the exam. The 2-meter man spread his hands at Qin Luo, and said helplessly, I'm not wrong. Qin Luo's right hand trembled, and he could hardly restrain the impulse in his heart. By the way, Junior, why did you come to Yanda? Don't mention it, I failed the exam. After Qin Luo finished speaking, he walked away. When I came to Yanda University, I realized what a bully is. Along the way, Qin Luo was filled with emotion. He pretended to be a low-level coward in front of Huang Xing and Lin Shanshan. Zhou's conjecture and Riemann's conjecture. Qin Luo felt a sense of bewilderment. Each one is a monster with an IQ as high as 180. It seems that they are the masters of the school, and they are just the scumbags. They pretend to be high-end academics. And he was still a long way from them. An unintentional walk let Qin Luo know Yanda's urination. If he didn't say that he failed in the exam, he would be low. As soon as the eyes are closed, the day passes. On Sunday, the National Number Federation competition officially started. The game is divided into two stages, the first half and the second half. Today is the first half of the game, and tomorrow is the second half. The sum of the scores of the two games is the total score. As for the individual award, get the highest score in the second half. The first teaching building of Yenching University. After the routine inspection at 9:45 a.m., top students from all over the country were able to enter the examination room, and the first half of the national competition officially began. This time the national competition was slightly different from the provincial exam. His score was very low. There were 3 questions in total, totaling 20 points. The remaining 80 points will be reserved for the second half of the exam. Moreover, this national competition is far more stringent than the previous city and province exams. In a classroom with an area of more than 100 square meters, there are only 15 students sitting, and the distance between each student's seat is more than 2 meters. The invigilator patrols more than 4 teachers in turn. There are more than 10 high-definition monitoring probes installed on the wall. They monitored everyone in the classroom without any blind spots throughout the whole process, and the probe went straight to the monitoring room. The monitoring room was already full of teachers, and even a slight movement could not escape their eyes. Not to mention plagiarism, even a small jitter or turning the head can be judged as cheating. The rigor of this exam is much stricter than the college entrance examination in everyone's eyes. Outside the examination room, Wang Xuecai, Song Bagua, and Zhou Haizhong came over Yuze. As the invigilator teachers this time, they felt that they had to perform their duties well. Do you think that kid Qin Luo will surprise us again? Wang Xuecai said with a smile as he took a sip of the tea in his cup. Surprise? It's better not to be a fright. Song Bagua's mouth twitched, and he said jokingly, "You take the Poincare conjecture as the test question in the second half, and you are not afraid of scaring these geniuses to death." That's right, not to mention them, even some PhD candidates can't prove it. Zhou Haizhong said with a smile. Poincare conjecture. On May 20, 2005, at the Millennium Mathematics Conference, the Fields Medal winner brought one of the Millennium Puzzles proposed by Gavos. Any solution must be published in the most prestigious mathematics journal in the world, and must be recognized by the mathematics community for more than 2 years, in order to receive the $100 million prize issued by the Clay Institute of Mathematics. It is already difficult to prove it, and what is even more difficult is that there will be no objection from the mathematics community within 2 years of publishing it in a journal. It's almost impossible. Today, there are a total of 7 questions in the Millennium Prize, and the Poincare conjecture has still not been confirmed. Geniuses always have to be different. Wang Xuecai smiled lightly and said, "Besides, this kid surnamed Qin is not just as simple as a genius." What is that? Super genius. Wang Xuecai said seriously. If someone had told him half a month ago that a high school student had solved the Zhou's conjecture that had plagued the mathematics world for more than 10 years, he would undoubtedly have scoffed. However, only half a month later, this matter became a reality. The papers on Zhou's conjecture have been sorted out and sent to the United States, waiting for Princeton University, Professor Deline's final approval. However, there is hope, because until now, the manuscript has not been returned. Normally, papers mailed to Princeton will be returned quickly, and only those papers that require further verification can survive the day mark. Zhou Haizhong and Song Bagua looked at each other speechlessly. It is undeniable that Qin Luo is indeed a super genius, as Wang Xuecai said. After opening the test paper, Qin Luo began to twitch, and the twitching speed was very fast. Are you sure this is a national competition question? Why is it so simple? Qin Luo was confused. What's going on? This level of difficulty is really the national exam. This is different from what he imagined. There are 3 questions in total, with a score of 678. However, even the question worth 8 points is very simple. Let alone Qin Luo, even a scumbag like Lin Shanshan can't help it. Qin Luo looked up and saw that the remaining people in the classroom were picking up their pens and writing brushily, seemingly without any difficulty. It's really not difficult. Don't look around, do the questions quickly. Teacher M, is this really the national exam? Qin Luo asked suspiciously. For a while, he suspected that he had gone to the wrong examination room. Don't talk nonsense. The teacher reprimanded in a cold voice, quickly do the questions. After finishing speaking, he stopped paying attention to Qin Luo, turned around and walked away. It shouldn't be. Qin Luo scratched his head and picked up the gel pen, and the pen took off. It didn't take half an hour, not 10 minutes, it only took 5 minutes. Qin Luo's answers were already covered in the answer sheet, and even in these 5 minutes, Qin Luo took the time to check it again. It's so simple. Putting on the cap of the pen, Qin Luo sighed sincerely. Attention candidates! The invigilator who heard the noise came over again. His face was a bit ugly. I'm talking nonsense, and I'll punish it as cheating. Teacher, I will hand in the paper. Invigilator? Looking at the time, it was only 15 minutes before the exam started. Even if this question is relatively simple, it shouldn't only take 15 minutes. Brother, this is the national exam. Student, this is the national exam, he said in a cold voice. He felt that Qin Luo hadn't figured out the situation and the seriousness of the matter. I know, but teacher, I will hand in the paper. Qin Luo still had a smile on his face. Okay, let me see how awesome you are. The invigilator put away the test paper and phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red read / phoneme it carefully. Others were still working on the first question, and Qin Luo handed in the paper. He wanted to see what this student named Qin Luo was capable of. Well, it's actually full, I'm a little interested. Before he finished speaking, his eyes widened the next moment. First question, correct. The second question is correct. The third question is still correct. Invigilator? He was a little confused. Looking at Qin Luo's immature face, he had the feeling that he had lived like a dog for so many years. When I was Qin Luo's age, I was still struggling on the road to the college entrance examination, but Qin Luo had already disdained the national examination. Teacher, can I go? Qin Luo asked. Go, let me go quickly. He didn't want to see Qin Luo again, and when he saw Qin Luo, there would be a fire of ignorance in his heart. So annoying. Outside the examination room, several top academics wrote papers together, looking forward to it. You tell me when Qin Luo will come out. Wang Xuetzai smiled. The test questions in the first half are very simple, about half an hour. Song Babwa said. The third question, three-dimensional geometry, is still a bit difficult. I think it takes 4 to 10 minutes. Zhou Haizhong said. However, the moment Zhou Haizhong finished speaking, the eyes of the 3 old guys with a combined age of more than 200 years widened. Bang dang, the door of the examination room was pushed open from the inside, and a young man came out. There is a smile on the corner of his mouth, and the eyes are shining brightly. When he sees him, he can see the stars and the sea. Wang Xuetzai? Song Bagua. Zhou Haizhong. The 3 academicians of the country are all in a daze. Fuck, I really want to know how this kid's brain grows. The School of Medicine of Yanda University is next to it, why don't we go for a walk? Seconded. Yes, they were very confused. According to their expectation, Qin Luo should come out in about half an hour. But now? Only 15 minutes has passed. A group of experts in the mathematics world are in a daze, and Qin Luo is also in a daze. As soon as he walked out of the examination room, he felt that he was being watched by several eyes. This gaze is like a red-hot soldering iron, extremely hot. If the owner of these gazes is a young lady, then Qin Luo would not say anything, but when he followed his gaze, he saw a group of old men who were over half a century old. Qin Luo? Simply, someone soon shared the energy with Qin Luo. Boom! The door of the examination room was opened again. A man and a woman came out one after another. One of them is Sun Hua. The other was a girl with fluttering blonde hair. Qin Luo estimated that he was a mixed race. As soon as the two stepped out of the examination room, they were stunned, but the girl was only stunned for a moment, and then walked away on her own, leaving only Sun Hua. Qin Luo, why is he here? Sun Hua's originally smiling face suddenly darkened. Qin Luo turned in the paper even faster than himself. But the next moment, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. Even if you are as strong as yourself, it took about 30 minutes to complete these 3 questions. Qin Luo handed in the paper so quickly, there is only one possibility, a blank paper. I didn't expect you to slip very fast. Sun Hua narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. Slip? What slip? Can a schoolmaster with a system slip away? Qin Luo smiled lightly and said, no way, the question is too simple. Hee, so classmate Qin is going to get full marks in the exam? Sun Hua sneered. Well, if I fail to get full marks for such a simple question, then I will be ashamed of others. If possible, Sun Hua would like to tear Qin Luo's mouth off. What does it mean to have no face to meet people without a perfect score? Even if it is him, he is not sure of getting a perfect score in the exam. However, in line with the principle of not losing the battle, he said angrily, you are right, you are indeed shameless. After finishing speaking, Sun Hua turned around gracefully and quickly disappeared from Qin Luo's sight. Ding, the incompetent rage of the scumbag has been detected, and the value of the top student is plus 88. Oh, can we still have a good communication? How to send points at every turn? Qin Luo really couldn't figure it out. On the other side, Wang Xuecai, Zhou Haizhong and other academicians are watching everything that happened here with a smile. Yes, there are a few good seedlings in this national competition. Seeing them is like seeing us. Friendly communication is the ladder of progress. If Qin Luo heard what everyone said, he would definitely be scared to the ground. The communication between him and Sun Hua is not very friendly. Ding, 2 hours later, the bell for the end of the exam came as scheduled. Groups of academic masters came out. Lin Shanshan, Huang Xing and other team members came out one after another. They talked and laughed, with excited smiles on their faces. It can be seen that they are very happy and have done well in the exam. The first half was easy, but that doesn't mean the second half will be easy too. Qin Luo walked over and said quietly, what does it feel like to have a bucket of ice water splashed on your head? Cool through the heart is flying. In a word, Lin Shanshan was chilled from the top of her head to the bottom of her feet. If you can't talk, don't talk. Lin Shanshan turned her head and said viciously. Second. Incompetent and furious, the master value +1. As a top student, Qin Luo felt very tired facing the accumulative points from time to time. Doesn't this force me to upgrade? You guys have been so kind to me and what a loving little group. Ding dong, at this moment, everyone's mobile phones rang at the same time. He took out his mobile phone, and there was a message on it. The answers to the first stage of the national examination have been published on the official website of Peking University. Without any hesitation, everyone quickly clicked on the official website. Damn! According to this answer, I can at least score 16-17. Huang Xing let out an excited cry. I'm at least 18. Bai Chong said expressionlessly. As the top student in Southwest Province after Qin Luo, he also joined this national competition. Ah, damn it, I made a mistake here. Lin Shanshan covered her head with her hands in pain. Where? How many points? Someone asked. 17. Everyone's face darkened, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Fortunately, the calculation was wrong. If it wasn't wrong, wouldn't it be full marks? To be honest, Qin Luo felt isolated. Why don't these people ask themselves to estimate their scores? For this reason, Qin Luo decided to take the initiative. After all, Shueba value is like soft sister currency, no one can have too much. You don't want to know my score? Qin Luo smiled with narrowed eyes. Everyone looked at each other, and there was a flash of teasing in their eyes, and they said in unison, I don't want to. Full marks once, full marks twice, full marks every time. They have completely despaired of Qin Luo. You can ask anything, but you can't ask about his grades. Because it is suicidal. Qin Luo. I have full marks. Qin Luo emphasized emphatically. Oh, we know. You don't want to say something? The big guy is awesome. Looking at the motionless system, Qin Luo had the urge to cry. These cash machines in front of them have learned to be smart, and they are no longer those ignorant teenagers. The dining hall of Peking University is vast and boundless. It can accommodate more than 3,000 people eating at the same time. At this moment, in a corner of the cafeteria, a group of teenagers were happily holding their mobile phones, and words like 17 points, 18 points, etc. popped up from time to time. One of the young men looked arrogantly, looking into the distance. Sun Hua, number 1 in the Central China Provincial Examination, is a veritable top student. Brother Sun, don't you estimate the score? Someone in the crowd asked curiously. Estimation? That's something only a scumbag would do. Straight a student? No need for that at all. No need. Sun Hua smiled lightly and said, I can get full marks for such a simple question even with my eyes closed. Although he can't guarantee the exact score, but in front of the younger brothers, he must maintain the demeanor of a student. Full score. For a time, everyone was stunned. It is undeniable that the test questions of this national competition are indeed much simpler than the previous test questions. But it's not without difficulty. The last geometric equation is still very difficult, and many academic masters fail on this question. But Sun Hua didn't, he got full marks. Brother Sun deserves to be Brother Sun, he is still so awesome. It's Qin Luo who dares to compare with our grandson, he is looking for a dead end. Brother Sun, are you free tonight, can you make up for me? Hearing the flattery in his ear, Sun Hua smiled lightly, raised his eyebrows, and said, I'll talk about making up lessons later. I've been focusing on Zhou's conjecture lately. Then tomorrow's national decision? It's just a national decision, it's a trivial matter. After all, Sun Hua turned and left without the slightest bit of nostalgia. Guojue is no longer in his eyes, and his goal is Zhou's conjecture that has troubled the mathematics world. Immediately, the audience was silent, and there was no sound. Not only the members of the Central China team, but also some students from Yenching University around them all stared wide-eyed. But after a while, the cafeteria burst into laughter. How old is Sun Hua? He is still a high school student. Can he prove Zhou's conjecture? Thinking about it is a fantasy. You little brat, do you know what Zhou's conjecture is? That's right, do you really think of yourself as a genius? Who among the people sitting here is not a winner of the national competition? At Yanda, the most indispensable thing is genius. Classmate, how far have you proved? The overwhelming ridicule swept towards Sun Hua. Sun Hua stopped for a while and smiled faintly. According to the distribution law of Mersenne prime numbers, it is proved that 2n. After speaking, he walked away with his head held high. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Quiet, deathly quiet. The entire Yanda dining hall fell silent in an instant, and a group of Yanda geniuses opened their eyes wide and couldn't believe their ears. The person who reacted quickly had already thrown off the dinner plate, picked up a pen and paper and began to check the calculations. The crisp sound of writing filled the entire cafeteria. Damn it, Mersenne primes can actually be used to prove Zhou's conjecture. That kid can actually solve this step. High school student, proving Zhou's conjecture, genius. For a while, everyone was amazed. High school students who are only 17 or 8 years old have already begun to contact academic issues, and they have flexibly used Mersenne prime numbers to push the proof of Zhou's conjecture a lot further. It's amazing enough. It seems that the champion of this national final is none other than him. Not to mention the national finals, I think it is possible for him to win the IMO championship. The embarrassing ending of IMO without a championship for 3 years will be broken. There is no shortage of geniuses in Yanda, and it can even be said that there are geniuses everywhere, but at this moment, they all expressed their admiration for Sun Hua. There is no other reason, Sun Hua is stronger than them. The next day, perhaps because yesterday's test questions were relatively simple, today's atmosphere was much more relaxed. The students of each representative team were talking and laughing, and they couldn't feel the tense atmosphere of the national finals at all. How many points are you going to get today? Lin Shanshan raised her face and looked at Qin Luo with a smile. But after he finished speaking, he regretted it. Isn't this asking nonsense? And he asked for a blow, 670, Qin Luo replied. Lin Shanshan? Huang Xing? Crowd? Everyone stared at Qin Luo blankly. Why didn't these words seem to come from Qin Luo's mouth? Qin Luo, what's your situation? Boss, are you being modest? If you have a fever, go to the infirmary immediately. Lin Shanshan said. It was a rare time to be humble, but was said to have a fever. Qin Luo felt helpless. Qin Luo shrugged and smiled. Just like the law of energy conservation, the difficulty is equal. The first half of the test questions are easy, which means that the second half will be difficult. You must be mentally prepared. I should not be nervous, you should be nervous. An exam with a score of up to 80 points is not easy to think about with your butt. As a god of learning, he is not nervous at all, but as a scumbag, why should they relax? Can you still talk and play well? Being bullied again and again, Lin Shanshan was about to explode. If Qin Luo wasn't a teammate, he would be a dead man by now. Student master value plus 54. 6710? Student Qin is too unconfident. At the same time, Sun Hua walked to the entrance of the examination room, and suddenly heard Qin Luo's voice in his ears, so he immediately turned around and walked towards Qin Luo. I'm just pretending to be aggressive, but you think it's humility. Qin Luo shrugged his shoulders with a smile, and said with a smile on his face, I heard that the Zhou's conjecture studied by student Sun has made new progress? The corner of Sun Hua's mouth curled up, his face full of disdain. Why are you afraid? Afraid? That's not the case. I just want to say a word to Sun. Come on, I'll wait for you at the finish line. After finishing speaking, Qin Luo walked into the examination room with his head held high. Waiting for me at the finish line? The complacency on Sun Hua's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by an extremely gloomy expression. Qin Luo actually ignored himself so much. Damn it, I'll make sure you look good in the second half. Same as yesterday's exam, at 9:45, candidates entered the venue. It's just that it's different from yesterday's exam. The exam time has been adjusted. The second half will last from 10:04 a.m. to frowny-face p.m. Exam time, nearly 6 hours. At 9:55, the invigilator distributes test papers and draft paper. There is only one test paper, but there are as many as 15 draft papers. One question, 15 pieces of draft paper. The title is very simple, please prove the Poincaré conjecture. In a three-dimensional space, if every closed curve can shrink to a point, then this space must be a three-dimensional sphere. Poincaré conjecture. When the topic was announced, everyone was stunned. The Poincaré conjecture is one of the 7 major problems of the millennium, and even the International Number Federation offers a reward of $100 million to anyone who solves this problem. Unfortunately, no one has solved the answer in the past 10 years. It is such a problem that has plagued the mathematics world for more than 10 years, and it turned out to be an exam question in the second half of the national competition. Stupid. Continue to be confused. Completely dumbfounded. No one thought that a simple national competition would turn out like this. Teacher, aren't you playing with us? No, I need a ventilator. Mom, I'm retiring. For a while, there were complaints in the examination room. Poincaré guessed that this problem was not something a group of high school students could solve. Poincaré conjecture? The corner of Qin Luo's mouth twitched wildly. He had a premonition that the topic would be difficult, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. I looked at the value of Shueba in my inventory was 18,331 points, and I didn't know if it was enough to solve the problem. The rapid death of the host's brain cells is detected, and the system automatically generates a solution, which consumes 10,000 Shueba points, an ability value-added card, and the first stage is released. 10,000 points, plus an ability value-added card, to unlock the first stage? How difficult is this? However, after thinking about it, Qin Luo gritted his teeth and pressed the OK button. He must win this championship. Ding! The host uses a value-added card, consumes 10,000 Shueba points, and the system automatically generates an answer. With a clear reminder, Qin Luo only felt his mind clear, and the world-class problem in front of him was slowly being resolved. Before he had time to think about it, Qin Luo quickly picked up the gel pen and began to write. And when Please was busy solving the problem, at the door of the classroom, a group of national academicians were staring at it intently through the glass, talking and laughing. Hee hee, these little guys are confused. Look at Kid Qin scratching his head. The Poincaré conjecture is impossible to solve even if you are a genius. Seeing Qin Luo scratching his ears and cheeks, they laughed out loud. Seeing the test paper in front of him, Sun Hua was sweating profusely and trembling all over, with a hint of despair in his eyes. Poincaré guessed that no one could answer it? Thinking of this, he turned his head and glanced at Qin Luo. Fuck! In the next second, he couldn't help but swear. What did he see? Qin Luo is writing furiously. This is impossible. Sun Hua cried out in despair. Even he can't write, how can Qin Luo write? Write? Of course you can write. Because Qin Luo has a cheat, and spent 10,000 points to learn mastery. Every time Qin Luo writes a stroke, his heart is bleeding. What is written here is not a number, nor a formula, but a little bit of learning master value. And that awesome value-added card. For half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, Qin Luo was still writing frantically. And it didn't mean to stop at all. As a mathematician who has been troubled for 100 years, there is no problem that can be proved so far. His difficulty can be imagined. This is only the first stage, and Qin Luo has already written 10 drafts. Slap! Qin Luo put down the pen and raised his head and said, "Teacher, I need draft paper." Silence, deadly silence. For a while, everyone in the classroom was stunned. Someone ran out of scratch paper? How can this be? Not only the candidates were dumbfounded, but even the invigilator was dumbfounded. This is the Poincaré conjecture, how could anyone prove it? Looking at the scene in front of him, Sun Hua sneered secretly in his heart, relying on his intuition. He felt that Qin Luo must be painting. "Student, scratch paper is not for drawing," said the invigilator. "I know." Qin Luo nodded. As for painting? He didn't take his time. Proved the Poincaré conjecture, but it cost him a lot of money to get the answer. While the invigilator was still hesitating, an old man with gray hair walked in the door. Wang Xuetzai. He looked at Qin Luo and said with a gentle face, "Student, you can write as much as you want, the draft paper is enough." After that, he looked at the invigilator, "Go, get him 50 pieces of draft paper." Understood. The invigilator responded excitedly, then turned and walked towards the podium. Wang Xuetzai, that's an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a character who can't see the end of the dragon, but he actually appears here at this moment. It is self-evident to make a special trip to visit a participating student. Soon, a thick stack of draft paper was delivered to Qin Luo. As for who the old man in front of him was, he didn't care at all. The only thing he cares about now is whether he can solve the Poincaré conjecture within an hour. "Come on, young man, I am optimistic about you," Wang Xuetzai said with a smile on his face, and then left the classroom. Gulu. After a long while, a voice of spitting broke the silence of the classroom. Wang Xuetzai, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, is actually optimistic about Qin Luo. My God, he can't actually solve the Poincaré conjecture? Impossible, that is a difficult problem that has stumped the mathematics world for 100 years. Besides this possibility, can you think of other possibilities? For a while, the invigilators in the classroom exclaimed one after another. Ding, the doubts of the scumbags are the driving force for the top students to move forward, and the host's top students are worth plus 12. Ding, the doubts of the scumbags are the driving force for the top students to move forward, and the host's top students are worth plus 9. Hey, can this also increase the value of learning master? The corner of Qin Luo's mouth twitched, and he looked at everyone in embarrassment. He was wondering if he should do the questions a little slower, so that the scumbags would spend more time questioning. Damn it, it's impossible. Seeing the gel pen in Qin Luo's hand shaking rapidly, Sun Hua's eyes almost popped out. At this moment, he couldn't even move his pen, but Qin Luo was writing vigorously. He wished he could find a crack in the ground and get in. Ding, the doubts of the scumbags are the driving force for the top students to move forward, and the host's top students are worth plus 88. The sudden increase in the number made Qin Luo's eyelids twitch. Sun Hua? Qin Luo turned his head, looked towards the corner, and grinned. I said, I will wait for you at the end. Host mastery plus 188. He, not bad. Teacher. Student, have you run out of draft paper again? I want to drink water. Drink water? I think you don't want to take the exam, Sun Hua sneered. Coke, or Sprite? The invigilator said. Coke. The invigilator nodded and took out his mobile phone. Second teacher 102, a bottle of Coke. Can I still drink water? Everyone's eyes lit up. Teacher, I want to drink water too. Drink water? What kind of water to drink? Do you still want to take the exam? Sun Hua? Crowd? The examination room is in full swing, and there is no more room outside the examination room. Reporters from all walks of life have already been waiting at the entrance of the examination room with long guns and short cannons. From the moment the exam started, the topic of the national final was no longer a secret. Poincaré conjectured that it was one of the 7 major problems in the millennium. This is enough to stimulate the nerves of every media. Look, isn't that Wang Shuaicai from the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Why is he here? A reporter pointed the camera in his hand at Wang Shuaicai, who had just walked out of the examination room. Who is next to him? Zhou Haizhong, Song Bagua. Grass, what are these academic leaders doing here? Looking at the 3 old men walking out slowly, the reporters were dumbfounded. Yanda, one of the best universities in China, is not a big surprise to see academicians here. But seeing 3 in a row is a big deal. With their keen intuition, they felt that something big was going to happen here. The kid surnamed Qin is a freak. Wang Shuaicai said with lingering fear. What's the situation? He is proving the Poincaré conjecture. Zhou Haizhong asked. Well, he's proving the non-local collapse theorem. He opened his mouth, but Zhou Haizhong couldn't speak. If the proof of Poincaré is divided into 3 steps, then proving the non-local collapse theorem is the first step. If Qin Luonan can prove the non-local collapse theorem, it will take the Poincaré conjecture a big step forward. This kid won't really prove the Poincaré conjecture? Song Bagua, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. But no one could answer his question. 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 1 hour. Ding, the bell for the end of the exam finally rang, and the 3 academicians all heaved a sigh of relief. Facing a big cow who may solve the millennium problem at any time, they are under great pressure. What's even more frightening is that this big cow is a real high school student. A few minutes later, groups of students came out in small groups. The optimistic ones talked and laughed, while the pessimistic ones were downcast. Everyone in Southwest Province surrounded Qin Luo in the middle, and you said something to me. Hey, Qin Luo, how many points can you score? Lin Shanshan said with a smile. Poincaré conjectured that Qin Luo should not be able to solve one of the millennium problems. Thinking of everyone getting 0 points, Lin Shanshan felt an inexplicable excitement in her heart, feeling like a surf turned over and sang. Guess. Xin Luo shrugged his shoulders, his face full of indifference. 0 points. Lin Shanshan looked serious. Xin Luo? Can you have some confidence in me? Guess again. Xin Luo's old face darkened. Isn't it 0 points? Nonsense, how could it be 0 points? Xin Luo corrected solemnly. Hey, just brag, you and I can prove the Poincare conjecture? Lin Shanshan glared at Xin Luo, her eyes full of contempt. It's fine if you don't believe it, anyway, the result will come out sooner or later. Xin Luo shrugged his shoulders and said calmly. In order to prove the Poincare conjecture, he spent a lot of money. Seeing Xin Luo's confidence, Lin Shanshan felt a little apprehensive. Wait. You proved the Poincare conjecture? Lin Shanshan asked tentatively with her beautiful eyes wide open. Of course no, Xin Luo continued after a pause, but a breakthrough has been opened, which proves the first stage. What first stage? I proved the non-local collapse theory. Xin Luo said. Collapse theorem, something. Everyone continued to be confused. Let's just say, how many points can you score? Can we win the first place? It's not a big problem to get a perfect score. Xin Luo said. Even in the first stage, the difficulty was beyond imagination. Xin Luo felt that as long as the marking teacher was not too harsh, he would definitely get a perfect score. Everyone took a deep look at Xin Luo, turned around and left. Staying here is simply asking for a blow. Crossing the river and tearing down the bridge? No, the demolition of the bridge began before the river even crossed. Shaking his head, Xin Luo walked out of the examination room. Outside the examination room, reporters who had already been waiting for the battle immediately flocked. Student, what do you want to say? A reporter's microphone was aimed at a male student next to Xin Luo. The quality of the paper is very good, it is comfortable to hold in the hand, there is no color difference, the printing is clear, and the thickness is even, the answer sheet is as expected, it feels great, the attitude of the invigilator is also very good, the classroom is spacious and bright, and the climate is suitable. The candidates were very satisfied, and they all said that they would definitely come again next year. Reporter. Another student who was stupid in the exam. Hello classmate, I'm a reporter from Sina Literature, can I ask you a question? Student, I heard that the test questions of this national final are to prove the Poincare conjecture. What do you think about it? All the reporters changed their targets one after another and stopped Xin Luo. I don't think so. Xin Luo shook his head. Nothing? Shouldn't it be hard to complain? Why doesn't this kid play his cards according to the routine? Is it difficult? The reporter asked. Is it difficult? I think it's okay. Xin Luo said seriously. Cough cough cough, classmate, that's Poincare's conjecture. Yes, I know. Fortunately, he is not Goldbach's conjecture. Xin Luo showed a happy expression while speaking. Dumbfounded. Completely dumbfounded. Xin Luo's words confused him. What does it mean when you face Poincare's conjecture with a happy expression? Thank you, classmate. The reporter said something to Xin Luo, then turned around and pointed the microphone at another student. In his heart, he had already classified Xin Luo as a scumbag. Hello classmate. Difficult, it's really too difficult as reaching the sky. As he spoke, he actually shed tears. This is what a student should be like. The reporter suddenly became excited. He has even thought about the topic of the news, the most difficult national contest in history, geniuses and masters are on par with zero. Xin Luo, is it so difficult? Marking room. Dozens of test papers have been neatly placed on the desk. Due to the difficulty of the Poincare conjecture, the marking work this time will be jointly completed by 3 academicians Wang Xuecai, Song Baoguo and Zhou Haizhong. Let's begin. Following Wang Xuecai's order, Song Baoguo and Zhou Haizhong picked up the test papers one after another. The speed of marking the papers is very fast. In the blink of an eye, there are only a handful of thick stacks of test papers. The reason is very simple. Most of the test papers are blank papers, and they don't need to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme them at all. These two papers are interesting. Suddenly, Wang Shuatsai laughed loudly. Who? Qin Luo? Tsinghua High School, Oyilan, Central China Normal University High School, Sunhua. Oyilan, I know that a rare genius of Chinese-European mixed race is especially sensitive to mathematics. As for Sunhua, he doesn't know much about it. Song Bagua continued, why, they proved the Poincaré conjecture. It proves that it's not enough, but they have found the entry point. Wang Shuatsai said while marking a score on the test paper, 13 points, 20 points. Sunhua 13, Oyilan 20. After a few more minutes, everyone put down the red pens in their hands and sat upright. At the moment, there is only one test paper and 40 or 50 pieces of draft paper left on the desk. Qin Luo. Who will watch first? Wang Shuatsai looked around. Quiet, the entire marking room was unusually quiet. In that case, I'll take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme. After that, he had already picked up Qin Luo's test paper and looked at it carefully. When he saw that Qin Luo actually proved the non-local collapse theory, and applied the collapse theorem to prove the Poincaré conjecture, his breath suddenly became short of breath. Old Zhou, hurry up my quick-acting conjecture. Bring the Joshin pill, yes, it's in the briefcase. Zhou Haizhong hastily dug out the quick-acting Joshin pills, poured out a few pills, stuffed them into Wang Shuatsai's mouth, and poured him a few mouthfuls of boiling water. Only then did Wang Shuatsai's breathing calm down. Old Wang, what's the situation? Zhou Haizhong asked with concern. Wang Shuatsai clutched his chest tightly with his right hand, slowly straightened his tongue, blushed and swears, %end. Fuck. This kid Qin Luo won't write something that shouldn't be written, right? Thinking of this, Zhou Haizhong and Song Bagua quickly picked up the test papers on the table. Just glanced at them, and they were shocked. Old Wang, where's your quick-acting heart-rescuing pill? Give me a few pills, I'm a little out of breath. And me, my fucking chest is cramped. One pill for you, one pill for me, and the whole bottle of Joshin pills will bottom out in an instant. Xiao Zhang, bring the Suxiao Joshin pills from my drawer, take 3 bottles. Wang Shuatsai roared loudly. Soon, the assistant Xiao Zhan walked in with the heart-saving pill. After taking the Joshin pill, Wang Shuatsai immediately unscrewed the cap and poured a mouthful into his mouth. That's right, just one bite. I'm afraid I won't be able to save him without him. During the entire marking process, they almost relied on the heart-saving pills to survive. With a sound of snap, they slammed the test paper on the desk. It turns out that the Poincaré conjecture can be proved in this way. The back waves of the Yangtze River pushed the front waves, and the front waves died on the beach. Qin Luo was murder. Tell me, what did they eat to grow up in this generation? Why are their brains so good? The 3 academicians leaned back and slumped on the chair like this, gradually losing their expression in their deep eyes. After a long while, everyone's spirits recovered. How to score this point? I suggest direct full marks. Zhou Haizhong raised his hand and said, although Qin Luo didn't prove the Poincaré conjecture, he has taken the conjecture forward a big step forward. This kind of contribution deserves full marks. Old Song, what about you? Is the full score too much? After all, Qin Luo didn't prove it, so it's inevitable that people will be stunned. Song Bagua frowned. The title of this question is very simple. It is to prove the Poincaré conjecture. Qin Luo got full marks without proof. After all, Qin Luo is just a high school student, and his mind is not as mature as imagined. Old Song, I think you are too forward-thinking. I want to see which media dares to speak nonsense, if there is. Don't blame me, Zhou Haizhong, for being rude. Zhou Haizhong laughed loudly. That's right, if something happens, we old men will take care of it. That's good, unanimously agree with full marks. Wang Shuatsai slapped the table and said loudly. In the early morning 2 days later, the sun shone through the smog to the land of Yanjing. An important day is ushering in the campus of Yanda University. The results of today's national final will be announced on the official website. At o'clock in the morning, the national final results query system opened on time, and you only need to enter the admission ticket number and ID card number to query. In the 503 dormitory of the 7th building, at this moment, Chin Luo and other contestants are gathering together, waiting for the announcement of the final results. The score inquiry system for the national finals has been opened. Please log into your account to check your scores. Whoa! In the dormitory of the 4-person room, 2 of them jumped up. Huang Xing, Gong Yi. Although they already had the answer to their grades in their hearts, their little hearts still beat wildly when the system was activated. What if the marking teacher can give 2 cents of ink money? Click on the web page, enter the admission ticket and ID card, and the scores will appear on the paper. Huang Xing, 2 points. Hee, it really is ink money. Gong Yi, 0 points. No ink money. Lin Shanshan, 5 points. Lin Shanshan's brows were beaming instantly. Fatty Gong Yi shot out a ray of light in his eyes. 2 points, 0 points, 5 points, plus Chin Luo's points, plus the good points in the first half before, let him see the dawn of the championship. Maybe he could really become a team champion. The premise is that Chin Luo scored a good score, at least 10 or more. Boss, what are you looking at? He looked at Chin Luo. I'm looking at the distant America. Gong Yiqiang resisted the twitching of the corner of his mouth, and continued to ask, don't you check your score? You can check for me. Chin Luo threw down the admission ticket and ID card, and pushed the door out. Refresh the page and enter the number. The next moment, Gong Shi's eyes went dark, and he fell to the ground with a plop. I need quick-acting heart-rescuing pills. Chin Luo, 80 points. See full marks for full marks. And it was still in the national finals, facing world-class problems such as the Poincaré conjecture. What's the situation? Huang Xing came over, picked up the phone, plopped, his feet went limp, and fell to his knees. Jiaxinwen, I want Jiaxinwen. In an instant, in the dormitory for 4 people, there was only one person who was still panting. This is so scary, right? Lin Shanshan carefully walked around the limp 2 on tiptoe and ran towards the pharmacy. Boss, give me quick-acting heart-rescuing pills. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. Drugstore inventories are running low. Seeing the scene of Bai Chong running fast with the pills in hand, the middle-aged boss shook his head and took out the phone from his pocket. Hey, is the pharmaceutical company? Send me 100 bottles of Suxiao Jiaoxin pills. What's the reason? The smog got worse. Brother Sun, have you checked your score? Brother Sun, how many points did you score? In the dormitory of the Huazhong representative team, Sun Hua was full of pride. He just checked his score, and his score in the second half was as high as 13 points. In exams where 90% of people get 0 marks. His score is already outstanding, and it is almost impossible for anyone to have a higher score than him. Moreover, according to his information, up to now, there is only one person with higher scores than him, and her name is Yilin. Chin Luo, let him swim in the pile of salted fish. No matter how much you write, what's the use? Scoring points is the last word. I made a mistake and only scored 13 points. Sun Hua said lightly. Misplay. 13 points. For a moment, everyone was stunned. It was obvious how difficult the exam questions in the second half were, but Sun Hua managed to score points for such difficult questions. You know, even in the entire national finals, there are no more than 5 people who can score more than 10 points. Brother Sun, you are really our idol. Brother Sun, my English is not good, so you have to cover me during this trip to the United States. Boss, please drink tea. He happily picked up the teacup, and Sun Hua took a shallow sip. Ding, the list of national final results has been announced, please pay attention to check. At this moment, everyone's mobile phones rang again. They knew that the total score of the national finals had finally been calculated. The high school affiliated to Yanda University scored 115 points in total, of which Yilin scored 40 points. 20 points in the first half, and an amazing 20 points in the second half. The Huazhong representative team scored 97 points in total, of which Sun Hua scored 33 points. The Southwest Provincial team scored 172 points, of which Qin Luo scored 100 points. Full marks. How is it? Are we number one? Sun Hua asked confidently. Gulu, the team members swallowed their saliva in unison, and said with ashen faces, "Brother Sun, something happened. Not to mention the first, they are not even the second. Problem occurs? Oilin? Show me." He took the mobile phone from his companion and glanced at it lightly. Slap. There was a sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, and the teacup in his hand instantly shattered. How is this possible? He could hardly believe his eyes. Among the many 0 points, a name stands out like a standout from the crowd. Qin Luo scored 100 points. Another perfect score. Sun Hua was about to go crazy. It took less than a minute for him to be thrown into the abyss from when he satirized Qin Luo with full confidence. Impossible, how could Qin Luo get a perfect score? Sun Hua's face was full of ferocity, and a crimson light burst out from his pupils, bloodthirsty and terrifying. Why did Qin Luo get full marks? It would be fine if it was an ordinary test question, but now it is the Poincaré conjecture, one of the millennium problems, which has stumped countless top mathematicians. How could Qin Luo prove it? Brother Sun, do you think there is something tricky about it? That's right, there must be something wrong here. Qin Luo can never get full marks. No, we have to ask. Sun Hua's face was as sinking as water, and his eyes flickered with coldness. It is true that he also thinks there is a problem here, but this is the national final, the most serious math league in China, so how could there be a problem? Boom! At this moment, the door of the dormitory was pushed open, and Song Qiaodong walked in with a dark face. He looked around, and then said to Sun Hua, "Follow me." After all, Song Qiaodong turned around and left without stopping at all. Qin Luo full marks. He had to discuss this matter with the organizing committee. The Poincaré conjecture can never be proven. In the central auditorium, preparations for the upcoming award ceremony are in full swing. As the award presenters, Wang Xuecai, Song Baoguo, and Zhou Haizhong walk slowly towards the auditorium. This award ceremony can be said to be held specially for Qin Luo. Suddenly, a large group of people rushed in, most of them were leading teachers from various places. They rushed to the host in a hurry. "President Fong, we need an explanation. How can someone get full marks? The Poincaré conjecture can never be proved by a high school student. Teacher Fong, we don't accept this result." Fang Ming, the president of the Huaxia Mathematics Association, is in charge of the mathematics competitions in various regions of China. At the same time, he is also the dean of the Department of Mathematics of Yanda University. Why are you arguing? If there is anything noisy, please be quiet. Fang Ming shouted loudly. President Fong, we need an explanation. What qualifications does Qin Luo have to get full marks? Song Qiaodong asked in a muffled voice, suppressing the anger in his heart. Explanation? A faint smile appeared on Fang Ming's face, and he said, "You shouldn't ask me for this question, you should ask Academician Wang." That Academician Wang? Which Academician Wang? Academician Wang Xuecai, Academician Song Baoguo, Academician Zhou Haizhong Zhou. Fang Ming said flatly. Wang Xuecai, Song Baoguo, Zhou Haizhong, who are these three people? 3 academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a leading figure in the academic world. Song Qiaodong is just the president of a branch of the Mathematics Association. What qualifications do we have to ask them? President Fong, what the hell is going on? Song Qiaodong's face was a little ugly. He never expected that many Chinese academicians would be involved. They are the ones who are in charge of marking the examination papers this time. What? Song Qiaodong and the other teachers froze in place. Normally, the marking work would be handed over to the teachers of Yanda University or graduate students to mark the papers, which is why he concluded that there was a problem. But this time the competition organizing committee was uncharacteristically, and a group of academicians from Huaxia personally checked the papers. Those who can be called academicians are all outstanding academics. They combine ability and fame. Who can tell me what's going on? Song Xiaodong was a little dizzy. National academicians personally mark the examination papers, not to mention in the Shulian, it has never appeared in so many examinations in the history of China. You ask me, who should I ask? Fang Ming glanced at him lightly, his face full of disdain. The original plan was for Yanda teachers and some graduate students to jointly mark the papers, but on the eve of the national finals, Fang Ming suddenly received a notice from Wang Shuatsai that Wang Shuatsai and two other academicians would jointly mark the papers for this competition. Even he, the president of the Mathematical Association, didn't know the reason. Suddenly, the corner of Fang Ming's eyes drifted past the door, and Wang Shuatsai and others appeared in his sight. Teacher Wang, Academician Zhou, Academician Song. Confused, continued to be confused. Seeing the three Mountai of academia slowly approaching, Song Xiaodong's body completely stayed in place. There are so many people, what's going on? Wang Shuatsai glanced over the menacing crowd with displeasure in his eyes. It was an occasion for celebration, but these people made it look like a trial court. It's like this. Fang Ming hurriedly narrated the incident to Wang Shuatsai briefly. Knowing the cause and effect, Wang Shuatsai's face darkened suddenly. He glanced around sharply, and said loudly, "Why full marks?" The reason is very simple. If any of you can prove the non-local collapse theorem and open a new gap for the proof of the Poincare conjecture, then you can also get full marks. Wang Shuatsai's voice echoed throughout the auditorium, roaring in everyone's minds. OM. Song Xiaodong felt his eyes go dark, and his mind was buzzing. This is impossible. He shouted frantically in his heart. Wang Yuan, you mean that Qin Luo proved the non-local collapse theorem? Song Xiaodong asked with a confused face. That's right. Wang Shuatsai nodded and said, we have written his answer sheet into a paper and sent it to Princeton. I believe it will not be long. It will appear in mathematics journals. Wang Shuatsai, Song Bagua, Zhou Haizhong, and the three academicians personally revised the paper. If it is said that he still had doubts before, but now, with Wang Shuatsai's affirmative answer, the trace of doubt in his heart has already disappeared. Qin Luo, he really proved the non-local collapse theory. At this moment, Song Haidong's face was ashamed, and the living reality gave him a heavy slap. Standing behind Song Xiaodong, Sun Hua's face was pale, and his whole body shook violently as if being electrocuted. Plop. The next second, his legs gave way, his body staggered, and he fell directly to the ground. Not only did he lose, but he also lost miserably. It can be said that he suffered a crushing defeat. Once upon a time, he was eager to provoke Qin Luo and despise Qin Luo, but now, those provocative words are like knives, piercing his heart one by one, making him unable to breathe in pain. He still can't figure out why Qin Luo was so good. Ding, the host's knowledge stunned everyone, the mastery value plus 154. Ding, the host's knowledge stunned everyone, the mastery value plus 288. Ding, the host's knowledge stunned everyone, the mastery value plus 214. Qin Luo, who was walking halfway, was completely confused by this series of prompts. He was notified to attend the final awards ceremony of the national finals, but just as he was halfway there, a series of prompts came from the system. In just a few seconds, the Shueba value soared by more than 20,000 points. And most of them are names of unknown people. What's the matter? Qin Luo looked around blankly, but there was nothing unusual. What's happening here? He is confused. Ding, Deline's exclamation was detected, the mastery of host science is plus 9999. Put. Qin Luo's legs went limp and he fell to the ground. What's going on? Feng Huadong smiled lightly. The legs are a little soft. Qin Luo said. A sneer flashed in everyone's eyes. Where did they go? And they couldn't walk steadily. Haha, funny. Feng Huadong even secretly laughed. For a long time, Qin Luo gave him the impression that he was young and mature, and being with him was like being an academician of the Academy of Sciences. But now, he suddenly saw Qin Luo's innocent side. However, they didn't know that Qin Luo was not because he was going to receive the award, but because he was shocked by the system's prompt. 9999, my god, am I right? So far, the highest value Qin Luo has received is only 999, but now it is 9,999. He once suspected that the system had typed an extra 9. Get rich overnight, no, get rich in a second. It only took 1 second for Qin Luo to transform from a poor pauper into a wealthy local tyrant. Also, who is this Deline? I do not know. After about half a minute, Qin Luo slowly stood up from the ground. Qin Luo, don't be scared, it's just IMO, it's a piece of cake for you. Feng Huadong patted Qin Luo's shoulder heavily, and said with a smile, don't worry, I will go with you. Teacher Feng is right, don't be afraid, big brother, we will go together too. Boss, I heard that the coffee in the United States is good, and I will pass you coffee then. Afraid? Am I a scared person? Qin Luo held back her mouth, turned her head to look at Feng Huadong, and asked casually, Teacher Feng, do you know who Deline is? Deline, Feng Huadong was stunned for a moment, he didn't expect Qin Luo to ask such a question. Professor Deline's resume can't be finished even if he talks about it for 3 days and 3 nights. Professor of Princeton University, well known in the academic world, the disciples he taught cover all fields of mathematics. Feng Huadong said like a treasure. Why, are you interested in him? Ask whatever you want. Princeton? Qin Luo muttered, then turned and walked towards the school auditorium. Boom! Qin Luo pushed open the door of the auditorium. The next moment, one after another's eyes were like laser beams, shining in comparison. Burning heat, resentment, and a trace of resentment. Ben Shueba wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength didn't allow it. Qin Luo pulled the hem of his clothes and strode into the auditorium with his head held high. Qin Luo walked forward slowly as if reviewing troops, and from time to time greeted the students next to him. Hello, classmate, I am Qin Luo, that's right, that's the only perfect score. Come on, classmate, I'll wait for you at the finish line. What is Sa Bao? This is called Sa Bao. But by chance, other people have the qualifications to show off. For a moment, everyone was angry. Ding a host mastery value plus 11 ding, host mastery value plus 45. Qin Luo was delighted. Under the scarlet eyes of everyone, Qin Luo stepped onto the podium. Student Qin Luo, some people say that the national final test questions are very difficult, and those who can solve the answers are perverts. What do you want to say about this? A handsome hostess asked. Is it difficult? I think it's very simple. Qin Luo didn't even think about it, and said directly, just look at it, and you can figure it out. Squeak, squeak. A series of gnashing of teeth sounded from the audience. The host was quite embarrassed, but as a professional host of the broadcasting department, she still resisted the urge to kick Qin Luo, and continued to ask, Student Qin has opened a door for the Poincaré conjecture, and I will continue to analyze it next. Go down? No need. Qin Luo smiled lightly and said, my next goal is Goldbox conjecture. Classmate, can you play the cards according to the routine? The host was stunned, and even the students in the audience were like wooden figures, with their mouths wide open, but unable to speak. They knew that Qin Luo could play, but they never expected that he could play so well. He wasn't afraid of blowing the roof of the auditorium off. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. Even Wang Shuatsai and other academic experts couldn't help twitching the corners of their mouths and sweating all over their faces. There's nothing wrong with Qin Luo, it's just his mouth that scares people to death. The host was sweating profusely, so she decided to change her routine and play her cards. Congratulations, classmate Qin Luo, as the first ever winner of the national final with full marks. What do you want to say to everyone? Say something to everyone? After taking the microphone, Qin Luo thought about it seriously, and said loudly, do I hate it? The auditorium was completely silent. Sun Hua, tell me. Qin Luo asked, pointing to an old acquaintance not far away. Hate it. Sun Hua gritted his teeth and said sharply. Even if he loses, he has nothing to fear. Want to step on me? Nonsense. Sun Hua said through gritted teeth. If possible, he would like to tear Qin Luo into pieces. Very good. Qin Luo nodded contentedly, and said, please keep your anger, because this is the driving force for me to move forward. It was as if a pause had been taken, and the entire auditorium was silent. Everyone stared at Qin Luo with wide eyes. Arrogant, too arrogant, they have seen many arrogant people, but they have never seen such arrogant ones. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted loudly, "I understand. Shueba, you are encouraging us." Yes, it must be so. Shueba, we will definitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme up to your expectations and surpass you. All of a sudden, excited voices came and went, and Qin Luo, who was the person involved, was directly confused. Conscience of heaven and earth, he didn't mean to motivate them at all, he just wanted to pretend to be tough and squeeze some points. But he never expected that things would go far beyond his expectations. Ahem, let me repeat again, this is not an incentive, it is a fact. Qin Luo resisted the twitching of the corner of his mouth and said solemnly. Scholar, stop talking, we all understand. You know what a fart. You don't understand anything. Qin Luo opened his mouth, speechless. Ding, the knowledge of the host has conquered all the scumbags, and the mastery value is plus 56 inch. Student master value plus 87. Qin Luo heaved a long sigh of relief after a few hundred points of learning hegemony value entered into the account. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. Qin Luo is not picky about food. Damn it! Looking at the scene in front of him, Sun Hua's lungs were about to explode. He really couldn't figure it out, Qin Luo was clearly pretending to be coercive. He is obviously so hateful, but many contestants seem to be obsessed, and they are convinced by him. His face became more and more gloomy, as if water was about to drip out. Oomph, let's see how long you can be proud. When I prove Zhou's conjecture, hum. Sun Hua sneered in his heart. The national judgment has completely failed, and IMO is completely insulated from it. Now his only chance is to prove Zhou's conjecture. An imperfect proof of Poincaré's theory is never as good as a perfect proof of a conjecture. Dang dang. At this moment, the door of the auditorium was roughly pushed open, and a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses hurried in. He is about 30 years old, wearing a sportswear, red face. Teacher, Princeton has replied. He blushed and held up the envelope in his hand. Princeton replied? Princeton University. For a moment, everyone was full of doubts. Could it be that Yandet and Princeton are making another big move? Everyone was confused, but Wang Xuecai and others were extremely excited. Others don't know what Princeton stands for, but they know it clearly. Show me quickly. Wang Xuecai strode forward and grabbed the envelope in the young man's hand. Tear open the cover, and what is wrapped inside is a journal of mathematics. Math journals. Wang Xuecai's eyes widened suddenly, and even his body began to tremble violently. Journal of Mathematics is the top and most authoritative mathematics journal in the world, because its publisher is Princeton University. His editor-in-chief was Professor Deline. Every paper and every theory published on it needs to pass the review of Deline. Being able to publish a paper on it is the dream of countless mathematicians. Gulizhou Haizhong swallowed, and said slowly, maybe Qian Shuesen's question will be answered today. Qian Shuesen's question. Everyone who heard this was shocked, and after a while, they were extremely puzzled. What kind of outstanding person can answer Qian Laoji's question? It's not Qin Luo, is it? How is it possible? That is a mathematics journal. Last time I heard that Wang Yuan was doing a second derivation of Mersenne prime numbers. I think it's probably him. Both teachers and students are talking about it. Not caring about everyone's comments, Wang Xuecai carefully opened the journal. To be honest, he was a little worried. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He was afraid that it would be nothing in the end. Trinity cubic equation conjecture. Arguments for the Riemann hypothesis. One after another, papers on Zhou's conjecture still haven't appeared. It's a theorem if you turn it over again. Mathematics journals are divided into two parts. The first half is to demonstrate some conjectures, and the second half is to elaborate some definite theorems. Wang Xuecai felt apprehensive and scrolled down. From conjecture to theorem, Zhou's theorem. Slap. Wang Xuezi's hands softened, and the mathematics journal fell down. His face was flushed, and there were tears in his deep eyes. One day, they finally saw someone who could answer Qian Laoji's question. What's the situation with Lao Wang? Zhou Haizhong hurriedly picked up the periodicals on the ground. If there is anyone who is most anxious right now, it must be Zhou Haizhong. As the proposer of Zhou's conjecture, he is the most nervous person. Zhou's theorem. The first theorem named after a Chinese. Congratulations, old Zhou. Thank you. Zhou Haizhong burst into tears. My conjecture has finally been proven. As the proposer of the conjecture, he is also the prover and the pioneer. But the failure to prove it again and again made him think of giving up. But now, the conjecture has finally been proven. And the person who proved him was still a third-year student in high school. While Zhou Haizhong was shocked, he was even more grateful. He was fortunate that China produced such an outstanding student and scientist as Qin Luo. Zhou's conjecture proved? For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Zhou Haizhong's words made them a little confused. What the hell is going on? Zhou's conjecture proved? Zhou's conjecture proved? Someone asked in the crowd. Mathematical journals, headlines on the front page. Zhou Haizhong raised the magazine in his hand and said loudly. Silence, deadly silence. In the huge school auditorium, no one spoke. They stared at Zhou Haizhong with wide eyes. The first theorem named after the Chinese mathematics community. After a brief immersion, the scene suddenly became excited. Yuan Zhou, who is it? Who proved Zhou's conjecture? Is it a Chinese or a foreigner? Zhou Haizhong smiled faintly, glanced across the crowd, and said loudly, he is far away from the horizon, and he is right in this auditorium. Among us? Everyone looked left and right, trying to find the cow hidden in the crowd. But before everyone found him, Zhou Haizhong smiled faintly and said again, Qin Luo, thank you for helping me fulfill my long-cherished wish. Boom! The moment Zhou Haizhong finished speaking, there were screams in the auditorium. Nearly half of the people fell to the ground in fright. They thought it was Zhou Haizhong, Wang Xuezi, Song Baoguo, or even anyone in the mathematics world. But even if he was thinking about it, he never thought that the person who finally proved Zhou's conjecture was actually Qin Luo. You know, he is a high school student. In his grade, it should be the grade for playing games and picking up girls, but Qin Luo has already proved Zhou's conjecture. The devil, he's the devil. Impossible, I don't believe it. Qin Luo, how could he prove Zhou's conjecture? Sun Hua's face was ashen, his eyes revealed deep despair, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. Until this moment, he finally knew why Qin Luo would say, I am waiting for you at the end. Because he has already proved Zhou's conjecture long ago, and has passed Professor Deline's argument in Princeton. In the face of everyone's doubts, Zhou Haizhong was not angry. He had expected that such a scene would appear. He beckoned to the students around him, project him on the screen. Soon, an article came into view. Mathematics Journal number 78, Part 2, page, a proof of Zhou's conjecture. At the end of the paper, there is also a list of reviewers' comments on the article. This is a perfect and groundbreaking paper. Zhou's conjecture can be demonstrated, which has advanced significance for the analysis of Mersenne prime numbers. Professor Deline, Princeton University. Genius can always capture the fleeting inspiration. Mr. Qin, congratulations. Johns Hopkins University. A series of comments almost occupied the entire length of the article, among which was the famous editor Professor Deline. Whether he is in academia or in the Princeton classroom, he is famous for his poisonous tongue. He will never allow any mistakes to appear. If there are any, he will point them out on the spot without mercy. However, at this moment, Deline didn't have the slightest problem with Qin Luo's article, and even used the word perfect to describe it, which only appeared twice in Deline's editing career. The first time was Terence Tao, the winner of the Fields Medal. The second time was Qin Luo, a senior student at Beishan No. Middle School. Bang! There was another loud bang, and there were only a handful of people in the auditorium who could stand upright. Even Feng Huadong, the president of the Southwest Digital Federation Association, had trembling legs. In fact, he had guessed Qin Luo's strength a long time ago, but guessing is one thing, witnessing it with his own eyes is another. The impact brought to him by the latter is not the same as that of the former. Until now, his mind is buzzing. Professor Deline's perfect evaluation. Front page headlines of mathematical journals. Sun Hua only felt that the anger in his heart was like a volcano about to erupt. How could this happen? With a loud roar, Sun Hua was furious, his eyes went dark, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Ding, host mastery value increased by 588. I hope the host will continue to work hard and bravely climb the peak. Student Sun, how are you? Qin Luo rushed over. Actually, the process of proving Zhou's conjecture is very simple. I can teach you. You. Sun Hua's eyes darkened, and he passed out. Ding, the host mastery value has increased. Qin Luo? He never expected that Sun Hua would be so useless. Sun Hua was sent away, Lin Tianxian followed, and the students of the entire Central China team were ashamed to stay here. Once upon a time, they mocked Qin Luo unscrupulously, thinking that he was just a scumbag, but now, the scumbag has become a top student, and the shotgun has been replaced by a cannon. Others can shoot them casually and kill them to pieces. Qin Luo, as the prover of Zhou's conjecture and the hope of the mathematics world, let me tell you a few words. Zhou Haizhong forced the microphone into Qin Luo's hands. The hope of the mathematical community. Qin Luo took the microphone and laughed dryly. Old Zhou is serious. In fact, I am just standing on the shoulders of giants and taking a small step forward. The hope of the mathematics world is still far away. Damn it, Shueba is so humble. I'm done. All of a sudden, various voices sounded in the hall. A humble Shueba is the real Shueba, and the value of the host's Shueba increases by plus 157. He who can tell me why the Shueba value came so quickly? Ha ha. Neither salty nor bland, neither light nor heavy, just right, haha.